Photic.
Well, Photic already used that spell shield, and he is very low and is dead. Elk is forced to flash away. Care will blink forward, and he sends Elk straight to purgatory. It's a double kill for Care, and Fungyue. To be able to be aware of all the vision that's going down. Xiaoshu gets in the back. Juju going to make a big play. Finds people, but the stolen ultimate turns it around. Vampire low, goes down. Xiaoshu the next target, while Bartle is keeping the mage's end.
Just in the nick of time to save his mid laner from a disastrous fate, as now the Shy is looking for a solo kill.
Shy calls out the step.
Those you have to try, but the rapid fire cannon from downtown. Now it's Karuki with the engage on the Magnet Storm, and the turnaround could be there, but there is Tarzan. This hot dog is fully loaded. It's a triple kill for Hope. Bulldog is getting low. They're saving it for Hope.
Give it to him.
It's a quadra kill, and you know that Hope wants this penta, but he gets scattered away. There's the taunt, the shift, penta kill for Hope.
Well to at least save Carry, try and find a way to turn things around, but Chris gets deleted. Xiaoya's here as well, getting taken out in a 2 versus 4. I've seen enough. Give Knight the MVP.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another night of LPL, brought to you by LPL English, the unofficial English broadcast of the LPL. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Arambide. I'm joined by my longtime friend and co-caster, Mr. Matthew Cubby David Samuelson. We're bringing the boys back together, making sure that we're always having a good time, and we've got some fun matches for you tonight, Matt.
We'll see if EDG can step up a bit more. It's been a struggle so far in this split, but wrapping up the first round robin, they do have, I guess, an old face with a lot of success, and JJ making his second start with the team, and we'll see if it can bring a little bit more success against the JD Gaming that's also looking to put some better play out on the Rift.
Recently picking up their second win in series overall, which is huge, but they're going to have to see if they can carry that momentum further. As we take a look at the standings here, Group Ascend currently split into two big mini groups. We have a top four definitively, where everyone has at least 5 series wins overall, and then you have the other part of Group Ascend where everyone has less than 2 series wins, or 2 series wins or less. And I was looking at this and I thought to myself, Matt, you know, we had Group Perseverance at the beginning of the year, but it's like we brought it back. In fact, we even have 2 of the groups from, or the 2 teams from Group Perseverance that started at Split 1 in both TT and EDG back where they line up here against the rest of the power of Group Ascend teams.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a lot of disparity in the standings, I think, as we reach... It really has emerged as we've reached the end of this first round robin, and has definitely given us more confidence as a broadcast to have more confidence in a team like NIP. I feel really strongly about them being better than the bottom 3, maybe even 4 teams of Group Ascend, as they put some really good games out on the Rift in Group Nirvana, and we've been waiting to see better games from the bottom half of Group Ascend. That said, top half provided some bangers. It was a hell of a series from Team WE last night.
Yes, sir.
To find that win against AL. Cube ended up just going sicko mode in the series. I was not expecting that. But WE continues to be feisty.
Yeah, the Muno angle in game 1 was hella nice. And then, obviously, I know that it was a small moment, but I cannot stop laughing about how there was a homie scoop from Brother Breathe being able to hand the Renekton of Cube right into the waiting arms of a low health Hope. That was tough. That was tough. But, you know, that's another series. We got a more important series pressing for our attention right now with JDG and EDG. And let's go ahead and meet those 2 rosters for tonight's first match of the LPL. It's JDG with Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire. And the first thing that we want to jump into when we talk about this matchup is this has potentially been one of the worst openings to a regular season split by this team in its org's history. And looking back at previous splits, we've had many splits where it's taken them maybe 3 or 4 matches to get their first 2 wins of the regular season, but this split, it took them a total of 6 matches. Now, this is what we will say. Sometimes the way you start a split doesn't always mean the rest of the split and how it ends is going to be terrible. Take the previous split, for example. They took 5 matches, which up until this split was the worst opening for them in recent memory, but they ended second at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this has been, I'd say, a pretty concerning opening for JDG. This was a team for me where Hongqiu and Junja coming in from the PCS, it was clear they had a lot of synergy, and really from split 1 on, it's like, okay, mid jungle, we're going to move on JDG, and this is how we're going to play the game. The game right now is being played where jungle support is moving around the map, and especially around the solo lanes. JDG has not really adapted well to this, and I think that's really the reason why we've seen them have the slowest start. But we need to see them kind of put things together. We're at the back half of the first round robin. I think spending and expectation-wise, this should be a top 4 team in the LPL, and they're getting blitzed by Team WE right now in the standings. So, I mean, in terms of looking for preferential seeding in playoffs, JDG has to start winning now if they don't want to end up in a few scenarios where things can get uncomfortable, because if you're at the bottom of this group, you're going to be fighting NIP or IG, 2 teams that currently look better than the bottom half of Group Ascend. So I think a lot of pressure on JDG to start putting up better performances.
And it's definitely a reflection on how the meta has changed since JDG's first initial surge of success back in Split 1, where they emerged as one of our 2 international representatives for LPL at first stand alongside BLG, but then they didn't even make it past BLG in the lower bracket, which obviously was a interesting turn of events and one that we did not expect, where WE sent BLG to the lower bracket. But this is a team that I even talked about was destined to at least have one domestic title under their belt and go to an international event at least once for 2026. I had a lot of expectations, a lot of hope for Tabe being the brain behind this project and being able to elevate and bring the best out of these players. And the way that it started off so well, you would only expect that it would go up from here, but it has declined. And so now is the time to tighten things down and ensure that they're in prime position to fight for a spot to Worlds through playoffs. And that comes down to making sure they're not in the bottom 2, where you talked about the danger zone being up against NIP and IG. But we got to talk about their opponents, EDG, on the other side of Summoner's Rift here, where this roster, if you haven't already watched, they have JDG back in the lineup, who returning home to the squad that he won a world championship with back in 2021.
Yeah, funnily enough, of course, jungler on the other side of the rift, Junja, was the backup for JJ and that EDG roster. So kind of fun to see where he's at now, but this EDG team with Coach Malachi coming in as well, it's been a struggle. They are looking to find their first win at the end of the first round robin, and I mean, TT and LGD for me at times have showed a lot more hope than EDG. EDG, this is a team that has been somewhat difficult for us to talk about because they're putting up Group Nirvana gameplay in Group Ascend, and the Group Ascend teams are swatting that crap away.
Not even Group Perseverance gameplay, Matt, just straight out of Group Nirvana game.
It's Group Nirvana gameplay, I fear.
Oh, ouch. Ouch. Well, let's go ahead and look at their most recent series against Top Esports, because even though we understand that bringing in a new player can sometimes take a while to adjust, you don't have that much time for an org who has aspirations to do more than just end up at the bottom of the standings for Group Ascend after getting in through the plan stage from the previous split. So let's take a look at one of the more egregious things that happened in their series when they actually had a lead against Top Esports.
So this was a frustrating play to watch, as EDG in their most recent series, a Dragon's being started. Right now, this is a good pull for TES. They have mid-push, Ryze is responding to bot, where Varus is going to be first, Ezreal just based. EDG still decides to fight this, which they really have to make up a lot of ground, and their solution for this is somewhat egregious, because right now, ZDZ is going to get stuck in the top lane about whether or not he needs Mega Gnar to come down. You can see he's got the Mega Gnar bar, but he's trying to get the wave in instead of TPing. He probably needs to TP now to drop the wave and come in at Mega to make an impact in this fight. Instead, Perukia is going to get Bulldog in, but JJ is going to try and combo the Ahri that has ult. The Gnar TP is late, and this fight, we don't have to pay attention to it all that closely because EDG did not get to play it. That was very much a Top Esports win, and we did not love the fact that they tried to contest this objective where they did not have setup. We're trying to make up a lot of ground when we feel like they had scaling elements in this game. And these are mistakes that you just cannot make against the teams in Group Ascend.
Yeah. And the more frustrating part about it is that not only, like you said, they didn't have the setup for it, but they didn't even execute a delayed setup for it either. Like, if you're going to come in that late, then everyone needs to full-on commit. But it just seems like everyone was not sure about, okay, do we want to force this play? And I wouldn't be surprised if someone just said, I'm going in, and maybe they didn't comment. It's like, I guess we're playing this. I guess we're fighting it. But we also now have to look, but now we have to look at another part of EDG, and longtime LPL fans know that Leave tends to have this problem regardless on the roster that he's been in. But if he's going to be one of the players that EDG is trying to build around and leverage as a carry, this cannot happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lapse in comms and judgment as Leave tunneled, tries to combo, tries to pick up the kill. He is flashless from a previous gank, so he just is set up to go down here. And I know that Leave at times, like, we love the hands and the aggression from Leave. This is a player where we do want to see him push his limits, but definitely victim to tunneling. As I know this was a play that you pulled, Mark. Tien is spotted on the ward here, and we're going to see Tien wrap around, find a gank mid. I was a hair split on Leave actually going down here because this team's showing top, and I feel like this should just be a give on the wave instead of trying to walk up and contest it. Do want to give kudos over to Tien, as this was a good find, but yeah, this was a game where Leave got caught more than once, as this one for me actually. So again, Tien forced out, Leave hovering bot side, he clears out a control ward, so he's got a ward on this side. I think a little bit of a false sense of security for the fact that he can play this wave, but Tien does a great job of sneaking in. He gets around that ward, he gets the Vault Breaker into the control ward that he had, and then gets behind Leave. And for me, Leave has to flash here, because with flash up, at least you would force Jackie Love to match the flash as well if you still want the kill. That's a trade up on flashes between these two champions. But this is one where it doesn't flash away from the cease and assist. The same combo comes in and he just gets one shot. So definitely a few moments in that recent series. We're going to see more out of Leave, a player that we know has a really high mechanical ceiling. But at times, the decision-making or the setup doesn't put him in positions to always show that off. Where when he does get to show it off, oftentimes ends up on our LPL highlight reels.
And not for a good reason, unfortunately. We would love to portray Leave with actual highlights, not lowlights. And we've definitely done so in the past. I remember fondly some of the very electric best of 5 series that he played last year on NIP, where his Smolder or his Senna was the only thing that was keeping the rest of NIP. He was the best Senna in the league. Yeah. Exactly, yes. Yeah. He was insane. And it's just been honestly very disappointing to not have him live up to that hype and just constantly repeat the same mistakes over and over. And even for non-newcomers like us to the LPL, from what we've heard, that apparently this has just been a Leave thing for a majority of his career. And if this is something that he's not able to correct or fix, or have someone clearly tell him, hey, you cannot do this, then I don't know what is going to make that change internally unless he realizes it himself. That
for me is why the first clip is so concerning against AL, because that is like tunnel vision plus stack of comms that you can point to, like, hey, you see this jungler, you do not have flash, you cannot go for this, right? So just trying to find that and respect it. Oftentimes, because these mechanics are so good, he can break the line and show up, but not that case. And we're gonna have to see if he can break JDG today, as their team entrance, I'll give a 5 in terms of aura. I've liked the entrances where they choose to feature one player more than the ones where they just stand as a team, you know?
5 out of 10 or 5 out of 5?
5 out of 10.
Okay.
No, so far the 10 out of 10 was like Fungiway just like emerging from like just being the tree behind his team in his debut series. That was the 10 out of 10.
I mean, that was pretty cool. My favorite will always be Knight on the Throne with the rest of BLG surrounding him.
Yeah, but then he got blasted.
I know. That's we don't talk about what happened after the entrance. We just comment on the fact that the entrance itself was pretty freaking hard, you know?
He does deserve the Banjwa chair, but you got to win after you're in the Banjwa chair. Like, that's... Yeah. It just has to happen.
Yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's see how EDG decides to grace the rest of the stadium with their presence here.
JDG stadium, I believe, today. So JDG homestand for the week in the LPL. That's where we were at for the early series yesterday. So we'll see if EDG, if things get better. I know that, of course, JJ stepping in. You have that world champion. I think he's got to bring weight to this team in terms of his voice and what it means versus, I think, some of his teammates who have not accomplished nearly as much. And I also think very clear that he not only... or he was instantly made captain stepping into this team as well. Speaking to hopefully what EDG is looking for out of him as a player. Because frankly, I felt like Xiaohao and ZDZ have been their 2 strongest performers. So I don't feel like Xiaohao was benched necessarily for his play. Just the fact that JJ's in, there's legacy, there's pedigree. He's got to bring a weight in terms of voice to this team. That's a positive. And he didn't want to play with the Weebs anymore. So, you know, EDG capitalized on that.
The way bros were done.
The way bros said, what? Oh God, there's something there of like the way bros said no bros.
You know what's heartbreaking about Xiaohao leaving this squad? It's not even the conundrum of, oh, we're replacing you with Jeje because we think Jeje is better, which is not what we're assuming at all. It's that Xiaohao and ZDZ are one of the more long time playing duos. I know that's poorly said, but they have played on many rosters and teams together. So splitting them up felt like it was ripping apart a bromance, and that's sad.
The way bros said no bros to that too.
It continues the cycle. Well, we'll see if JDG can find the key that unlocks the potential for this EDG squad, or if they're going to continue plummeting towards the bottom of the standings, and if JDG can find the rhythm necessary. As the LPL official broadcast is already highlighting the former EDG junglers from that 2021 roster, as well as splitting time together on 2020. But, you know, interesting thing is, I wasn't watching LPL during 2020 or 2021 super closely, but going back, it seemed like that Junja was getting a decent amount more playing time during the 2020 year with JDG, but then 2021, it was somewhat, from based on number of matches played, it seems like EDG had decided, yeah, JDG's our guy, and Junja only played 2 matches total that entire year, or it's 2 overall, not games, but there was only 2 matches where he was involved, and he did not get a single game for EDG's World Championship run later that year.
But he did get a skin. No, no. But
nope.
I think that the real story for Junja is a then and now. Because what's happened since that Worlds where he was on the roster, he is the player out of these 2 that has had more success since that World Championship run. Going over to the PCS, I mean, he owned the region before him and
LCP
OnQ.
now. LCP now.
LCP. But he went over and owned the region. That region ran through him, came back to the LPL, brought his young jungler and OnQ with him. And they have been a stronger team than the teams that JJ was, I want to say, a part of, but we didn't see. You know, I feel like JD Gaming has been a bit stronger throughout the year.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can be stronger again tonight, going up against his old mate.
I think that's a nice way to establish how Junja can feel at this point in time versus JDG, who is now returning to the team.
I was in NACL mode. NACL, like, the cameras go on the players for draft, and then I just, like, I lock in, you know? That's what we need. I gotta stay a little poised, a little posed here.
Let's lock in on the fact that we're already down to the 3rd and final ban, and a lot of things are up on the table right now when you think of power picks. Support power picks right now, Bard and Camille, top of the table at the moment. No Ezreal, so Ziggs will be like the next best bot laner to secure. However, Vi blind pick off the rip. Normally, I'm not a fan. Cubby. And in prior metas, we have talked many times where Vi blind pick into you knowing nothing at all can be punished so heavily. And if you don't build a dive comp around the Vi is going to feel so terrible making solo dive missions by yourself.
Yeah, I think that with a lot of the mages coming in, actually, Vi's kind of gone up in priority, just guaranteeing the fact that a Ziggs combo can land. And Ziggs is where my eyes go now, because they respond with a Jarvan in the jungle. Cataclysm plus Ziggs, definitely something that you got to think about picking here, because if not, could easily go over to JDG, who have not picked up the Ziggs yet this split. But we know that Gallic plays it well.
Funny thing is that he's played Xerath as well, even though we know that he's definitely more comfortable with the Ziggs, at least in recent memory. However, EDG, they know that Leave is quite skilled at playing marksman champions, and they have not seen that much more consistent success when it comes to putting Leave on a mage. So already with something like Lucian and Jarvan, you have a lot of aggressive skirmishing potential, but that does mean that you need to build your composition more around the Lucian. But Gala is going to answer with the Xayah. Now, normally I like Xayah into a lot of skirmishing junglers like Nocturne and Vi, because you can just cancel the ulti. Jarvan is the one where it's like, oh, you're still stuck with me in the Cataclysm.
No, that's a good shout. This was kind of a answer to Xayah Rakan when it was really dominant, when it was coming out on release. The fact that you can Cataclysm Xayah, and if she goes airborne, she's still stuck in the Cataclysm. So we'll see if that's an interaction that JJ takes advantage of, as gets a champion that was big for him in that Worlds run with that J4. As flip side, Viracon, definitely a sound combo and one that you don't feel bad playing in Emilio. So it does give you a guaranteed play in Emilio.
And right now, there's not much value Emilio's going to get off of the Breath of Life other than the root from the feathers and the charm from the quickness. So we'll see what both teams want to now round out their compositions with. I will say that there is a need for some magic damage since we're running both standard AD fighter junglers and marksman bot laners.
Yeah, with that said, I like the Rumble ban coming out from EDG. I just don't think that Rumble paired up with Lucian Emilio is a sound pairing, even if you have Jarvan. So taking that away and opening up for maybe a tankier top laner for ZDZ, which I expect. I prefer when you have some space creators for Lucian Emilio. Lucian can pack a lot of damage for your comp, so giving Leave a little bit of assistance there with that could be key. We'll see if that's the path that EDG wants to take. Meanwhile, Vayne taken away could very easily see a blind Gnar coming out from JDG. Would kind of fit the, I'd say, the earlier game-centric profile that JDG is showing right now. Gnar would really solidify them into being like, all right, 1 to 2 item power spike, and if it goes late, I hope that Xayah can end up carrying. You know, I saw Mark's camera go down. I was hoping that I'd still have a Mark and just the camera down. We don't have a Mark right now. So we're going to hope that our old friend returns to us soon. And hope that we end up going through this draft as TF locked on it in for the bans. I'm really curious if it still ends up being a Rise that they're looking at, or also with TF being taken off the board. I mean, that is something that I'm used to seeing Honkyu play a lot and play really well, as he was definitely biased towards taking that. So yeah, I think that Rise being locked in, definitely a read that JDG was looking for that one for Honkyu. Going to be taken for EDG, going to give Lucian Emilio access to a little bit more space and a move. And now the answer from Honkyu, we'll see if it's Anivia, but I think that one of my things for JDG has been, this was a team that very clearly was using mid-jungle to move and impact the map. And the meta for this split has been using jungle support to move a lot of time around your solo lanes and impact the map. I do think this is a little bit more of a standard game we have with the two marksmen showing. One that might favor JDG's style, because we've seen them be more successful in that meta that was much more reliant on moving jungle mid around. I feel like that's where we've seen that past experience that Junja and Honkyu have together really shine. So Narakawi taken, early spike, locked in here for JDG, as EDG looking to round out their composition with the top laner. Usually we see the Ambessa here. I do think that ZDZ has a chance for the Jax, but expect to see the Ambessa. And honestly, a lot of melees for Ambessa to at least try and find. I like this comp for EDG. I know that Ambessa is not the space creator that we are used to seeing for Lucian Emilio, but the ability for J4 Rise Ambessa to get in there, I think, provides some chaos for Lucian Emilio to thrive in, is there. Meanwhile, via Kali, that's going to be really dominant early to mid-game for JDG. Whoever eats the cease and assist, you're going to have an Akali following up behind you with a full combo. So we will see if EDG is ready for that and if the players can utilize their hands, some of the tools they have at their disposal to play their way out of it. So anyway, with that said, I fear that we are showing off the mascot of an LPL team that I am blanking on above me, as they're running internet maintenance for Rafa. So we'll see if we get Rafa back or not. At the moment, going to be stuck with me for a little bit longer as we dive into game one. Think JDG again. Earlier spikes for the top side as they try and utilize the strong white items that they have to push EDG around. I do favor the scaling of the Rise, of the Lucian, of the Ambessa for EDG. So I think JDG will see if they can utilize that mid-jungle that does move so well together as a tandem historically. And I think still the split, despite some of the struggles of JDG, see if they can return to something, I think a playstyle that's worked out for them better in the past and utilize that against an EDG team. Still looking to pick up that first series win at the end of our first round robin. As both of our teams playing their last first round robin. We're about at the halfway point of that LPL split. Been a sprint this summer as we've got double round robin for 2 groups that's being played within, I think, a 1-month span for regular season. So We got all the 3 series days, which makes me a happy camper over here on the West Coast. I get to actually go to bed at a somewhat reasonable time. As I get to crash, we get to have all these guys play late into the night. I think you're tapped in too. I was waiting for you.
Holy. All right.
Holy is right.
We could not let you be here alone by yourself. Something would have gone wrong. The entire show. As the known LPL slanderer on the broadcast, I needed to come in and help balance out the show. So sorry to Rafa. If you guys will, please send love over to him. He's been taken out by the internet demons over in Utah, but I'll be stepping in and hopefully holding it down.
I wonder what the Mormons feel about the internet demons.
I don't know anything about Mormonism. All I know is they got some fancy book, and apparently it's an okay musical. It's got some words on it.
It does have some words, a potential Tony Award behind it as well, or a few from them. Yeah, I mean, it held high marks when it made its run. Looks like taking a little bit to get into this game 1. Elk, were you able to catch the draft at all before we hop into the series?
Yes, I was really happy that I don't have to watch either of Leave or Gala play mages.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I know the Xerath incident was a little tragic from the other night.
Yeah.
But I think Gala has always had the Ziggs pass for me. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't pull it out. I feel like that's the mage that both ADs are most comfortable on. But yeah, I thought for me, a definite return to comfort with JD Gaming. I'm not sure about your diagnosis on this team. I feel like mid-jungle was really important for this team and how they moved around the map to set things up. And with jungle support being the ones who have to move more in this meta, it's just been one that JDG hasn't stepped into as well as what we've seen in the past couple splits.
I'm just surprised that this team is doing kind of as poorly as it is just because of the pedigree of the players. Like, mid-jungle is important, and I think Hongq's individual laning hasn't really suffered. A lot of the mid-games just look really strange in terms of the decision making we see from this team, whether it's Jinja stepping forward and kind of going without his team. I think of the Jarvan game he played against Top Esports. That was probably the most puzzling for me. And then I almost feel like the introduction of like Camille almost maybe sidetracked Vampire's development this year. It maybe put him in, it indulged in a lot of the bad tendencies we would have seen from him in years past.
Yeah, you got to get him back on the Thresh. I actually really like Vampire's Thresh. He, one of the stronger players, one of the players that has a little bit more bias towards that champion in the league. Seems like we have a pause. Of course, we're diving into the game 1, but hey, at least gives Elk a chance to join the broadcast. Elk, we were kind of going back in the history. Rafa and I weren't around LPL as much back in 2020. Not sure if you were watching it all, but do you know any of the history between Junja and JJ and kind of how that spot was decided, or like who provided what when both were in the team back then? I always remember JJ being like the younger, more upstart player. It's kind of how he was phrased.
Yeah, that swap was also before my time.
Okay.
The sentiment that I got was that the team ended up specifically for Worlds just landing on JJ because they felt he was a better voice for the team at the time. And then just a mix of behind the scenes, just like, hey, like we're probably doing better in scrims with JJ on the lineup than we are with Jinja.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was, again, kind of before my time. Just remember that run for EDG. I think still holds up as one of the bigger upsets in Worlds Finals, as DK were very much expected to go back-to-back. They were smurfing, and then JJ ended up out-jungling Canyon in that series. That was the big... I think the big forte, that and a Mako Masterclass. But it was a fun series. I think one of the better World Finals, honestly. It's really held up throughout the years.
It's got a banger theme song. I love the video for that song. It is so good. Watching Showmaker Syndra versus Reckless, always classic. Super iconic.
Do we have K-Man, one of the... I guess I was going to say one of the adders to the LPL English team. It said, JJ playing through Scout while Junja was spamming Malachi Sejuani and playing for Viper. So, yeah, maybe a different style coming in there for EDG. I will say that sounds about right, because I know Jarvan definitely a champion I heavily associate with JJ.
I didn't get to catch some of your thoughts. I had my headset off because I was rushing around to put a shirt on. what did you kind of come away from this draft with? Because I see that we have a Gnar, I see that we have an Akali for JDG, but then I look at my jungle and bot lane duo, and I'm not super excited about this.
I think for JDG, it is slam at one item or bust, and EDG kind of has scaling advantages across the board. I mean, Ambessa, Ryze, Lucian, Milio, all going to be better later, so curious if JDG can get off to that fast pace and really set the pace for the game. I think they're going to need it if they want to win.
We've got a game on our hands. No pauses anymore. We are getting ready for game number 1 between EDG and JDG. Can EDG finally get a series win here tonight? Right.
JDG homestand, yeah?
Yes, we've been in the arena, and we'll continue to be in the arena until Sunday, and we'll continue to move on around the arena here. Early 2-on-2, Lucian Milio is very strong for that, but Nick Zoss is going to cut that at the helm. Seems like the health trade is going to go in favor of JDG in the meantime, but if we can't press this advantage, I imagine that Lucian Milio is just going to continue to heal up thanks to having Perukia here.
Yeah, both junglers pathing away from the bot side too, as we've got matched clears, both heading up to the top side. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised there that Milio actually started W, but hey, got the double win as both Lead and Perukia got full duration of W and definitely helped Zoe trade. Usually E start from Milio, but nice adjustment there for EDG. They get the Bush Prio and get the push.
I wonder if ever you are Perukia, or if you're Vampire and you're saying, oh, he started W, or hey, he started the shield. Maybe I just start the Grand Entrance. We just try to get like a small burst trade with Xayah Rakan, but not going to be something we're going to be looking for immediately. Jinja's going to get spotted on that one minion, and if Jinja's able to get all of these Raptors, it's fine, but Ryze is already kind of cheating his way over here, so it seems like Jinja is just going to miss out on some of his Raptors and maybe the entirety of his top side.
Yeah, he did force the smite, so this is a red buff that now can be contested. Bulldog has push, and I like what we're seeing from EDG early. Opportunity to get up in the face of the Vi, especially if you're up a red buff, which JJ is. Smite available for JJ, so he's going to want to kill this camp as Jinja pulls it away. Bulldog is here. Gets the full reset, but this should probably still go over to EDG.
Yeah, Gnar started trading, so they can't move over there. Oh, that is a super mega fire kick. Leave almost gets that kill on Nagala, forces some summoner spells out from Leave, but a very big win now. That's 2 camps for JJ. That's the bot lane advantage going over to EDG early.
Honestly, good start for EDG. Again, setting up the kind of setting the table for this game out. Feel like EDG scaling advantage in the solo lanes and with the Lucian Milio later on. Gonna have to be pretty big early to mid game spike. You can get a lot of guaranteed plays out of Akali, so definitely expect to see Junja and Hongyu sync up when 6 is acquired, but at the moment, it is JJ taking advantage of some creating pathing and a bit of a jungle advantage, a bit of a bot lane advantage, and EDG set up for success early.
Ooh, Milio being desynced from Lucian. We'll see if that becomes an issue. Jinja's already pathing his way down here, and so there might be an angle where we see Leave get punished for not being on the same timer as his support. Gala also, because of that early recall that he had to take, actually got a call, so hopefully we'll be able to kind of catch himself up, gets a plate in return. We're going to continue on with this game here, Cubby. And as we kind of move forward, I just look at the solo lanes of this game. We've seen the Gnar versus Ambessa matchup really start to lean in favor of the Gnar recently. And so I'm just worried, like you're mentioning, if this one item power spike for JDG doesn't go well, like Ryze and Ambessa become really, really tough to kill later.
Yeah, they do. Definitely where my concern is right now for JDG, but hey, they came into the day as the stronger team on paper. We'll see if they can use their might to push EDG around. Then we're looking at top lane right now. ZDZ was pleasantly surprised to see he's actually leading all top laners in gold differential at 15. Do think that ZDZ has been the easiest member for me to at least look at when it comes to this EDG team. As, of course, 06 teams had some struggles, but I think ZDZ's had some good lanes and some decent moments at times.
Yeah, ZDZ, as most top laners, has not really gotten a ton of attention, but his lane has always been really good. My issue personally has just been his ability to transition those leads. I always go back to his Gnar play. He's been a great laner, but getting into team fights with this EDG team just haven't been all there this year. So now with this Mbessa, it's obviously in a much, much more nerfed state than it was at the beginning of the year, and can have some troubles, especially we think about some of the slippier aspects of this JDG composition, just being able to maneuver around them. It's hard for Mbessa to really get that locked down.
Yeah, definitely have to look to see if those public executions are, following up on the Empowered Burn prisons going down. Might help CDZ find the targets in the backline. I do think it's a good shout. But, I mean, this champion's still disgusting at 16, but I do appreciate the change they made to public execution. I feel like gave her a little bit more skill expression, because I think the champion looks skill-intensive from the outside looking in, but in reality, it's not that difficult to play mechanically. I don't view Mbessa as a very difficult to play champion.
Really? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think a lot of her power is kind of budgeted around being able to weave auto attacks in to get her energy back. Otherwise, yes, she can traverse a lot of distance, but then her cooldowns are a little bit longer, especially before you get any ability haste. So I think especially because they've had to like cap down her ultimate, it kind of brings her back in line with some of the other laners.
Yeah. First Drake was picked up there by JDG. Vi special, as Vi able to get to that one. JJ on the top side is still a bit of a jungle lead for JJ. Curious if he actually makes his way over to the Raptors. Could be denied, as those are spawning shortly. His ult traded top.
I got really excited for a second, and then I was like, it's level 7.
You thought it was time. It's not time yet.
I felt the loins start to warm up, and then we cooled off immediately. No Raptors.
You are living out the dream of the cover caster having to fill. You get to play-by-play fights, experience the hype.
Let's see if we can make anything happen on the Bulldog. He still has Flash. He's got a Ruby Crystal and the Sapphire Crystal. He's holding both colors in both hands. And he read the runes. They say, you do not get this gank right now. We're getting even more downtime. No kills, 7 minutes. I'm sure Rafa is extremely excited.
Yeah, if Rafa said if his phone could support casting through data, he would. But he didn't think that.
I would not allow that. I'm vetoing that now.
Stream quality, probably not the best for that. But I actually was a little bit surprised that JJ didn't opt to take the Raptors away, as damage put out to leave, but Emilio helps absorb the majority of it, and I did not like that culling drop.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exhaust trade between the two of them, and gonna probably favor the trade if we are
Jinja's
JDG.
coming. Yep.
Yeah. Jinja can make his way over here. I would say maybe I'm a little bit afraid. There's a mid wave that's getting pushed out. Say that, I look at the vision, great vision toggle from the observers here. All of the wards that are around this raptor pit just saw JJ go to the opposite side of the map. Oh!
We left Flash at home.
Okay. All right. So Grubs is being taken. I have no words.
That was the fat finger of all time. Yes.
You know, BLG have the golden left hand of the LPL, and EDG have the big fat finger in the bottom position.
And we're not talking about the foam fingers in the crowd. It's unfortunately that the marksman on stage is. We're gonna have.
There we go.
We're gonna see if Leave looks down at his hands or his keyboard and just be like, "Hold on."
I wish we could know who is calling the pause here, because if the first thing that we see is a JDG player, my instinct as a broadcast person is to say it's JDG who are having the issue. But I also saw JJ's player cam, and he looked over at his team. So something's going on. I hope we get some kind of word, but
Jinja's smiling. Elk, we had a chatter that was sent to us through text comms from our producer Shivam. We're on Honky's face right now. Twitchstat thinks Honky looks a bit like Zendaya.
I don't see it. I know Zendaya just cut her hair.
I don't see it.
She's rocking the low cut, but I don't see it. Chatter is
Honky, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not there. It would be a compliment to say that you look like Zendaya. I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's a compliment. But not there. Pause. Well, I will say, in terms of players and funny pauses, my favorite memory in terms of pauses was definitely Huni. There was a game where he faced a Zillion top that had the support item, so the Zillion wasn't farming. And Huni asked the LCS to pause because the top laner had 0 CS and he thought it was a bug instead of the actual strategy in the game.
That's pretty good. I don't miss Frostfang in solo lanes.
Yeah, it was some spell thieves Fang BS going on, you know.
Yep. And then you would go Frostfang. Was that also, I get my timelines mixed up. Was that also alongside Kleptomancy? I assume not with Zillion, but I remember Vladimir's Frostfang mid.
I believe so. I don't exactly remember. I think whatever predated Kleptomancy might have been that. I want to say it was Airy for Zill. But yeah, okay. No, that was a rather fun meta where there were only 2 top laners good enough in the world to run Kleptomancy in every matchup and profit, being Nuggery and the Shy, and they just did.
Goats.
they just did, and it worked out.
Every single matchup, it didn't matter. We're just gonna take it. As broken as it was, I will always miss this rune. Some of our newer generation will just never have experienced getting a free level up.
Yeah. They had, kind of like Zoe W, they had to remove a lot of things from the game with Kleptomancy and what you could get. Yeah. Because some things were determined to be too broken.
It's okay. Zoe still is allowed to get Smite, you know? She's still allowed to get Smite at, like, level 3. She's still allowed to get Ravenous Hydra randomly. Like, I'm glad that champion is not meta. She is rather BS with her.
I feel like there's a little bit too much activity around mid for Zoe for her to be meta, but when the activity was mid-moving, Zoe was sneaking into the meta. I think LCK especially was kind of responsible for at least trying to propel Zoe into the fold.
I thought Imperial Mandate. I thought with the Imperial Mandate change, she would definitely come back. I've been playing a lot of Imperial Mandate mids. Ooh, this item does not feel good, man. It is so unbalanced.
Yeah, I think LS was preaching Mandate Zoe support, and I was like, hold on a minute. We might be cooking something, because that champion does a little bit too much damage, and hey, you have access to 4 summoner spells instead of 2 if you're playing bot lane.
Yep. I've been playing a lot of Imperial Mandate Syndra. It has been very broken. Your scatter is on a 5-second cooldown, and it makes it so that you just press E, and now they're vulnerable. 7% bonus damage. Feels good, man.
It does. Surprised we haven't seen the Sandra actually with Mandate yet. I really thought we'd see that one. I know, but an NACL the other day by Philip. Shout out to Philip, Blue Water top laner, as they'll play tomorrow. Try and get their first win at the end of the first round robin for NACL. But
hey, like EDG.
Yeah, we got to focus on this game right now. Sadly, in a pause, and we're in a pause here, it is a giant mystery on LPL English. As it might be a mystery, the fact that you see both of us on your screen at the same time. No, we did not try and hijack the LPL English channel for a Color Caster special. Sadly, Rafa's internet did go bye-bye. So we've got...
His brother is hanging in the other room. Rafa,
we've got
if you can hear us, if you're listening right now, this pause might be LPL asking you to fulfill your job. They're calling it enlist. They're saying it's your time.
Enlist?
Yes, enlist in the cause. I want you to cast LPL English.
I want you to check out our coffee page, which...
True.
I did plug on NACL today, fun fact. It was...
Wow, thank you.
I was asked if, I was going to consume another 1.7 liters of coffee to prepare for this broadcast. I opted instead for the 2-hour nap. But no, we... I said, I was like, I'm not going to have coffee. I'm just going to encourage people to subscribe to our coffee. The best way to support LPL English.
All right, guys. That's it from me. Rafa has decided no more 2 color casters. Puppy sounds like he's having too much fun. I'm going to get out of my link, and Rafa's going to jump back in.
Thanks,
I'm going to fade into the ether. Goodbye, everybody.
I appreciate you stepping in and stepping up if need be. Yeah, thank you, Elk Battery, and thank you, Rafa. I think... We're not sure if you have Rafa quite yet, but while we're in the pause, we did have Elk hop out of the link. Rafa hopped in, and Rafa, welcome back.
Yes!
It's not maximum depression.
I just I just want you to know. I don't know if you guys explained why I died randomly at the beginning of the show.
Did. I thought it was
did?
because I actually didn't, but I'm gonna now on the spot because we have time to kill. I think it was definitely because you pulled the majority of the clips that we were pen tooling from. I didn't do a good enough job breaking it down, so you just pulled the plug and said, I'm out for the day.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing
I'm out for the
selfish
day.
like that. What happened was Xfinity had a planned maintenance that they did not inform to tell me about, and they're like, "Yeah, no, I covered the address. They can't see it." Everyone knows I live in Utah. If you don't already know, I live in Utah. So if you want to come raid me or something, good luck. Come find me, whatever.
We did ask what the Mormons would think about the internet demons. And that question went unanswered.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you?
That question went unanswered. It wasn't in the book, so I'm pretty confident about that.
I'm so sad I wasn't tuned into the stream on my phone during that time. I would have loved to have answered in the chat.
I will say, Mormonism has been contributing quite a lot to society of late.
Let's stop the conversation right there.
Well, I was gonna talk about dirty sodas. It's a big thing now.
Oh. That first word, I was like, "Where are we going? Please stop!"
You know, if we were not on a broadcast, I definitely would have went in a different direction. But given that we're on a broadcast, dirty sodas, Rafa. Your
Producer
state.
Shivam is going, "Can we unpause, please? My casters are talking about white people culture," which, you know,
your state is responsible for dirty sodas invading the entire country. What do you think about these dirty sodas?
Can we stop calling it dirty sodas? I'm getting an ick.
I feel like there should be alcohol in there, but it's just sugar.
It's just sugar and heavy cream. So if you ever come through Utah, just look for one of the following two brands, Swig or Fizz. Those are the two biggest ones in all of Utah, and all they do, and the reason why this actually happened, guys, while we're still in pause, it's because that in Mormon culture and traditional, if you follow Book of Mormon and the scriptures and whatnot, you're not allowed to drink coffee, not allowed to drink alcohol, you're not allowed to drink tea. However, somehow soda escapes the caffeine clause. Somehow. I don't know.
I just find it funny because as I've gotten older, Rafa, it's a black coffee now. I've removed the crap. And they looked at the crap in the lattes and were like, I don't want the coffee, I want that sugar stuff. And now they just put it on top of more sugar. And it just creates a giant sugar bomb.
Sugar is a business. Sugar is a very, very successful business that, especially in America, we are very susceptible to, and we cannot break out of. So
actually, you know what I learned? The business of salt and the impact that salt's had on phrases and common just vocabulary and what it's responsible for in history. Salt is like weirdly and wildly responsible for a lot of things in our culture, just with like the exchange of money and taxes, and because a lot of it was based on salt. Because back in Rome, salt was a form of payment. You pay people in salt.
That's interesting. Well, gamers, neither me or Cubby can read fluent Mandarin. However, producer Shivam has gotten what the bottom text does say, and apparently EDG Perugia has reported an in-game issue. Referees and technical staff are currently investigating and addressing the problem. Please wait a moment. The match will resume shortly. So we didn't really get that much information than we probably could have assumed, but you know, an in-game issue from Perugia's side. I was going to say, Matt, that if I'm Perugia and I see my AD carry just randomly flash, I'm also calling for a pause and saying, I just saw my Lucian flash. That's a bug, right? Can we chrono break?
No, before you hop back in here, I did say the funniest player pause of all time was undoubtedly Huni pausing the game, going up against the top Zillion that was running Spell Thieves and not last hitting. And he paused it. It was like, there's 0 CS for enemy top. This must be bugged, right? Like, no, it's not a bug. Might be the scenario we're in right now. Perugia is like, no way my AD burned flash like that, right? No, he did. Oh. I feel like the investigation would have been a little bit shorter, though, if that was the case. So, maybe we missed something. Also, fun fact, as you were looking up history in terms of what's going on with the pause, I was looking up the history of salt, in which case the word salary actually was derived from salt. Salarium was the Latin root
Oh, interesting.
of salt.
Cubby, I'm not gonna lie. The last couple sentences you said went in one ear, out the other.
As is tradition.
I had to deal. No, it's not because of you. I'm being. The allegations are being attacked on me in mod chat at the moment for LPL, so I had to defend myself real quick.
There are that's an interesting allegation to defend yourself from.
I had to fight for myself real quick.
That's fine. I had been there in the past.
Yeah, true. So hopefully this pause is not that much longer, because otherwise we've already gone down the rabbit hole of talking about Mormon culture. There are some people that are surprised to hear. Technically, I am no longer in the church, but I was baptized. So I grew up with the church. I read the Book of Mormon. I read the scriptures, and then I made the choice for myself that I wanted to be agnostic and decide, you know what? I think there's, without getting further into the topic of it, I think there's a lot that you can learn from different cultures around the world. And, you can just make your own choices and make your own, or choose what you want to believe in. And I believe that if it helps you be a better person and treat everyone the way that people should be treated, I don't care what you believe in.
I think it's nice to believe in something bigger than yourself too. So I think it sets up for a good perspective on life, because there's more to life than just you, which is something that I often tell myself walking away from conversations with random people in LA who cities vary about themselves. But that said, we got Bulldog catching Z's. I think the funniest part of this pause, by the way, since you just had me to click in the LPL Discord to see if what you were defending yourself from, the funniest part for me is that we have a channel called The Green Room, which is for casters who are, waiting to hop in the later series, because we have people show up after game 2.
It's a party in there right now.
You never know.
Yeah.
Everyone that is casting for the night and a couple bonus people are in there. And I just really want to assume or think that they're looking at this pause and the clock and just being like, oh, dear God, I'm losing sleep. Oh, dear God, I'm losing sleep. Oh, dear God, I'm losing sleep. This pause, we're not... I don't see players, leaning forward. It's not looking promising so far.
Shout out to Slayer and Alk, and I'm trying to remember who was the producer for last night's show as well. Oh, it was you, Shivam? Oh my God, producer Shivam. Shout out to those three, because they had to witness some of the most atrocious back-to-back best of threes between NIP IG and LGD and TT that extended...
almost went to 9 games.
Yeah, we almost went to 9 games. If it had not been for WE saving the night for our 3 LPL staff members who had to stay up until, I don't know what Shivam's local time was, but for Alk and Slayer, who live on the West Coast, they were up until 8/9 a.m. if I'm not mistaken, and that's brutal. they saw the sun come up in their time zone, which, me being a mountain time, I'm already seeing the sun come up a lot of times when I'm casting the super late night shift, and I was very happy not only to be reunited with Cubby on the cast, but also the fact that we were casting the super early shift, that we would potentially get to go to bed before the sun does come up. Now I don't know anymore how long this pause is going to take.
Well, sadly, you aren't going to be paired up with me if you're not on the early shift for this split, as we're keeping our sanity the best we can over in this place.
I might request that.
It's been honestly, it's been fun. It's given me more Nirvana matches throughout the last couple splits.
Nirvana's really fun this split, honestly.
I appreciate the challenge. I think that as a broadcaster, everyone gets excited for BLG AL. Sometimes it's hard to get people excited for TTLGD or for group Nirvana matches, and it's been fun embracing that challenge. I try and get to know the lower depths of LPL, the way that I've kind of gone about NA too, starting in the lower depths and trying to work our way up. But yeah, it's been nice, especially this week, because I've, for whatever reason, just got all 3 days of NACL this week. It there was a teammate swap, which I always like to be a good teammate swap if I can. But
Good for you, man.
yeah, it's you know, I would like the games to start back up again, as I have a call time in 12 hours.
You're on again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh,
Told you I had the week.
I just put 2 and 2 together. Like, I knew you were on 3 days in a row, but I assumed that meant, like, you were saying you're on NACL, then you're on LPL, and then you're on NACL, or NACL into LPL.
Ooh, all right. Hold on. We got an update. Same, but different is how I'm reading the message right now, which is EDG Perugia reported an in-game issue, which is currently being addressed by relevant personnel. Please wait a moment. Match will begin once the player has completed the necessary adjustments. Sounds like a tech issue, maybe? That's how I'm reading it.
See, but that doesn't help my narrative that Perugia just reported the in-game visual issue of his AD carry flashing for 0 reason.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the necessary adjustment, is he gets a couple free, you know, to the leave, you know, chair next to him. Wake him up a little bit, splash some water in his face.
Look in, bro. We need our series win of the split. Please.
I mean, I saw the message from you, like, leave, lock in. You were trying to get back in.
Dude, I was in the green room with K-Man, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, my internet's back. Whenever they see the message that I'm ready to swap back in, and then as soon as that happens, leave just flashes for 0. And look at that. We're back into game. Bless everything in the world. Bless you, Cubby. Bless Shivam for potentially going on another super, super long night of the LPL. And I love you guys. Let's have a good show.
Let's get the games back started. All right, if you guys weren't around before the pause, this was a quiet game state so far. We saw JJ be able to take a few things away from Junja in the jungle early on. And comp-wise, we do think it's important that JDG starts to get the party going. Because this is a comp where Akali and R, really strong early spikes. Late game, not so much, especially going up against Ambessa Rise and that Lucian Milio too, is Enchantress going to help in scaling at EDG. So I like EDG's comp. I do think the onus is on JDG to make plays early or else they will get outscaled. And at the moment, first Dragon was secured by Vi, but that's really all the action we've had so far. And I hate to say it, I lost the grub count. I think it's 2-1 in favor of EDG. But we're going to have to wait for quests to complete to get that one back. You can quiz me on that one, Rafa.
We'll find out when the time gives us. Speaking of dragons, we got the second one spawning in about 55 seconds. So if JDG want to go for that very fast mid-game style that their composition is suited to excel at this game, then they have to make sure that this second dragon goes off without a hitch. However, EDG is already in the area on the bottom side trying to set up some counter vision, but look at the deep vision that has already been established in that bottom side red quadrant. So this gives EDG already a lot of info on where JJ is and how EDG might want to actually try and make that approach.
It looks like they might be swapping out. You can see Milio making their way up towards the top side. Leave going to complete the base, not working towards that bot lane. So I know via Akali guaranteed plays early with cease and assist into the Akali combo. With hopefully, I mean, the big reason is that you want to connect your E on the cease and assist, as that is the big damage tool for Akali. She needs to find the executes. Might be enough power early on that EDG just kind of opt out of it. And frankly, based on what we went over in the pre-show, Rafa, this is a bit of an upgrade for EDG. This is a drag. Like, we like the scaling. We went over a replay where we liked the scaling of that comp, and they forced a dragon that they didn't have the setup for and wasn't there. I think getting this and trying to take resources elsewhere is something that could pay off for EDG moving forward.
Yeah, they forced the swap out of JDG's top and bot lane respectively. Just trying to catch Vampire and Gala on their way to absorb the wave. Cataclysm right onto the Azaya, but a flop from Vampire allows Gala to reposition the feathers and threatens leave. Breath of Life used to cleanse the quickness as well. Teleports coming in from multiple members, but all that fizzles out, and we still have yet to find first blood in this game 1.
They're going to stop the wave from hitting the turret because they want to avoid the dive, but they're still going.
Execution, right without Vampire. JDG collects first blood for ZDZ's Mbessa, and Hongq tries to find a miracle in the middle of all 5 members there, but look at what JDG gets on the rest of the map.
Gnar gets gold, Junja gets gold, but frankly, I think given what EDG invested, important they were able to get something there. ZDZ is probably going to get a plate in the back half too as he gets this wave in. So, TP for Bulldog to catch. He completed the Roa. I think overall, I will take what EDG got. It's not exactly a gold lead, but this was kind of a handshake of plays, an exchange of tools where we're talking about how strong the Via Kali is right now. EDG were opting out of not fighting for that dragon that they set up. They did manage to make a play elsewhere. I think the JDG's response was fine because they bought enough time to, kind of match the resources they're losing up here. Really nice turn here from Vampire and Gala. I think the ult from Perukia also very well timed to make sure that Leave wasn't stuck, wasn't taking power shots from that root that did connect. As just barely able to connect the public execution and help get the party started. Again, JDG trying to hold the wave, not able to do so successfully, and just allow EDG to get something.
Promising start for EDG. Because like you said, it's not a gold advantage winning play for EDG, but if they're able to keep the game somewhat even and not super out of control for JDG and find their windows to just make positive plays on the map, they will scale. And as long as JDG aren't blowing the map wide open, then it's good for EDG. However, Junja now wants to make some corrections. Vault Breaker flash into the cease and desist. Quickness to charm up, and the kill doesn't get gifted over to Hongq, but at least Junja will be able to take this lead further.
Yeah, that looks pretty unplayable for ZDZ. As did not flash out. Junja got the party started with the Q flash there. And once the chain started, it wasn't ending. So ZDZ falls. Does get the Eclipse in the base, but for JDG, again, that's the kind of play that we need to see them make. Good to see Junja and Vampire sync up, as I know that we like how this team moves with mid-jungle better than jungle support. That's a positive. See if they can continue to hopefully turn this into more. I mean, ZDZ going down there, obviously not ideal, but the fact that he didn't burn Flash, that I think is okay for the scenario. He was very dead in that scenario.
Yeah. Still being able to maintain that summoner spell for another scenario in the past. First break does go the way of JDG. Rift Herald spawning in the next few seconds, whereas the third dragon of the game is going to be up in about 145. Right now we have EDG members starting to corral around the top side, but there's vision on this top side river, so JDG knows that the objective has started.
Would be no Vi ult, no Recon ult if this was taken now, but Xiaoxu just hit Mega. He's TPing in behind EDG. This is not spotted.
He's got a good flank area. Hongq trying to grab their attention right now. Xiaoxu now spotted, looking for the Mega Gnar flash. On the 3, beautiful, and that Breath of Life ain't saving anyone anytime soon. Instant double kill for Hongq's Akali, and the rest of EDG scattered to the winds.
Junja was just taking those top side camps while JJ was taking the bot side camps of JDG. That leftover ward, that gave Xiaoxu such a great angle to TP into, and man, the response for EDG, they could not escape the clutches of the collapse from JDG thanks to that angle from the top laner.
And that allows JDG to now skyrocket to nearly 3K. Let's watch this again.
I mean, not really much else to say. Like, their escape is top. They don't have a turret, and Xiaoxu pushes them way up in the river. The fact that JJ gets out, I think, is honestly a bit of a positive for EDG, but there's no chance of winning that fight as the setup a little bit too good there from JDG. It's 20 seconds away from this dragon. Xiaoxu about to go Mega again, so won't have that for the dragon spawn. We'll see if that is enough for JDG to stall out this take on the dragon, while EDG, they don't want to let the soul point go over for free.
Xiaoxu signing out on Mega Gnar here, so he will be mini for the start of this objective leash. The JDG are going to pull it regardless. Jeja trying to work with Leave and Perukia. There's no flash on this solution. Pretty hard to dodge and get out of a JDG combo if they decide he is the target they want to engage upon, but can't see if the dragon is still being tethered. Looks like Junja's going to drop it now.
Couple wards behind JDG for a potential ZDZ flank. I think this is a scary dragon to contest. Just lost a fight. A lot of tools are up, but this is going to be a DTP.
Oh boy. Vampire immediately greets ZDZ with a grand entrance. Xiaoshu already mega form, but he whips the ultimate. That's a big tool to not have anymore for JDG. And already they're not liking their chances anymore now that Xiaoshu is timing out on the Mega Gnar.
Hongq ulted. Missed opportunity there for JDG. Xiaoshu not able to find the engage. Hongq's ult's down now as well. The big engage tool is still there. Cease and desist and quickness both available, but more tools for the side of EDG. Might be enough for JDG to get this one away.
Where's this Rift Herald going to go? Hongq in trouble. Able to dodge on.
Ooh, looks like ZDZ at least able to help create space. Dragon goes down.
Rift Herald. Jit's back in. Realm War brings in the majority of EDG, and they're able to turn it up on its head. 2 members dropped on the side of JDG. No one goes down, and EDG even secured the 3rd dragon of the game.
That was a really big fight from ZDZ. Public execution connected. He got in the middle of everyone and did a lot of work on Ambessa. Meanwhile, EDG, they did bring this Rift Herald down bot as we get a replay here. Again, a little bit of a funky split fight. Leave and Perukia, they force out Hongq, but wasn't super high value. That said, I think ZDZ getting involved here was really clutch. That ult from Gala, nice buffer by JJ with that Cataclysm, kind of got him out of danger and still got a lockdown on someone. And then Hongq just already missing the ult. Not super valuable in this scenario. So EDG able to band together. That's a big win. They get a dragon. They cut into the lead. And this is the backdrop of a comp that we prefer the scaling of as well.
2 items already on Leaves Lucian with the Essence Reaver and the Hex Optics. Not gonna lie, I'm not familiar with Lucian builds these days because that is not one that
we don't usually
I've
see
seen.
Hex Optics. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different one. Normally used to the Flicker Blades or even the... Sometimes you see, what, a Rapid Fire Cannon? Or IE if you're super pumped up on damage. But JDG gonna do the best they can to stabilize the map. They're still ahead in gold, but as you pointed out, EDG, they're totally comfortable if the gold lead does not skyrocket out of their grasp before they come online with the rest of their scaling powers in their composition here.
I mean, Bulldog's already pretty much online. He's got Seraphs and Roa, only a couple stacks left till it evolves. ZDZ at 2 items is ahead of the Gnar now. Was a big benefactor off that last fight, so... Yeah, I think this is the case where from here on out, just the way that EDG can play this comp, and honestly, the straightforward ability of it, as long as, for me, Ryze isn't the immediate target, I just think that what he's going to provide with the damage against the melees and that empowered Rune Prison to help set up for hopefully ZDZ or Leave too. I think as long as Bulldog's not that initial target, should be a pretty happy fight for EDG. I have a little bit more faith in Leave getting out, just knowing that he's going to have Milio attached at his hip and more mobility in his kit than Bulldog, who I feel like should probably be the target for JDG.
Definitely a more durable opponent and one that can still pump out considerable amount of damage compared to the Lucian, who should just be more of an afterthought once they do jump on him. I'm with you there. 2 minutes and 15 before 4th dragon does spawn on the Rift here. JDG still ahead in gold, but not necessarily looking like they are confident with their momentum, as it is EDG starting to push the vision line further into the bottom side of the jungle.
Again, I feel like EDG deserves some credit here. A lot of the tape that we went through early on, Rafa, didn't like the objective setups. I feel like the last 2 dragons they played around, like the option to give and then the long fight, but that was really good.
We're engaging. Right on the Vampire. He flashes away from the quickness, but he goes in with the grand entrance. 2-man knockup on the Bulldog, but no one can follow up from JDG. Junja decides, I want a ball. Cease and desist onto the Jarvan. They can pop the jungler. Can they follow up on the rest of the play now? Hongq into the backline while Xiaoshu deals with ZDZ and catches the public execution attack. ZDZ now on the wrong side of the fight as Gala just shreds him to bits with the feathers. And now JDG are able to bail out their mid laner thanks to a last-minute flash over the wall. EDG lose out on 3.
I mean, Hongq just took care of the opponent's bot lane by himself. Was a really nice Akali mechanic in there, too. He shuriken backflipped into the wall, which takes away the animation when you don't go through the wall. So was able to actually find Leave on the execute. Was really well played. As keep your eyes on Honkyu. We're going to take a second look. I feel like JJ goes in here just to kind of exchange the buffer. That's actually a positive trade. Just loses the flash right away. But keep your eyes on Honkyu here. As this entrance into the fight, another control ward drop kind of allows for him to sneak in here. Yeah, finds the Jarvan. That's one. But watch this E he finds onto leave. Goes up against the wall. Oh, okay. It wasn't exactly the one against the wall. I thought he buffed it against the wall, but still able to find leave with the E between him and Perukia. That was the difference maker. Makes sure that Lucian went down. And it gave Gala a really easy fight on the back half, given all the chaos that Honkyu was able to create, and the fact that JJ was taken off the board immediately.
I think it is imperative that Bulldog is hugging leave in these fights as soon as Akali goes into the back line, because they need
the
an empowered room prison.
Yeah,
they need the room prison. Otherwise, Akali just gets to do whatever she wants. Dragon spawned. JDG. This would be their third dragon if they can secure it. JJ walking into the river now. They're on top of a control ward, but JJ's going to face check into Vampire, who immediately gets knocked up, and the cease and desist right on through. JJ is gone, and now here comes Honkyu and the rest of JDG to sweep through the backline. Leave dies yet again. Public execution sidestep by Honkyu as Xiaoshu comes in, throws EDG up against the wall, and says "Gnar" all over them. EDG lose 3 yet again, and suddenly this game looks very JDG favored.
I mean, JJ just kind of walked in there and died. There was a lack of button usage on maybe a flag to check a brush or ult to get out. He was knocked up pretty early, but yeah, I mean, this is... I like the position that EDG was in before the last 2 fights. Now things got pretty ugly pretty fast, and Bulldog might fall himself too.
Well, Realm Warp does bail him out of there, since there's no CC left on JDG's side, but this does not look good for EDG, and when we take a look back, I'm getting flashbacks to the EDG TES series where JJ just walks in and just kind of dies.
I think he's saving the flag. Like, he could have flagged the pit, he could have flagged the brush. He doesn't flag either. He walks in, goes down. And yeah, Honkyu, goodbye Lucian. As he got some gold from the last fight, put it to good use already, and that was really well played against CVC. Taking the Shuriken backflip back to the Shroud. Finds the back half of the kill, and Honkyu's gotten very fed all of a sudden on this Akali. And JDG about to take a lot of standing gold off the board. They haven't knocked down the mid-outer turret yet. They haven't touched any of the inners, and with Baron up, gotta believe they're gonna get a lot of both.
Goodbye, leave. Yeah, the rest of the EDG say sayonara to their AD carry, knowing that he is completely dead.
Back to the pre-show, Rafa. Was Leave too far up there? The answer was yes. That was Leave's fault.
Oh, it's a cycle, Matt. We return to the same prompt at the beginning of the series.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
You mentioned prompts, and now all I think about is what is the AI going to vote for Pog?
Oh,
we've been trying. It's gotten a little bit better.
What is the name of it? It's like Little Pocket.
Don't care. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have a name.
You know what? Respect.
The explanations have been special. I have appreciated it because I feel like I have more job security when I get to read the explanations.
You feel confident. It's like, if this is what I'm competing against, I'm okay.
The AI has not yet discovered tempo. Please do not feed it mountains of LS content throughout the years.
We'll see if EDG can regain some tempo in this game, as they are now down around 7,000 gold. JDG are on Soul Point. They can claim their Cloud Soul in 2.5 minutes from now. The rest of JDG are just corralling on the top side, looking for the immediate snap engage. Jedge's the target. Bulldog could be the next on the menu. He's able to walk out just fine, as the turret was starting to ramp up a little too much for Junja's comfort, but they're just using their Baron, and they are sweeping away at all the outer turrets.
Press the Vampire, 3,000 total assists, not bad for his young career. In 3 years, well done here in the LPL. Really feel like EDG weren't able to... I think in hindsight, we didn't really see them get pushed in a side lane. I think it's a little bit difficult against the Gnar, but might have been able to help them find a better setup against JDG. I know we like the 2 dragons they played before that 4th dragon spawned for JDG, but really fought an uphill battle in that pit, and it feels like Hongq has the jump on good targets at the start of the majority of these fights, and it kind of tells me that the setup in terms of maybe getting a push for a lane, getting a member there early, getting vision in the areas needed against JDG. They have had full control over that banana brush for the last couple of dragons. That did really help Hongq get in for the 1, and Hongq has kind of been all over EDG in these fights.
I'm taking a look back at when Akali was picked in the draft, because this was a really nice angle to identify that outside of Ryze, on 4/5, yeah. So JDG identifying a nice window where you look at the first 3 champions, Jarvan, Lucian, Emilio. How do you reliably lock something like an Akali down? Especially when she has access to Shroud and all her mobility. And so obviously the Ryze comes in, and that is your one tool. But not even Mbessa can reliably lock her down unless she just gets super lucky with the public execution, or if she's turbo fed and she can just slice through her in the Shroud. But obviously, neither of those 2 conditions are at play.
That was aggressive from Leave.
Opens up with the pulling. JJ right onto Junja's face at the moment. Takes a lot of damage, but still going to be alive for now. And he's got a GA in case things got a little scrappy there. Wants to look for the recall. Is Cloud Soul alive at the moment? And Junja would love to get a recall in before EDG start up the Dragon. However, that might not be the case.
Yeah, that's a really high-value chunk. The camps aren't up for Junja to try and heal up. He's got 1 fruit, but actually got EDG control over this banana brush. Hongq does have the angle.
Bulldog's marking him, though. He is hugging Leave right now. 4,600 HP on the Dragon. 3K on the Dragon. The heat immediately opens up on the Hongq, pops the exhaust. Meanwhile, on the front line, Vampires are to stall with the quickness in the grand entrance. Junja and JJ are battling, but JJ's the first one to drop. Bulldog is going to be the next one, and now Hongq might be low enough to die to Leave. He flashes the Shuriken Strike. It's beautiful, but they still lost the soul fight. JDG now have the Cloud Dragon's might on their side. Leave is finally persisted through and isolated, and the rest of JDG can march this one in through the bot side of the map.
And you know what? We saw that Ryze Mbessa combo, but it was onto Gnar. And then Hongq was able to run rampant in the backline again, because they were focused on the wrong side of the fight and not healing Leave and Perukia, who did not get the help that they needed to deal with this very big Akali in this game, as JDG looking to wrap up game 1.
Perukia trying to do his best to corral the minion wave and drag it away from the turrets. Jeje has respawned. He's got homies coming up in about 5 seconds, but Jeje's not durable enough to defend the turrets from falling. Bulldog throws on the portal or the realm warp, just trying to get his allies back out on there sooner, but JDG are strong enough that they can just waste away EDG member one after another. ZDZ doing his best for a Hail Mary, finds a public execution, and it's all to delay the inevitable triple kill into the pockets of Gala, and the first game of the series goes to JDG.
Stats padded, as, you know, there was a rule put in the NBA this year, Rafa, that if you had a last-second heave, they wouldn't count that against your field goal percentage for the year. So it would be like a team field goal and not a personal field goal. Because, you know, you're opting in a low percentage shot, which, of course, you have to eat the stat for, but he's just in that game. I'd like to propose, if you have over a 10K gold lead, less than 35 minutes into the game, and you go for Nexus hunting, maybe we remove those stats from the game, as I don't think that those kills were needed at the end for actually finishing off the Nexus, but it was needed for the mental and for the extra LPL action that we have, you know?
For sure. And I think that brings up a good point, Matt, because whenever we look back in history and we look at game scores and we look at a player's KDA or their DPM, it might be inflated if you didn't look and watch the tape and see that if a majority of those numbers get spiked up during the last couple minutes of the game when the game is already decidedly won for your side. So we should bring this up to Riot. 100%.
They're not going to do anything about it. It's too nitpicky, but you know what? They got to pad the stats a little bit. As JDG find a good win, and honestly, going back through the tape of some of this game,
That's what I'm trying
it's
to say.
reasonable. It is reasonable from me. I'm going to write off the fact that Riot's can do anything about this. Pog, for you, any reason it's not HonkQ?
No.
Yeah, no. I think the AI is going to get this one right, too.
Like, honorable mentions could be maybe Vampire. I think Vampire did a really good job of, like, fishing for abilities and being able to bait out cooldowns, right? But, yeah, HonkQ, 1v9 a lot of backline scenarios. Yeah.
Because you're not doing damage in lane as a Kali. Yeah, I think it's going to be a HonkQ highlight reel. This was really big from Xiaoshu. As this Gnar coming in, this is what got the party going, really, for JDG. And, again, I feel like EDG, they played a bit better at times in this game, but then other times, like JJ just walking into that dragon without using any abilities, that frustrated me. That was rather disrespectful, got punished, and it just makes the rest of the game hard for EDG. I think, again, we very often see small mistakes from this team, and the good teams in the LPL turn those into big mistakes. And that definitely felt this way again. I mean, HonkQ just destroyed this fight. That E was a little goofy. I still think he might have done the mechanic into the wall, but I honestly can't tell. It was pretty nice either way.
Yeah, the visual doesn't clarify what really happened. But what I do want to go back on, there's two moments. One is EDG actually finding the third dragon of that game, and they never had a gold lead, but it was within clawing. Yeah, it was in clawing distance. And if EDG are a better team, they're able to identify whether that fourth dragon fight that they play out, either if the setup is bad and they should just go play side lanes like you suggested, or if they take the extra diligence to set up all their vision control in advance and then try and play around this Akali more proactively. Try and force out her ultimate or try and hunt for her before the lead up to the dragon fight so that Leave has a better time in being able to navigate in these backline scenarios.
Maybe. We saw like in that final fight, like they tried to engage on the Gnar and they just completely abandoned the backline to HonkQ, who was fed that game, ran rampant, and is probably our expected Pog for this game one, Rafa. So again, I feel like EDG did show a few moments where things look a bit better, and I would expect that early on, just because JJ coming in, like, it was pretty clear that it was a rough day one. The communication should just work itself out as time goes on a little bit with this team, but to see JJ kind of be at the helm of some of those issues too, it's kind of rubbed me the wrong way what happened with Weibo. Just like the report that came out, it's like, the Way Bros are no bros anymore. They're done with each other. And it feels kind of weird. Like, I'm curious to see how those members do when they go elsewhere. Because if JJ doesn't start playing well or playing better, I don't know. Just when one team ends that way and then you go into the next team and like things aren't sharper, you might have been part of the problem. Okay.
HonkQ got robbed, bro.
It wasn't bad. But
I like Junja had a good game. But I'm genuinely curious why
HonkQ was the one doing the boom boom damage. Maybe it wasn't as big of a lane gap as what they were hoping for, because it's not like Bulldog was super far ahead, but HonkQ was hands down the most impactful player in those fights.
The only reason I can think of is that they're saying, okay, you know what? Junja had really proactive dragon control and setup.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at least we have some people that said that HonkQ deserved it, but
I'm gonna blame the AI.
Checks out with me. I love that. I love that. And for everyone else, if you would like to help us so that we don't eventually lose our jobs to AI, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member, because Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for unique on-site interviews. More JDG and EDG action after this break. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for game number 2 between JDG and EDG. JDG lead the series right now. That game 1, it looked close, and then suddenly, well, it wasn't, Matt. We saw some...
Yeah.
How do you want to explain it?
I want to explain it like... I have a lot of confidence now that JDG is going to likely 2-0 the series based on that game 1. I feel like EDG's game state and chance to win was really good in that game. Like, we're looking at the game after the second or third dragon, like, you know what? Keeping things close. We like the scaling with the Ryze, the Lucian, the Emilio, and the Ambessa. And then just really didn't diagnose what they needed to do in those team fights as they kind of ignored the Akali, kind of like our POG voters here in the LPL. And that Akali run rampant in the backline. And Honkyu ran rampant with that game. So, solid game 1 for JDG. They needed to cash in with, I think, a comp that lended more towards the early game and strength. They did that, just that.
I just want a note to whoever does the entries on Liquidpedia or Fandom. When you put in that the official broadcast put Junja, put a side note that it says this is Honkyu Akali Erasure.
The unofficial LPL broadcast says Honkyu.
Correct. Yeah, Honkyu should have gotten the POG. 100%. But going into this game 2, there's still plenty of power picks that could create a different looking game, not just in what kind of draft we're getting, but also where the focus of the map is going to be for both teams. Because, quite frankly, Matt, obviously this meta has been quite exciting or revolting, depending on who you ask in the space. And I, for one, definitely love the diversity and the chaos that roaming supports and mage bots brings us, but we didn't get any of that. We got a very standard, traditional draft from both of these teams in our game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually kind of nice not seeing mages. I think JDG was very happy about that too, as again, I feel like this is a team that hasn't adapted as well to the meta, as you ran a graphic before broadcast started today. Rafa did some homework. It's the slowest start they've had as an organization since 2022, or since before then. So we didn't dig deeper than that, but for JDG, it was took the longest for them to get to 2 wins.
However, I can pull it up because I dug all the way until 2018, and even until 2018, their starts weren't nearly as rough as it was this split. I think the closest one was 2019 in Summer Split when Kanavi first joined the JDG lineup. It took them 5 matches to get to 2 series wins, and they ended 10th overall in the split with a series score of 6-9.
Well, I don't think that we're going to see a JD Gaming that falls that far in the standings this time around. But,
yeah.
You know, we'll see. We're trying to move to 3 and 4 to wrap up our first round robin. Looks like we're ready for game 2 draft, Rafa. And frankly, I am one where I appreciate the flexibility of the meta a bit and think that both teams could use it to their advantage in this game too.
Let's see how things kick off now for draft numero 2. And already some jungle attention with our bans. This time, the Lee Sin and the Nocturne trade of bans across both sides, Jace and Cassiopeia. By the way, Matt, I don't know what the stats are for Cassiopeia this split, but I remember at some point during the end of Split 3, Cassiopeia was the most banned champion against JDG. This is after the Deathfire touch changes, and I'm assuming that supposedly Honkyu might have one of the scariest Cassiopeias in the league.
Well, it's 18-6 across the league when it does make it to the Rift, so not surprised to see a high ban presence. My eyes go towards, right now, Ezreal. Is that taken away here by EDG? Both Ezreal and Ziggs are up, so it could be a handshake that we end up seeing this game. That has been a common one. But Poppy also very high presence. Does slip through the first phase of ban, so could see a Poppy emerge. As both Camille and Poppy are available, likely to not see a blind Camille with Poppy and Shen up as options. It leads more credence to a potential Ezreal or Ziggs here for JDG.
Yeah, I think that's what JDG are deciding. Do they want to grab the Ezreal, or do they want to grab the Poppy? That would deny a lot of the more OP roaming supports. That would be a great pairing alongside that Ezreal. So the choice comes down to them, unless there's something else on the top side that they would rather take instead. Rumble. Interesting.
Something else on the top side, indeed. All right. Xiaoxi gets his hands on the Rumble. Expect to see a response from ZDZ later on in draft, but that a lot of priority picks up. I mean, Poppy, Naafiri, Ezreal, Ziggs, champions that have had a really high presence so far in the LPL that are up and available for this game. So EDG, going to look at Ezreal, say yes, please, for leave. Going to be locked in.
Maybe EDG thinks about a jungle pick that they can take at this point. Save their support for 3. Because if you pick Poppy and then JDG picks something like Bard, you're not getting as much value as you normally would with the Poppy deflecting something like a...
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to wait for the Camille to show before you go with something like the Poppy. Oh, they go for the Naafiri. So now JDG have the opportunity to look for something like Poppy if they want to help. That, for me, that is like the best answer into Naafiri. Whether you play it in jungle or support, doesn't matter. Still a great answer.
Ezreal going to definitely dissuade the Poppy from being support. But yeah, I think it's an option for Junjo. Also, Pantheon up and available on the board, if that's something that JDG wants to look towards. But
sure.
I mean, Gala, outside the Ziggs, we haven't really seen Gala play a ton of mages for JDG, and curious to see him go for the Corki into the Ezreal here. Prioritizing non-mages and trying to keep this game standard again for JDG.
I think JDG are really contemplating whether they lock in Poppy right now, because if they don't, you could go for Camille, potentially, and then ban out the Poppy later. But Nautilus comes in instead as the support choice for Vampire, which is... it's a fine answer into Camille. If you play it right, you can absorb her hook shot with your dredge line, right? But...
I don't think we're going to see Camille. It's going to probably be something else for Perukia. I mean, I even think Rel has credence in this game with what's showing right now. It helps set up Naafiri a little bit, but instead Naafiri gonna get into the backline of JDG with the help of Shen. I lied. It ends up being the Rel. So just the answer to the Nautilus. And boring draft so far, Rafa. I feel like EDG bans Poppy out now, just with Rel and Naafiri showing. Jungle Poppy for Junja definitely should be a pick potentially in the cards.
Yeah. I think that then puts Junja looking at things like Xin Zhao next on the skirmishing lineup, maybe a Wukong, so that you can provide some AoE engage and disengage for a lot of these diving threats from EDG. Because right now, the way that you look at how this fight is going to break out, Rel sets it up, Naafiri tries to dive in, find that one reset, and JDG even taking the time to ban away what is a common pairing with the Naafiri, with the Annie in the mid lane. Outside of that, I know you were talking about not seeing enough Lissandra now that Imperial Mandate is a thing with the updated item description. Would be a nice pairing with the Naafiri too if Bulldog plays it.
Yone taken away. Is that a giveaway for what champion we might want to see for Bulldog? I think a little bit more biased towards maybe a Galio, if that's taken off the board. Would be nice for the Naafiri, as give at least him a little bit of follow-up as to what they want. Syndra taken away for Bulldog. Annie and Syndra taken away. Actually kind of curious what Honky wants in the mid lane. He's going to have to blind here. Maybe we end up seeing that TF that did end up on our ban list from the last game, and something that Honky has a lot of bias towards.
Has a Rumble to play towards on the top side. However, depending on what ZDZ picks, could be much more difficult to find those collapses and side lane roams. Ends up being the Cassante, so just a tank and another frontline member for EDG.
No surprise here seeing Cassante in a Rumble. JDG opportunity for them to grab more setup. I would not mind seeing something like a Pantheon here. I think Pantheon interacts pretty well with this game. Should be a front line that he can kind of play in. It gives a little bit more pressure to the Rumble. That said, Trundle. Zap the stats of a Cassante. That also could feel good as well for Junja. Definitely opens up the playbook a bit early. Can stymie Rel. So not the best matchup in the Naafiri, but I think opportunity for Junja to be creative with the pathing early on. And then we'll have nice options later on into that Cassante and Rel.
Okay. So JDG are just opting into a very standard, very, I don't want to say basic, but this is just like a traditional team fight composition. You've got really nice scaling with the Victor. Corki, obviously nice mid-game spike with the Trinity Force, but also has crit scaling as well into his kit. Rumble, great mid-game spike as well. And this Trundle, as you called out, is going to turn this Cassante into a paperweight. So we'll see how well JDG can actually play around to their team fighting strengths. Whereas this last lock-in from Bulldog, what ult values are going to get? Depth Charge, Subjugate 4.
I mean, Corky Rockets are nice, but that's pretty conditional. It's not the big team fight ultimate. I don't love this pick for EDG. I feel like this leads a lot of value over to the Corky and the Victor. Corky, I think, pretty happy in a pretty low-range game. Does a lot of damage if you end up getting a little bit too far up close, and Victor should be able to utilize the spacing tools that he gains as the game goes on pretty well and do a heavy melee composition for EDG. So for me, eyes on EDG early again, see if they can get the pace of this game going fast enough for them. I think that their comp's the one that gets outskilled if this goes late. And kind of wondering if EDG is able to get there.
Definitely cool to see both of the teams flip-flop their composition identities. JDG were the faster comp that needed to get the lead in game 1. Now that they get to take their time and demonstrate their ability in slowing and stabilizing the game so that EDG are not able to just explode the first 15 minutes into a snowball.
Well, Rafa, we got the Gyos coming in here soon, but hoping to see better luck from EDG here in game 2.
全军出击！
I cannot express how happy it makes my heart to hear Mr. Jindong back cheering for his team. I think, you know, this might be a controversial theory, but he was not at a majority of the matches, if I remember correctly. At least I remember there's 2 that he wasn't cheering for the team or present. And JDG didn't look good in those series. So you know what? JDG, this is one of their cleaner games that they've played out so far in Split 3. I think Mr. Jindong himself is a buff, and he's needed at every game from here on out.
You gotta impress the owners, you know? It's Mark Cuban logic. Comes to the games. It adds a little bit of healthy pressure to the players. But it is fun to see him round up the fan base for his team.
Dude, he's just got such an awesome voice, man. I love it.
I'm not familiar. I'm gonna have to check it out. We stopped the voice.
You need to watch more JDG series, man. He's been around for all year, and definitely parts of last year, if I'm not mistaken. There's just no one else that can go, like, just aura. As first 2 minutes of the game have already eclipsed. Nothing too out of the ordinary has occurred so far. Both the junglers are pathing towards the bottom side of the map. They did get vision onto Junja's Raptors, so JDG has information on Junja's whereabouts, and TDZ is going to start proxying.
Both junglers on the bot side. Feels comfy enough to do this. Junja, nice use of pillar. Aggro this camp early. Does burn smite now. Tells me he's going to head towards that top crab and avoid any potential fight with the Fury early on. That does have a good matchup into the Trundle.
Oh boy.
Calculated enough.
So
kind of curious if Longq could skip out on an auto there to hit that creep and maybe get 4. There's one mage creep there. Might have been enough, you know, second point knee. Not the case though. Bulldog sneaks out, TP's back. Junja gonna take care of that top grab.
Yeah. So a reminder, Bulldog opted into this matchup with the Sylas. I hope they're able to show some investment paying off onto it actually getting mileage later
Yeah,
on.
they need
maybe
to walk
he's
to
able
the lane for sure. That's going to help. As Vampire thought they
Well,
base.
there's 2 plays happening at once. JDG's ganking bot, but Junja's ganking mid. Bulldog under fire. He gets flashed on with the chomp and the slow from Junja. Bulldog already burning the flash. That should be first blood going over to Honkyu. And JDG's gank completely fizzles out, only getting the flash out of Vampire.
Well played, JDG. I know that I think you were kind of setting up for the hope of EDG to actually visit the lane with the Silas, because the fact that he did opt into this matchup, you definitely need jungle help if you actually want to beat the Victor. You don't beat him in the 1v1. And it's jungle help coming to the Victor lane first as... Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I would have sat on flash.
Oh my goodness.
You were dead as hell. Bulldog, once you saw Toronto land into that lane, he goes down. Honkyu doesn't have to use flash. Junja picks up the kill, and Vampire going to help him fix this wave. And happy camper in the mid lane here for JDG, as Honkyu may be looking for that pog that he deserved from game 1.
I'm going to quote our good friend Super K-Man Rocks. Hang on. Perukia goes for the Q flash, but he can't get the crash down. Vampire, great cancel with the auto attack.
Yeah, caught the W with the Q. Able to get Honkyu out of there, and Honkyu doesn't have to burn flash again. Super K-Man Rocks. What's the quote you're looking for, Rafa?
Oh, so if you don't know, one of our awesome LPL casters does a lot of his own content and has been doing content before he joined us on LPL English.
Yeah.
And he does weekly, basically power rankings and reviews and kind of summaries of like what has happened in the LPL. And I always love when he goes over EDG because he's always contemplating, is Bulldog the worst player in the LPL? Because it's up there. And I know it's harsh to just come right out the gate of game 2 and say, yep, this guy sucks, but it is just so sad if you're going to have this counter pick and you're not playing to his lane, because now he is behind. And Honkyu, who already should have been our deserved player of the game from game 1, is ahead in the game. Now EDG, bot lane might be in trouble. JJ at least answering the gank from Junja, and will allow Perukia and Leave to get out alive.
Nice hover there. Necessary, as I think if JJ's not there, that bot lane's in trouble again, especially Perukia, who was down a flash. But so what you're saying is that Bulldog is to K-Man what Haichao was to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I know exactly what you mean.
Yep.
Yep.
But see, that is where you have the hope that he's going to surprise you. And Haichao did give us those surprises when you least expected it.
My real frustration with Haichao is that he would like lead his lane in laning stats and then just be invisible. Like, there were positives for Haichao, you know? It's just that if you consistently bring a 300 to 400 gold lead at 15, which is significant in pro, 2 fights and then do nothing, those leads don't matter.
Gotta be able to leverage it in a significant manner. So far, neither jungler has gone for the first dragon of the game. It's just been a lot of heavy trading and movement from not only the bot lane, but also junglers being able to check in on both mid and bot lane, respectively.
I feel like that's enough HP that's been taken away from EDG that it might be a look coming in. Vampire tried to sidestep the ult from Leave. Is now both bot lanes, though. Vampire taking a tower shot that he didn't want to take. Kind of thought there'd be a world where we could see Trundle cheat over. Skip over a camp to maybe hit that dragon, but I think Crab being down and now both bot lanes being low, gonna be enough to potentially set our team's focus on the grubs that are now entering the map.
Yeah. Window has been missed for a very, very proactive early first dragon of the game, but I think both junglers, more so JDG, content with what they were able to get done in the first 8 minutes of the game. Already, Honkyu dominating this mid lane and leading a majority of the gold advantage off of the visit from Junja.
Vampire
and his natural lane prowess. That's going to abduct lands, but Vampire absorbs the engage. Once again, depth charge, not even needed for the kill on the Bulldog. It's going to be used on the JJ, and he's going to dodge it with the call of the pack. JDG own this rift.
That Bulldog got put down. That's the only contribution I have.
That's tough, man.
I've got a very good friend who's a diehard Alabama fan. I think that he's hoping that the Georgia Bulldogs kind of look like this as the college football season starts soon. We had football to get played today. It was preseason.
I was curious where you were going with that,
Yeah.
but
Carson Beck went off after being memed on in college football as Sid the Sloth. And also there was a great clip of his ex-girlfriend, who is kind of famous because she got NIL money, saying that he has no friends, he's a loser, which is kind of a tough way to go out.
that is tough. And you
Speaking
know
of
what's
tough
also
ways
another
to go
tough way
out.
to go out? Yep. We both
Great
are
hook
on the
from
same
Vampire.
wavelength.
Great
I mean,
hook from
Vampire
Vampire.
has been great in this second game.
You know, even that depth charge, it looks like it was a wasted flash, but he's trying to get the depth charge animation to come out before a W from the Fury can come out. Could have been Chan with the
Correct.
auto there. So I think Aragon sitting over there in his co-stream with the Vampire jersey, probably a happy camper today. It's been a more traditional look for JDG.
I mean, his
been a
goat is
good look
playing
for
well
JDG.
this series. Yeah,
It is.
no.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is, yeah,
we talked about how before we saw the Junja Pog that we were thinking if it's not Honkyu for game one, who gets it? And we mentioned Vampire. We thought that his Recon gameplay was quite good. And when Alk was still casting and you guys were talking about how I thought it was really funny that the Camille might have skewed Vampire's growth and put him on a lot of the bad habits from before. Hang on. Bulldog might be in trouble. Getting forced off this tier 1. Tier 2
Jesus.
interrupted. Forced to flash away. Wow, that is horrendous. And the burn, barely not enough between the Deathfire Touch and the
Subjugate.
Blackfire Torch, but it was
yeah,
close.
Subjugate. That was close. Subjugate was on him from Junja. Almost got the bleed.
All out from
Meanwhile,
ZDZ?
Xiaoshu's
Yeah.
not messing around with that. He's just going to burn the flash. He knows that his jungler just showed mid. I think that's kind of a smart read from him just to get out. And ZDZ getting low enough now where
He's trying to tease it. He's trying to bait this one out. Equalizer comes out now. JJ, they can force the dive. JJ has to tank up the turret shots. Hound's Pursuit can drop it with Call of the Pack. They just need enough damage. Beautifully executed.
That's the Fury Gaming. Sadly, while that's a win on the top side, JDG, we're looking to zone EDG out of the bot side, able to get leave away from more creeps. As Gala's small lead, not nearly as big as this lead that Honkyu has in the mid lane, as Honkyu, you know, maybe he just didn't like the fact that Twitch chatter said that he looks like Zendaya. Maybe he saw that one.
I don't know. I take that as a compliment.
That's what I said. Yeah, I think it's confident no matter what. I mean, that is, yeah, that's a good-looking individual.
Yeah.
She's got going on. Good for her.
I mean, listen.
Honkyu also has it going on the Rift this game.
She and Tom Holland, awesome couple.
I wasn't even going to bring that up. I don't want to be too parasocial, but yeah, she's good at what she does.
You need to go watch Spider-Man Brand New Day, by the way.
You know, I know we had this conversation. There are some movies for me that are just streaming service movies. Because I want to feel like I get value out of my streaming service. Because I really don't use it a lot.
Yeah, it's
I
expensive.
fear because I want to go see Doomsday. It's like, I just don't want to get that thing spoiled. Like, I'm invested enough in Marvel to go to not get it spoiled.
Yeah.
I feel like that's my theater movie, and we got to save Spider-Man for streaming.
Well, Honkyu, can he get saved from this encounter? Not quite. The rest of EDG are able to dogpile on him fast enough. No one from JDG could bail him out. Shut down bounty goes into the pockets of Bulldog.
It's a good play from EDG. Just the concern we have, and why we're a wee bit off topic early on for this Rafa, is that everyone from EDG is low range. Honkyu is very fed. And even though he went down to a very cleanly executed play from Perukia, still took away half the health bars of 2 members after instantly dying just from dropping his R. And EDG is going to have to walk through that no matter what play they want this game, just given that they took a very heavy melee composition. And Honkyu on the Victor is going to be a very happy camper playing this game out.
Yeah. Not to mention that even after the shutdown, he's still ahead of Bulldog by 1.5K. Like,
yeah.
That's tough. Xiaoshu is going to get a revisit from JJ, but this time Xiaoshu kills the wave fast enough before JJ could get in position and initiate the dive. We've got second dragon of the game spawning in about 1 minute and 5 seconds. Bulldog under fire. Junja going to help Honkyu looking for the play, and oh boy, Bulldog is getting munched on.
No wave. He stole the subjugate and casted it second, which is valuable, by the way, and still got turned into paper mache.
That guy was weaker than balsa wood. Leave in trouble, but he makes it out alive. I was ready to add that to the clip list, Matt. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm still stuck on the fact that I haven't heard balsa wood since I was in middle school. Been making pine wood derby cars.
Dude, those were a blast. Those are fond memories. I did that in Cub Scouts though. But
yeah, we had that was Cub Scouts and then also a middle school class. We got to make trash talk videos actually about the race, and my car was fast, so I had someone partner up with me for like the second half of the class, and we sat in front of the camera for 30 seconds, and he broke a pencil on his forehead, and that was a trash talk video. We just sat still and said nothing. I mean, for a 12-year-old, pretty good production ideas and value. That's all I'll say.
That's so bizarre that it's awesome, especially if it's for a 12-year-old coming up with that.
Brian had a great sense of humor.
Shout out to Brian. I don't know who you are, but you sound cool. And right now, EDG are trying to see if they can play it cool into JDG for control of the second dragon of the game. Rift Herald is coming up in 5 seconds, so they can always shift away from this dragon pit instead if they want to look at a different objective while they are behind almost 3,000 gold collectively against JDG.
I don't feel like EDG gets to play in this river.
Junior gets stunned up, but immediately subjugates Barukia, and he gets exploded.
See, they can't even touch the river, and they still die. Now ZDZ is in the river, but TP coming in to respond.
Has approached. He's like, hey, there's no subjugate. I can potentially tank this one up.
Yeah. No.
Screw that. I'm going to flash over the wall.
Yep.
Hell no. This fight sucks.
He tried to bring Rumble with them, and Xiaoshu wasn't having it. So, attempt from EDG, uninspiring, as JDG going to pick up the dragon and keep on cruising in this game. And yeah, this is about the moment I said, I don't think they can get in this river. And Barukia just ends up being the victim of the combo. And yeah, I mean, ZDZ coming in.
Fast. My goodness.
I appreciate the fish from Vampire. I feel like hooking Nautilus is the one member you can hook. ZDZ and trying to drag Xiaoshu with him across the wall. Gonna have to flash out to get the TP for that. ZDZ will have his TP up first, so maybe something EDG can play off of that window. And gonna need to find a way to manufacture some numbers advantages, because it's not looking like a game where they're gonna get more. And especially with Victor having this many early kills, I think he's fully evolved. That's a very early fully evolved for Victor.
Terrifying for EDG to now have to fight up against Victor and the power of Arcane at his strongest. And he's not even on his second item yet. That's how fast it has come online. Oh no, leave!
That's
Flash away for what? Please! Please leave!
You know, I'm going to say something that I say about a lot of NACL players. I feel like this is an AD carry that would just operate better if we defaulted at not hitting the mid-wave as they touch each other.
That wave is not worth it, surely.
It's like James Wood and Family Guy, like, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. And it just... I can't believe that worked. Yeah,
Let's see how this happens. Okay, we got the replay in bottom. Well,
you know, we're Ezreal playing in front of the wave. That's Leaf's fault.
I'm just so disappointed. Well, Vampire getting engaged on by EDG. Can he walk this one out? He's got Protoplasm Harness, so he heals back on up. This is a 2v4, and they deflected it. Hongq is manhandling them with the power of the Arcane Storm. Leaving a 1v1 against Gala. He's got the power of Exhaust on his side, but Junja is ready to wrap around. They both flash side by side. Cinema for both of our AD carries. I know the LPL editor is going to have a field day with that one, as EDG does manage to actually find Hongq with the persistent dive and take their first tower of the game.
Oh, they got no grubs, and JDG's winning in 2 lanes. This Trundle takes mid. He's going to take the top side jungle, and Xiaoshu deletes 2 waves into the top lane turret. So the extended play for EDG, where they tried to create the numbers advantage, wasn't off a TP, ends up working out at the end. But yeah, Vampire's done a really nice job of marking the Rel this game. I think that's definitely something that he, like, when you play this matchup, you want to put yourself in between Rel and the rest of your team so you can catch those W's with the dredge line and neutralize. Okay, Hongq got a little bit greedy there. He doesn't need to go for that flash play. He did want to go for that flash play. That does give EDG over some much needed gold. Meanwhile, this is what had me laughing. Exhaust diff, you called it out. Both ADs taking exhaust. I do like the fact that we have ADs opted for exhaust with arm really high impact summoner spell. And I think it was the subjugate because the kill did go to Junja. But just a really funny look as both ADs did flash and die. Not exactly what you want to
Hongq does sidestep the crash down, throws down the gravity zone.
Oh no!
I don't think it's going to help him bail him out. Up's gun up duck does miss, but Bulldog still has enough damage with the hijacked Arcane Storm. And EDG finally are going to crack through another tier 1 turret on the top side, but JDG are going to break open the base.
These aren't tier 1 turrets that JDG is hitting in return. These are now tier 3 turrets. JDG is hitting in return, as they have the 5 turrets to the 2. Using their 3 grub advantage quite well. As Dredge Line connects, it might put him in trouble.
That was a nice buffer by ZDZ. Q3, as Vampire was coming in with the Dredge Line, punishes the Nautilus.
Oh!
Seems like scraps. Oh, okay.
I like it. You know what? I like it.
I
like it. Try something.
Screw it.
You gotta try something.
Yeah. Screw around and try to find out. What can you do? Jet and Bulldog.
This is a win.
They even use the Ezreal True Shot Barrage to cancel bases. This is
a win. This is a win. This is Black Cleaver working overtime on the Baron. I think Junja is a little bit aware of it now.
He has
that
suspicions.
Ezreal might have tipped him off.
Tingling.
Can they keep him out?
There, Junja. Steal this. 2,000 HP. Junja secures it. Oh, Junja cannot steal the Baron away from EDG. Can't even find Perukia as he finds the crash down over the wall. Back to safety. EDG find a hell of a heist.
This goofy game just got goofier. Hey, you know what? Great problem solving. I gotta say, from Bulldog and EDG, that was really creative from JJ and Bulldog to end up finding that Baron. Yeah. Much needed win, because that did come off the back of JDG hitting the tier 3 turrets early. They will get the dragon for themselves on the reset. So EDG not able to get that, but honestly, some free time for EDG to at least slow this game down, get some much needed gold in their pockets. That said, just don't feel like that is as impactful for them as it is for JDG. This is a game that I still believe Victor's going to run.
As long as he's not getting caught out on the side lane, I also agree. So JDG might be paying attention to that condition now and proactively force Hongq to group up with them on this next objective fight, which not going to happen for another 4 minutes, which is when our 4th dragon of the game will spawn and another rotation of the Baron will arrive against Summoner's Rift, as Hongq and Gala are helping absorb the wave that is empowered by the Baron buff, and this just allows EDG to stall out the game. But as you said, Matt, these are some cool moves that EDG are pulling unexpectedly, but we highlighted very concerningly that this is a composition that wanted to spike early in the game and have a gold lead over JDG because they get outscaled, and at that point has already been passed.
Yeah, this is just the Baron for stabilizing the game, closing the gold gap as a stolen equalizer does come in. Perukia pushes Vampire off, but no fight to follow after the turret. Again, EDG, if they want to fight, they have to successfully dogpile. I do think they need to create an angle or two for that, which is kind of difficult because they aren't going to be able to get push in these side lanes. So, see them return now with the Baron, but this is a Baron to fix things more so than to build up a lead, which was much needed for EDG. And Bulldog, well, equalizer, but okay.
Whoa! Xiaoshu just flashes on top of Bulldog, gets his flash. TP is coming in. Can they arrive quick enough? Junja is going to help ensure that Bulldog does not get any more value, but that's a massive Kingslayer heal. CDC tries to flash on in to close the distance, but it's not soon enough. Bulldog goes down, but now Junja could be the target. He's got a massive bounty on his head, but he's walking out alive. He's got the he healed off the so much of the tanky stats. EDG finally finds Xiaoshu, and they're continuing to play.
Oh.
Vampire's going to be the next one. Hunt's Pursuit allows JDG to sink his fangs into a member of JDG, and EDG will continue to find ways, clawing their way back into the game.
That late entrance, I think, from Hongq was kind of the difference, as it took a bit for the Victor to get here again. We're really setting up this Victor for being the big carry in this game, and instead of TPing, Hongq does elect to walk. I think early on, pretty just, because Xiaoshu wins out heavily on this trade into the Silas. He's got 2 levels. I think for me, Junja, I think he cast his Subjugate on the Bulldog to respond. I'm wondering if he could have saved that for ZDZ, because Bulldog did steal the Subjugate, used it, so Junja gets his stats back when he uses Subjugate again. It's just that ZDZ ended up being a big problem, and Xiaoshu was kind of a little bit too far up. Hongq was late to arrive. I don't think the pre-fight damage that I'm expecting to see out of Victor in different setups wasn't there. EDG finds a good play.
Junja engaging on the JJ, but uses the call of the pack and the Eviscerate to get out over the wall. Looks like Crab was secured for JDG's side. 4th Dragon coming up in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Feels like JDG is going to be first this objective again. As I will say, one thing that's kind of thrown me off of the LPL, for whatever reason, the tier items are to the right of the inventory instead of the left. This is an old bug. It used to exist in the inventories. So I saw a collector come in for Gala, and for a second I was like, was that collector second? No. It was collector third.
Yeah.
Which, I don't think he's going to want to be hitting ZDZ with that. See if Gala can get involved in the backline.
Unless Junja can subjugate him, but yeah, otherwise I agree. Not a big fan of that pickup for that reason, but I imagine he's going for a Lord Doms or some kind of Last Whisper item.
Or Pen coming in next, yeah.
Please.
To be expected.
Por favor.
Baron spawns 15 seconds after the Dragon. Minute from Baron, 40 seconds away from the Dragon. JDG have control over the bot side. EDG have control over the top side. And walking in the Victor is going to be difficult for EDG's Goblin.
Oh, big pillar into the dredge line, and that is a flash out of Leave.
See, that's an example of Leave just trying to do too much when it's not necessary. Like that's a really expensive summoner spell to lose for nothing before the objective comes up. Kind of also feeds into the reason why we did this Leave to 4 off second.
TP's coming in on the right side. Xiaoshu looking for the flangle. Bulldog is somewhat late, but he walks on in. EDG have the wave prio.
They want to hit the next wave.
In.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they hit the next wave as well, as EDG caught that wave really high with Bulldog.
Dredgeline snags on the ZDZ. Death charge right onto the front. Subjugate burns him down. Tank is gone. Perukia tries to stall out with the Magna Storm, but it's not effective. And Leave can only do so much against the might of JDG surging forward. Triple for Gala. Jeje run down and put into the dog pound. Genja bites him down, and the Baron belongs to JDG.
Pretty convincing 4 for 1. That's a little bit more of what we were expecting, as JDG found the setup, and that was not a close fight, Rafa. Feel like it was a mix of Vampire pulling the trigger first, and also the fact that Hongq does have that Storm fully evolved, so it got rather big rather fast. But yeah, this was I really feel like EDG needs to create angles if they want to fight this, and instead they're just kind of handshaking lanes and walking into lasers. So the poke adds up over time. Feel like this fight we did see a subjugate on the ZDZ, which helped a lot. But nice grab here from Vampire. Gets the party started, and ZDZ didn't really have a great response. I mean, subjugate, that charge comes down, and he literally just gets 100-0.
I mean, what's just so bizarre from EDG is that Bulldog is hitting the tier 1, and you can see the pings coming out from JDG. Just start the fight right now, because Bulldog cannot join the fight immediately if we snap engage.
I will say, I do feel like with the setup there, if they were to drop the Dragon and threaten the Baron, I feel like that was the play, if anything. So I think Bulldog hitting tier 1, like it might look a little bit troll or desynced, but I think that's decent as a team, and frankly one where I almost want to be biased towards Bulldog's idea. But either way, new voices in the team with JJ's addition, and a team that's been struggling and obviously still come together with this new version. Not going to be a different story today, though, as this has been a rather decisive 2-0 from JDG.
Yeah. It's on JDG to close this one out, as ZDZ trying to get some gold back into his pockets. Attempting to siege onto the tier 2 in the top side. Bulldog chasing Xiaoshu with a stolen death charge. Might be enough. Throws on the equalizer, buys himself some space, and the rest of JDG, they're just trying to end the game. They take out one Nexus turret, prompting ZDZ to teleport back in. Dredgeline onto Perukia. Subjugate at the ready. Can look for ZDZ and burn him down. Gall is just firing on all cylinders. No one is stopping this Corki from just depleting his entire Gatling gun. EDG are completely discombobulated. No one knows who to attack. No one knows what to do. EDG, please do something as a triple kill comes in for Gala, and he wants a full-on penta. Picks up the Quadra. Give it to him, baby.
They're trying.
They're trying. Pentakills. They're trying to gift wrap this one hit for him specifically. Penta for Gala.
I really appreciate how that pentakill call is going to start with EDG. Please do anything. Man, we've had a lot of pentakills. It's been 3 in the last 2 days here for the LPL as Gala wraps up this series. Convincing 2-0. Puts an exclamation point on the back half, finding the pentakill on that Collector Corki. Maybe that's what the Collector was for, Rafa, just ensuring the fact that he could get maximum dopamine at the end.
I have a special place in my heart for Gala specifically, because last year I casted
He played really well with IG. He played really well with IG last year. Yeah.
But also, I got to cast 2 of his pentakills, and they were in the same week. One was on Avaris, and the other was on Yunara. And it was the first ever Yunara pentakill recorded in global.
Right. Yeah, that was a... The champion was a little overtuned in that clip.
Yeah.
Gal pointed wide. I won't take anything away from him. But yeah, release Yunara was a little strong. But no, I mean, for JD Gaming, I feel like the one takeaway we can have for them is that they went back to a little bit more of a, I'd say, a standard against the current meta formation.
Yeah.
And it looked good for JDG. Like, we're walking away with this one, feeling good about how Vampire moved around the map. We were arguing whether it was a jungle mid Pog in game 1, because we really felt like it was Honkyu. Honkyu got really big, played well with Junja for this game too. And while he was the victim of heavy targeting from EDG in the side lane, I didn't learn as much from JDG in this series besides, you know what? The meta, which you were clearly better in Splits 1 and Split 2, you brought it out for this series and it worked. So, do I learn a lot about this team from the series? Maybe not. But for EDG, there are issues that this team has. And they have to start cleaning them up for not only the second round robin, but just staring down the holster of NIP, IG, and that Group Nirvana. I am very convinced that NIP is better than the bottom 3 teams we have in Group Ascend. IG also has been rather convincing that they don't belong in Group Nirvana, even though they did drop that very close series yesterday between the 2 teams. So, if you're EDG, you got to look at the rest of your group for the second round robin, then look at the teams that are biting at your heels. Because right now, we feel like EDG belongs in a bottom 2 Group Nirvana right now. They are not playing good league.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see EDG off of a miracle best of 5 victory over NIP in Split 2 playoffs to first not only get into Split 2 playoffs through Knights Rivals, but then also to Group Ascend as an additional prize, right? But they are not only the worst team in Group Ascend, as I would love to see the standings pull up. They are now, or they should be updated to reflect current series score updates, with JDG now at 3 wins to 4 losses and EDG adding another loss to their series score. They have only won 1 single game this entire split. It was against BLG off of a ZDZ Vayne game, but also with BLG adjusting to their new top laner in Wembo coming into the lineup, and they took advantage of it, got clapped by BLG for the rest of the series. And I know we joked at the beginning of the show today, Matt, that Group Ascend looks more like mini group perseverance with that bottom 4, but it's really devastating to see that there is a clear difference between the skill level of EDG and maybe we can argue LGD and TT and what we thought for a while JDG versus the rest of the teams in Group Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the standings again, we like wrapping up this first round robin. You called out, like, my mind just goes back towards the split that we have between the 4 and 4 teams, and I think the biggest surprise for me is WE. I really felt like WE would probably revert more towards the norm that we saw in the last regular season. I do think that the meta positions well for what they were doing well in the Split 2 playoffs, which was Monkey being really active with these openers. Yes. And what you've been able to do with supports as well, like just ruining level 1s across lanes and across jungles. I think WE has really cashed in on that, and they've picked up where they left off, which is great, because when Monkey and his team's playing well, this league's been more fun to watch. I definitely have learned that in my 2 years of covering the LPL now. So, see if that can keep up for Team WE. As Hongq, I know that you got killed a little bit in the mid game. I know that this is a Gawa pentakill that we're voting against in terms of Pog, but I still want to give you a Pog for this series, because I really feel like Hongq was the player of the match.
Hongq, strong bias for player of the match for me as well. I would give Vampire player of the match if it wasn't Hongq. He's my runner-up. I just think there was only one death from Vampire where I was like, oh, okay, that was a bit of an oopsie, which was the dredge line onto the Cassante, and then he buffers the Q3 and knocks him into the team. A little overextended on that, but these Nautilus absorbs onto Silas engage or Rel engage. Beautiful.
Every clip start with Vampire. I think that's a good shout. Yeah, I mean, again, for EDG, like, this game got so out of control so fast. I do feel like they were forced to look for overloaded plays, and the fact that they were down to 3 grubs as well, I was a part of the LS grub conversation. And definitely, we figured out that, you know, grubs, more impactful the less members you have at the objective. So the fact that EDG were forced to overload and gave JDG with 3 grubs multiple instances where they were able to play 2 lanes, whereas EDG was playing 1. Part of the reason why we saw the Baron trade happening while JDG was pressuring tier 3s, which did make this game a little awkward, but I do want to give EDG credit. I feel like the Baron call that was not featured in this highlight reel was very good, and they did play themselves back into this one somewhat, but it doesn't alleviate the takeaways that we have from this series, which is like, man, this team really is struggling. Like, there are big issues that are preventing them just from finding wins in this league, and I think it boils down from how they view fights before the fight breaks out and while the fight breaks out. And they are just the weakest team that we have in the group.
The more I see this team, the more I'm convinced that mechanically, they're not that far. They're not like Omega gapped as much compared to all the other teams that are directly above them. Obviously, if you compare them to AL, BLG, even top esports, yeah, there's a clear mechanical difference. But when you look at the other teams that are in the bottom 4 with them, like, mechanics-wise, I don't think that is what's keeping them from being able to beat them. It's their communication and it's their coordination. There is a breakdown in where they're going, who they're targeting, how they want to play out these fights, what's the win condition for their fights, and who they should be playing around. It just looks like solo queue. It looks like, all right, we're just going to start this fight and we're going to pray.
A little bit. Also doesn't help that I feel like their biggest issue outside of the fights is that Leave has never seen a mid wave that he doesn't want to hit first. So there's... I think that still might be the biggest problem that we have if you're EDG.
It continues happening, man. And we cannot make this up. It writes itself.
We were pretty... Let's just say that we figured out that we wanted to do a segment where it was, is Leave too far up? And it didn't take us too long to populate said segment. As we could have populated it from game 2 alone today.
Yes.
And that, the last Ezreal game that Leave played, we populated it for that game alone as well, which was in their last series. So there are issues. That's fine. You know what?
Happening?
You know what?
Okay.
This one's far more acceptable than the last one. It really is.
Sure.
Yeah.
I feel like
Good lead came from him. Dives were good. The bye, Pog,
That's
undeserved.
fine.
It's going to be a player of the match for Junja. I will stand by that. I still really feel like Honkyu was the biggest impact on this match, but that's mostly for the game 1 bias, where
you know
Honkyu
what?
was huge.
This is my theory, Matt.
This one's more deserved than the last. No questions asked about that.
No, so
Yeah.
for what it's worth, this Junja Pog is a good one. And my belief is that they are giving Junja these Pogs because potentially on the official LPL broadcast, they heavily teed up the fact that, oh, Junja was behind JDG on the EDG World Championship lineup. So now this is Junja's chance to prove, even though they've played each other, you know, all of earlier this year when he was on Weibo, that even if he's back on EDG, Junja has evolved to be the better jungler. He's the one that is getting more up on JDG. Whereas, you know, maybe he did find really good early game plays that were more effective than JDG did, but swap their places. Let's see if Junja pulls off the same things on the EDG lineup and JDG gets to play with JDG instead. I'm just saying.
You know, maybe this is one where they just respected Junja's opponent the most. Going from the K-Man theory, we can't give Honkyu Pogs against Bulldog if Bulldog's not playing well, you know? Which, look, as someone that fills out a weekly NACL ballot, I definitely look at who you play against when I'm filling out that ballot.
No, that's legit. That's legit.
Yeah, I know there was the one series we had last split where I really didn't want to vote for Decoy as top lane Pog because he had to go up against someone that was autofilling in top lane for the first match.
Oh, yeah.
And then I looked at the post-match history and I saw that he did 1,800 DPM across 2 games. And I'm like, crap, guys, I've got to vote for Decoy for best top laner of the week. This guy did 1,800 DPM across both games.
He was too good to ignore despite the circumstances.
Yes.
Well, gamers, that is us.
Rafa, I'm glad you got to join us. Shout out to non-sponsor, but we would appreciate the sponsor in Xfinity for ensuring us that we only lost Rafa for the pause portion of the broadcast, and we're able to bring him back
I do
in.
beg Xfinity, please, if you're going to do a planned maintenance, can you email me or can you ping me on my phone? Give me a heads up, a 24 hours notice, so that if I'm scheduled to cast and you have a planned maintenance, let me coordinate with the rest of the LPL team so that I'm not griefing my moderator, Alk, and forcing him to get up and cast for 8 minutes before then going back to bed.
You know, he didn't even get to do a damn team fight as a cover caster. He didn't even get to live out the dream.
I know. I felt like I robbed him of a golden opportunity for a color caster to play-by-play a team fight. But that's going to do it for us. First series wrapped up in the books. We still got 2 more series ahead of tonight's schedule. We're going to have caster slots for each of them. Yes, WE
2-1
taking on Thunder Talk after this.
Week 3 of the LPL continues here in Beijing. Our second series of the day pits Team WE up against Thunder Talk. Both teams coming off of a big win yesterday, looking to continue to add to that W column here today against one another. Welcome back, everybody, to the caster desk. My name is Grapes, joined alongside K-Man here for this best of 3. K-Man, these are two teams that have had their ups and downs here this season. Both started off the year in Group Perseverance, now here in Ascend, and they both have had very promising starts, I would say, compared to their expectations.
Absolutely, Grapes. This is a really fun series. We've got two teams that, like you said, I think are overperforming to an extent, at least in terms of what we thought they were going to be. WE actually looks like a contender to, potentially be one of those top 4 teams we're talking about towards the end of the year. And Thunder Talk has consistently been picking up games, even against the top teams right now in the LPL. These are two very, very chaotic and fun teams, and I'm very excited for tonight.
Well, you can't say chaos without saying the name WE. Let's take a look at their roster right now. They had a crazy series yesterday that we'll get into in just a little bit, but again, the same roster that made that top 3 run just a split ago, and they're actually winning games in the regular season this time around, K-Man.
It almost feels like some sort of alternate timeline where WE is performing up to the standard that we've seen from them in these best of 5s in best of 3s. But it's really exciting to see that a lot of the progress, the development, and overall just kind of the locking in that this team did over the course of playoffs is able to stick, because this team has been a lot of fun. Again, they've really, really, lived up to expectations. There's not really been a ton of inconsistency out of them. They've been one of the better teams in the LPL so far this split.
Yep, just picking up that 2-0 over anyone's legend. I think a lot of people would have expected that one to maybe be more AL favored based off of how they've been looking, but now you have WE tied at the top in the top 4 with 5-2 record through the first round robin. Their only 2 losses coming up against your 2 MSI representatives in BLG and Top Esports. So obviously, when you talk about WE, your first thought goes to Monkey and his insane jungle play. But another player that we really want to spotlight here, K-Man, is About, because this rookie coming over from Gen G Challengers really stepping up, and if WE want to continue to go on this run, the bot lane is going to have to continue to keep performing.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the thing with WE at the start of the year for me, about coming from that Gen G system where they really like to play a very specific style around one player. He very much had to expand his skill set. I think at the start of this year, he had to become a lot more comfortable as a player. He has done that over the course of this year. He's gotten a lot more versatile. He's gotten a lot better at playing weak side, and now we're in a meta where he can really shine as a late game team fighter. Monkey is a great player. We know Arha is somebody that can step up, and Karis has been pretty good. Cube was excellent yesterday. About is the difference maker on this team. He is going to be able to create a situation where they can go to Worlds. He's also potentially the limiting factor if they end up not being good enough to go there. So depending on how he plays throughout the rest of the split with those numbers that he's put up so far, that's really been the biggest change, I think, for WE to be a true contender.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the start of the season, the Demacia Cup, when it was About Yao Yao in the bottom lane, and they really weren't getting a ton out of that role. But now with Arha stepping in and About taking a step up, this has really been a bot lane that has been exciting to watch and has been one of the more volatile and explosive, in a good way, lanes that we have here in the LPL. So About continuing to have some high-level performances. Going to have to continue to do that against Thunder Talk today. These two teams faced off just about 5 days ago, K-Man. It was a 2-1 in favor of WE. Thunder Talk kept it close the entire time, much like they have been against every top team here in Group Ascend.
That's the exact story of Thunder Talk right now, Grapes, is we go to Game 3, but we're just not quite able to win those Game 3s unless it's against an LGD or an EDG or something like that. This team has shown so much promise. They've gotten so close, and they have a lot of players that are really exciting. We'll see if this second version of the round robin that they're going into in the regular season is going to be the time where they can start piecing together some more consistent series and actually picking up the win.
Yeah, taking the 2-1 is nice for the morale, maybe in the first round robin, but now in the second round robin, it could be your time to really start to stack up W's in series, not just games. So it was a good start for TT yesterday against LGD. Gonna have to try to continue that pace against WE, which, going into the start of the season, you would consider perhaps a winnable series compared to some of the other teams, just in terms of talent that is on the enemy roster. Thunder Talk, of course, have had some really good play from their solo laners recently. These two BLG junior supports, or players, I should say. But halfway through split number 3, K-Man, we thought it was a good time to check in. Just feel out how exactly we think these two players have been performing so far. Are they LPL caliber, or maybe is the lower tier of play kind of the ceiling that we expect from them?
Look, I know I maybe come across as a little bit harsh when I talk about this. These numbers look very good. I think the real answer to this is that the performance has been a lot more inconsistent than maybe some of these numbers would indicate. They've been incredibly good mechanically. Both Haru and Keshi, I think, have done a fantastic job of being able to generate resources and really keep up with a lot of top-tier players in their role from a hands perspective. Their macro has been severely lacking. Keshi is leading everybody in the LPL in solo deaths right now, and Haru has obviously been very inconsistent in the back end of games really regularly. Both of them have the talent to be good enough, but we're still waiting for them to take those next steps, and until they do, this team's going to be that team that gets very close, but maybe still can't get over the hump.
Yeah, I mean, that's a harsh assessment. Obviously, last series was a ThunderTalk win, but it came very, very close. I think a lot of the parts that you can talk about is Keshi in the laning phase specifically. Haru kind of towards the late game. We saw him have that pentakill on the lock right at the end of one of those games. But for Keshi, I feel like he gets a lot more of those resources in the draft, and sometimes it results in good things happening, and sometimes it doesn't, like we saw yesterday in his 1v1s against Bertle. But a win is a win regardless here, K-Man, for ThunderTalk. And if we take a look at exactly how they won that last series and some clips that we have of that 2-1 win, it was a lot of chaos in the team fighting specifically, and a lot of comebacks necessary for them to even pull out a win against a fellow 1-5 team.
I mean, that's the thing. This series was so important for ThunderTalk to come out and win because they are kind of fighting it out for one of those top 6 spots. These are the two teams that you would think would be in that conversation, with a team like EDG maybe not being quite as consistent. And for ThunderTalk to be the one to step up and have a lot of these big moments in the back end of games, that was my biggest problem, is that throughout the beginning part of this year, the reason they were down in Group Nirvana and not really finding a ton of consistency is their macro and their late game execution just wasn't very good. Throughout the beginning part of the year, they were getting leads, but they weren't really doing anything with them. It was kind of the opposite in the series against LGD, which I honestly think is very encouraging. If this team is capable of coming back from gold deficits that they're putting themselves in the early game, that shows me that they are, good enough to be able to hang in Group Ascend from a team fighting perspective. And I really don't have a ton of concerns about the way they play their early game, especially with how well Junhao has been, playing over the past couple of weeks. So exciting stuff, I think, for ThunderTalk with that win yesterday.
It's always been the story, right? I mean, you literally mentioned it. We talked about how they always are able to take at least a game. A lot of the time that's off of these really chaotic early games that are just snowballed out of control for their opposition. This was a very different look here for ThunderTalk in terms of how they won a series. They didn't necessarily take the early games in I think any of these games. It was really LGD favored at those stages, but then the late game team fighting, the ability to pull off these comebacks, give a pentakill over to Haru certainly was a very important part of them being able to pick up that win. But the question is, was that them being really good in the macro late game, or was this just LGD being bad? It is a great litmus test here today against Team WE, who did the same thing in their series against AL, and also have been doing it just for years at this point.
I mean, you could argue WE did it even more in their series. I mean, the deficit that they were at in game number 2 was ridiculous. The fact that they were able to come back just shows that the resilience that this team has shown is not, it's not isolated. It very much is WE. It's the core identity of who they are right now. This is a team that doesn't really give up, that's going to be able to fight their way back, whether it's their record or their gold lead in a singular game that, is kind of the limiting factor for them. You can't really count them out. And I think that really comes down to, one of the players we talked about and about, but also Cube, who had a massive series yesterday against AL, really stepped up when they needed him the most. This has been somebody that I've been very vocal, not super positive about. We'll just say over the course of this year, he certainly proved me a little bit wrong yesterday. We'll see if he can do so again here today against Keshi in a really fun matchup.
Yeah, that gnarly from Breathe, he's definitely still thinking about that one. Even 24 hours later. It was a tough one. Set up for, of course, a potential comeback for WE. And then they won this team fight as well. And it just some sort of devil magic that happens when this team plays in games that last more than 30 minutes that they're down in gold in. The team fighting just somehow ends up being just a little bit better than their opponents. And again, that was what we saw at ThunderTalk against LGD. WE were just able to do that against a team that many of us consider to be the second best team in the league behind BLG.
Yeah, I mean, AL was incredibly consistent leading up to that. They were a team that had good late game execution, but really the reason that they were so good was their consistency at playing through their support and their jungle duo. WE showed their support jungle duo is pretty darn good of their own right, so I'm very excited for today to see if they can keep that up.
WE the chance to go up to 6-2 that would be just an incredible feat for them, right? That's more wins that they had last split, more wins that they had in split number 3 last time they were in Group Ascend. And we're only halfway through the season. Of course, we still have their home grounds awaiting in Xi'an in a couple of weeks. There they are, Team WE, to make their way around the Beijing arena to try to continue their good run so far in the second round robin.
Styling on him again. I mean, you know, WE's just got some aura. Just in general, I mean, the org's always had a little bit of aura in the LPL, just with all of the historical success they've had. The league is better, the LPL is better when WE is good. When Monkey is near the top of the standings, I think we're all a little bit happier with just the kind of gameplay that he brings, and he's going to be front and center here today. Both of these junglers, I think, have been fantastic at the start of this split, really the carries of their team and the playstyle identifiers for both of them. I'm really excited to see how they play it out here today.
And their opponents also looking to try and add just a little bit more into their formula. That is Thunder Talk. Of course, the 1-2 losses against BLG, against JDG, against AL, all hurt. But they could hurt a little bit less if they're able to get some more series wins on the board, clinch that automatic spot in the playoffs and also into Group Ascend, presumably for 2027. Would be a really big accomplishment for a team like Thunder Talk to be able to pull that out after the rebuilding season that they seem to have in terms of their mindset going into this year.
I mean, they invested in young talent. They invested in the LDL and players that had found success at a lower level of competition, and it very much paid off for them. The mixture of veterans and young talent is a proven formula for success at basically every single level, and Thunder Talk has been able to show that they've been able to rise above even some of their previous performances by being able to get themselves into Group Ascend and actually make a difference in Group Ascend basically for the first time. They went into today with more game wins than JD Gaming. And, you know, that's crazy. If they get one win even in this series today, they will still have more game wins than JDG. This has been an incredibly tough out the entire split, and I certainly don't think things are going to change today.
And that's the fun part, is you don't even have to say like, oh, sample size or like strength of schedule. Everybody's played the same amount of teams really at this point. This is the halfway point of the LPL regular season. And now for Thunder Talk, chance to enter this second half with a bang. Use these rookies and have them continue to grow, specifically the ones in the solo lanes. Should be a fun one here for our second series of the day. Reminder, we got our finals rematch of BLG and Top Esports even after this one, so the action really does not stop on LPL English. You see our captains, both junglers, fist bumping as they head back to their seats and get ready for this Game 1 draft.
Yeah, both junglers definitely showing why they're captains on the Rift as well, being the playstyle setters for these two teams. I'm very excited to see where they're going to go and draft in this one because, you know, both of these teams I think have been relatively fixed in terms of the things that they like to do. They like their junglers to be proactive in the early game, and they really want to get their supports moving around the map. I expect things like Lee Sin, Poppy, Cassio to be taken off the board, and hopefully that will open up some more interesting drafts from both of these teams.
Neither squad super uncomfortable with getting a little bit wacky in terms of the pick ban. We saw things, you know, like the lock for Haru yesterday, obviously, that he got a pentakill in, and then things like the mage's bot lane, I think both on and about. Rather comfortable on those, although the flexibility is one thing. About also is just pretty damn good at playing his own marksman. And that's even before we mentioned the name Monkey or the Corki mid that happened yesterday from Kara. Still a lot of options on the table here for this pick ban. And that's going to even become more and more important as we get closer to the postseason. Those best of threes turn into best of fives, making sure you have a firm grasp of the meta and understanding what exactly your strengths are as a team. This is the time to kind of figure that out before we get into that road to Worlds.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is the meta has shifted so much over the course of this year, and it's going to shift even more as we continue to go throughout the next upcoming patches. It's really making sure that you feel comfortable in your own way of thinking, regardless of what the meta is. Whatever your playstyle is, you should probably be investing into that. About has been very much spamming things like the Varus Nautilus lane has been super successful for WE just in general. Things like Jace jungle, things like Pantheon that are going to be able to create some action in the mid game and skirmish quite heavily. They've been big priorities for a team like WE, whereas Thunder Talk on the other hand, they want to blitz you as fast as possible. They're trying to win in the laning phase and pre 10 minutes. Definitely a little bit of a difference in ideology, but should make for some fun, chaotic games, especially with both of these teams not afraid to take some of those fights.
You wait pick ban here once again. 5-2 here for Team WE, looking to make it 6-2. which again would just be an unprecedented amount. And you talk about this road to Worlds, right? Going into the chance to be one of those top 4 seeds. WE in a very uniquely beneficial position, right? Because they were top 3 in the split number 2, they only really need to make it a couple of rounds through playoffs to at least guarantee themselves a spot in the regional finals, which of course would mean that you only have to win 1 or 2 best of series to qualify into the World Championships specifically. ThunderTalk and a team that definitely needs a little bit more help to get there. They're going to have a really good performance here in this season, as well as hoping a couple other teams kind of fall flat. Teams like your JDGs, your WEs, your ALs.
Yeah, it's definitely a much tougher road for them. I think realistically, they probably need to, at the bare minimum, get top 4 to even have a chance of being able to make some of the regional finals. And again, you're absolutely right. Even in that circumstance, a team like, you know, AL probably is going to have to be a little bit worse than expected, or a Weibo Gaming, maybe even an IG or an NIP. But we are going to be jumping into draft here. Definitely going to be seeing if some of the more primary bans that we expected out of these teams are coming through. And we're already all the way through with that Shen first pick.
Yeah, who cares about this first ban phase? All that matters is the champions that are going to be played here in this one. That Shen lock-in makes a lot of sense. It disincentivizes the Camille as the response here for Team WE. We'll see what exactly they have their eyes set on here in this second phase or second rotation. Going to be the Rise here early for Karis, and then maybe a jungler here for Monkey to try to really strengthen that mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, Rise is the most played mid laner for both of these two throughout the split up until this point, so definitely wanted to prioritize that early. The Shen as well, by far, ThunderTalk's most successful pick of the split. They have an 80% win rate on the Shen, and it is Feather's second most played champion, so definitely love to see that. The Vi coming through, a lot of proactivity from WE early on. You've got Realm Orbs, you got Vi diving in. A pretty clear setup for picks already.
Yeah, and not only here does the Shen on Feather's side, yield as a good pick, like as an anti-diver with the Spirit's Refuge, you also can pair it up really nicely with divers on the other side, right? Something like a Vi would have been nice because you can ulti on top of that cease and desist. Good mid-jungle duo would have been that Vi Ahri, obviously. ThunderTalk going to take that pick away. Haru's going to get his hands on the Nine-Tailed Fox, and we'll see what exactly Junhao will want to match up against Monkey with here in this final pick for them in the first rotation.
Yeah, curious if this is going to be something like a Xin Zhao. I think that could make some sense in this matchup. Perhaps something like a Pantheon as well could very well be on the board for ThunderTalk just to open up the map even more. Pantheon makes sense. The double global with the Shen, I think definitely has some nice synergy. You can match a lot of the roam potential from the Rise. Definitely a champion that I think fits what ThunderTalk want to go for, and it gives them some chances to fight pretty early in the game.
So already we got 3 champions with global or semi-global in for a fun time. I think the thesis here of this series is that things might get a little wild. The last time these two teams faced off, a very similar situation. A lot of comebacks, a lot of gold swings, a lot of back and forth late game team fights. So just having the ability to get around the map early will be beneficial in general when these two teams take to the Rift. Final pick of this first phase, going to be the Rumble for Cube, another pick that he is very, very comfortable on.
It's just all comfort for all these players in game number 1 here. Basically, everybody getting the things that they have found success on so far this split. Cube's by far most played champion is Rumble, and obviously Rumble has gotten nerfed. He's not nearly as strong as he had been previously. I think pairing it up with something like Rise in the mid lane certainly gives you a little bit of an AP overload, and it does kind of tip your hand that you are playing a real marksman on the bottom side of the map, but it still is a very strong pick, can do well in a laning phase, and especially when you have the chance to ban out things like Mbessa that counter it, should be pretty good. Yorick as well. No split push potential, I think, coming in for ThunderTalk here, so going to be kind of forcing a lot of that mid-game identity from them.
Yeah, it's a good point you brought up. We didn't see a lot of Rumble in the first couple of weeks of the season, not because the champion itself was weak, but because of all the mage bot weirdness. You definitely wanted more AD focused topsides in your drafts, right? And so you didn't see Rumble as much. It looks like ThunderTalk are aware of what is going on, so they ban away the Lucian, making sure that About doesn't have one of his most comfortable marksmen. It looks like he actually might be given last pick if this Nico lock comes through, which is a lot of credit and a lot of resources getting thrown to this rookie bottom laner.
Certainly. I mean, this is definitely going to be an interesting pick if they want to go for the Nico early on. I don't think it's necessarily terrible. You've got a lot of team fight potential, and Nico obviously can create a lot of action. This is a champion that he played a lot over the course of the beginning part of the year. is 1-0 on it so far this split, and that lock-in will come through. I mean, the Wombo is there if you really want it. You can Vi ultimate on top of an equalizer with a Pop Blossom potentially, you know, finding the backline. There are ways to be able to disrupt, you know, a potential more scattered team fight plan here from Thunder Talk with the champions that they've drafted for themselves. But if Sivir comes through, it definitely showcases, hey, you know, we're ready to kind of take our foot off the gas and just farm up for the late game. K'Sante going to be the answer to Rumble. We've seen this super regularly. Tanks, I think, generally have been incredibly strong on this patch, mostly because it's really easy to neutralize top lane. So Keshi going to feel comfortable with that matchup, I think.
Yeah, going to be fine into that Rumble. You think something that could be a little bit more self-sustaining with the Shen for Feather already locked in. Going to be the Sivir, so a lot of wave clear also picked up. A lot of team fighting abilities is kind of what I'm noticing here, K-Man. The 5v5 certainly going to be at the forefront of both of these compositions, regardless of what About decides to lock in.
I mean, that's the thing, right, is you have plenty of choices here. A hyper carry would make a lot of sense, and it is going to be the Yunara. I think this champion is still incredibly strong, and we definitely have a very clear identity. I think WE's team fight is crazy good if they are able to get into these 5v5 scenarios. They have so much engage from the Vi, from the Nico, even from the Ryze. If you want to potentially get on the backline, a Rumble flank would be very scary, but the double globals from Thunder Talk do scare me. I think they're going to control side lanes with champions like K'Sante and Ahri, and I certainly don't think they're out of this game. I just really would want to keep an eye on Monkey. I think this Vi is going to be really important, and that Sivir spell shield is going to matter a lot in team fights.
The draft straight out of Split 1 for Team WE. Funnily enough, probably the last time that these two teams faced off against each other before, of course, we got into Split number 3, with both teams being in Group Ascend. Monkey on the Vi, of course, always a heavy playmaker, going to have his work cut out for him with some lanes that aren't necessarily favorable across the Rift, right? Top lane, definitely not. Mid lane, you know, kind of up in the air with what the Ahri can do against the Ryze, and then the bot lane, probably one that needs to scale a little bit more.
As a mid lane player myself, I can tell you I love playing Ahri into Ryze. I think it's one of those matchups where you just feel like you have so much combat pressure throughout the mid game, especially with Pantheon. It's going to be really easy for this Ahri to get activated, and I think that is what I'm looking at for Thunder Talk in this game. If you can get your solo laners into good spots, and if that Pantheon Ahri can just control the middle of the map like they probably should, now you control side lanes, now you can set up around objectives, and that big team fight comp that WE drafted for themselves becomes a lot more difficult to execute on when they don't control space. So I think the early game is going to be in the hands of Thunder Talk. We'll see if WE can match.
Second series of the day about to begin here in Beijing. It's WE against Thunder Talk. Game number 1 starting now. You know the series is going to be good when the noise gate kind of like pops a little bit here on the first gyro. That the WE fans came here to play.
Hey, they are always showing up, Grapes. They are never missing out on a chance to support their team, and why would you want to miss this one? This is going to be a banger, even if you don't see the cleanest gameplay. We're gonna get some blood as we see here.
Early taunt onto About, already has to pop the cleanse. Neither flash used on WE side, while both were used by Thunder Talk, so that is going to be the difference maker there. And still be good here for TT. They still have both combat summoners available, but it might be harder for Feather to try to close the gap. There's the heal. Try to get a little bit of extra health in the bars of On and Feather. It looks like now it is WE that have push here on this second wave.
Definitely an aggressive move from Feather to try to get that trade-off at level 1. Feel like you find it worthwhile to burn the cleanse early to make sure that About can't step up and be more aggressive as you start to hit level 3 and level 4. We'll see if they want to, you know, try to capitalize on that with some potential jungle pathing. Both of these junglers starting top side and going bot side. We could potentially see some action down there if things, you know, continue on the way that they did. But certainly a big call, I would say, by Thunder Talk to burn a lot of those resources and kind of negate some of the other plays that they might be able to make early.
Yeah, having no cleanse against Shen Pantheon is going to be pretty difficult to navigate these first 5 minutes or so. Jinhao going to skip his red buff to go for the Krugs, not knowing that Monkey is actually here waiting for the Panth. So instead, it'll just be him maybe starting this red buff up. Going to be in for a Rude Awakening, Jinhao is, as he comes back over to see not only Monkey, but also Arha here, who steals away a good number of those baby Krugs.
That is horrible for the Pantheon. This could not possibly have gone worse for him. Losing the red buff, even losing a little bit of gold on those Krugs. Monkey's going to be able to clear this entire top side. That's a big win for the Vi. Nice roam overall from Arha, and this is what WE does at such an incredible level. When they were losing in the regular season back in spring, a lot of it was off the fact that they weren't able to control a lot of this pre-5 minute, jungle rotation. A lot of the time they were getting invaded, and they just had a very clear, weakness, I think, in terms of early game aggression. I think Monkey has been significantly better in terms of his early game pathing, and it's really paid off over the course of Summer Split.
Yeah, definitely didn't have the best early game yesterday against LGD. But, with Monkey, you get the flips, right? Sometimes you have the god tier early game. Sometimes you're down 50 CS at the 8-minute mark, and you're wondering how the hell is that even happening. So, luckily, it's the former here. If you're a WE fan, across his first clear, Monkey's going to be able to clear both that bottom side. Scuttle still having his first spawn of both the Grump and the Wolves as well to clear away before, of course, heading back over to his top side quadrant. Junhao, a little homeless at this point, waiting to hit level 4, not going to be able to get it until that second spawn of the Grump.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start overall for WE, but it's not free by any stretch, as Feather's going to go in. Arhan getting a little low. Spell Shield late from On.
Yeah. Unfortunately, unable to get that one in time, which is going to mean that Arha will certainly be able to get out even without burning his flash. Up at the top side, we see Cube and Keshi going at it. Slight advantage over towards the Rumble, with that wave also towards his side of the map. And things overall slightly benefiting Team WE, which again, the early game for TT has generally been their strength, even though it wasn't necessarily the case yesterday.
Yeah, Kara's doing a really good job in the mid lane to continue to pressure out Haru. The further behind he can set this Ahri, the easier it's going to be to able to control some of these objectives as they spawn. 20 seconds on Dragon. See how much they want to prioritize that early in the game. Both of these teams, I think, have some decent setup for it. Once those level 6s come through in the mid lane, things are definitely going to get a little more activated, and we are very close to that power spike. Going to keep an eye on that bot lane push to see if either team wants to prioritize it heavy, or if we potentially maybe want to wait for those grubs to spawn to trade objectives.
See some pings towards the Dragon. We'll see where exactly Junhao decides to redeploy after heading back to base. Picking up, I'd say, a true garage shell of items right there. I mean, that's impressive. Everything under 400 gold. So, he's even got a control ward, a health potion in there. Glowing moat. A lot of unique finds in that inventory right now.
Pantheon can use everything. There's not a single stat in the game that guy does not want to get in the early part. Did see a Q go in. It looks like Monkey has started up on this Dragon. Curious to see if he keeps this going or if he's just gonna pressure it off and then leave. Looks like he is gonna be trying to take this with the bot lane prio that he has. Mid lane prio as well.
Junhao gonna try to punish that himself as Feather goes in with another flash taunt play. Arha the next target here by Junhao. The Dragon all the same, being started up and maybe even finished off by Team WE. It's at 1000 HP, gonna be a 50-50 smite fight. Monkey getting zoned away and allowing for Junhao to pick up the scraps. In goes Monkey to try to make it an even trade, but it's first blood already picked up for the Pantheon. Feather makes it a second, and about's been zoned out by On this entire time. Both AD carries having that lethal tempo proc, the barrier coming in at just the right moment, allowing for On to pick up yet another kill. He'll be chased down by Arha, but the Nico doesn't do a ton of damage. Finally, the empowered W auto attack and him salvage a 3-for-1 on Thunder Talk's side.
It's a complete disaster for WE. They're just not coordinated in any way. Monkey starts up on the Dragon. The bot lane is still posturing as if they can take this 3v3 fight, but Monkey never rotates. He's just on the Dragon the entire time. It's a great flash engage coming in here from Feather, but once About's over the wall and Arha's been pressured out, this Dragon is gone. There is no way for you to continue to contest it. Even with Karis over the wall with a small HP lead, it's almost immediately bursted down by the Ahri, and your positioning is just completely out of whack. Look at the bot lane. The AD carries are going head-to-head, and you don't have the health bars to keep up. It's a crazy fight in general to take for WE, and allowing ThunderTalk to get a free objective early on in this game is really bad for WE scaling. They wanted this Dragon to lose it and the fight, especially giving a kill to the Sivir. This couldn't possibly go worse for them. At least they were able to pick up an extra kill, but it going on the support is still not ideal.
And what's even worse, Cube burned his TP to try to join that fight after it already ended. That Rumble that was able to generate a decent CS lead just all of a sudden has that thrown away. Keshi gonna be right back into this lane, especially after picking up double MR items upon his reset. He still has 3 biscuits on his side as well. This Cassante certainly going to be in a much better position off of that sequence, on top of the 3-for-1 that TT already got.
That's the big problem, right? Is you're staring down at K'Sante as a team fighting comp, and you just can't really let that guy get super fed. It's going to be much more difficult to play out the late game if he's able to catch up. And we've seen what K'Sante can do, not just from a lead, but even from neutral. Cube is going to need to continue to pressure that out. Losing that teleport is definitely a big deal, but Grubs are spawning in 5 seconds, and theoretically there should be a redeploy onto the top side relatively soon from both of these teams. I think ThunderTalk would love to be able to pick up as many of these Grubs as they can with the comp they've generated. I think they're very scary in a side lane, especially now, you know, gold neutral, even a small gold lead for themselves, and it's going to be interesting to see if they want to overcommit for it, or perhaps WE want to try to get something in this early game.
Once again, pings towards that objective on the top side, but it will be WE starting it off on Vision. So it is TT that have exact knowledge of what is going on in this situation, but they're just not in the right position to be able to try and contest. You see that TT kept their bot lane, while, of course, About and Arha rotated mid. So it will be the trade of Grubs for a couple of plates and at least a wave getting given over.
Yeah, I think they might be looking on the bot lane here. They have Pantheon ultimate if they really wanted to pull the trigger. Saw some pings going down. Looks like it is just going to be that invade and bot side pressure coming in for ThunderTalk. This is ultimately going to be a gold positive play for them. I understand WE feeling scared to not give away those Grubs. They are going to be able to pick up all of them, but the last person you really want to give free gold to right now is the Sivir for the late game, and Whitehouse going to continue to pressure out Karthus. It's going to do some damage. I thought he might have been overextended with Heru in the area, but we're seeing the fight now.
Yeah, About has to dash away from the taunt of Feather. Arha in a terrible position after the Grand Starfall comes through. Heru had the first roam timer, which means that he'll be rewarded with his second kill of the game, or just his first still. 4-1, now the scoreline for ThunderTalk.
I just don't really understand WE's positioning throughout this early game. They are posturing as if they are going to take every single one of these fights, and then your jungle mid is just not collapsing with those Realm Orbs. It's just not happening right now. It feels like they're disconnected and disoriented in this early game, and ThunderTalk is happy to take full advantage of it. We could kind of feel that Grand Starfall coming in from the Pantheon is on. Would be taking a fight here with Shen.
Oh, the Stand United on top of him as well. About already to flash away. Remember, he used his ult in that last fight and is already out of mana as well, so tough position to be in if you are the Yunara, with the wave also getting or needing to be shoved back in. About's going to be able to crash this wave and head back to base, but another additional iota of pressure being given over to Team WE, as it's now ThunderTalk that have extended their gold lead to 1.5K.
They're definitely showing why this Shen was so highly prioritized in draft. It's really opened up what ThunderTalk have wanted to do all split long.
Oh, Arha.
Once again, 20 seconds on this dragon. Arha is out of position again.
Yep, it's just about the same place that he died just about a minute ago, and now on, and Heru looking to make 2 times the charm. He's at 200 HP and between 2 towers. That's generally not a winning sequence here if you are an enemy support on getting on the board for kill number 2, and ThunderTalk continuing to push their lead.
I mean, I guess the idea is you're trying to find a flank angle right before this dragon can spawn. You're trying to get as much deep vision as you can, but nobody in the area means it's just a sacrifice, and that is the dragon, just gone. There's no way you can contest it at this point. Monkey just going topside to get as much as he can, but there's no camps to take. This is ultimately just a massive win for ThunderTalk. They have a 2K gold lead now. They've stacked some of these dragons, which is going to alleviate some of their problems in these straight-up 5v5s. Not that they are going to have a ton with Sivir and K'Sante having a bit of gold. It's just a great start for a team that we wanted to see a lot out of.
Very impressive early game here for TT, something that they have been able to consistently have, even against the top teams in the LPL group Ascend. I mean, there's a reason that they were able to take maps off of BLG, Top Esports, AL, because of their powerful early games. And, you know, normally it's the top side of the map that's been able to generate those advantages. This time it's really been more on the bottom side.
I'm really impressed with the way that On and Feather have played this matchup. Not even be over. On's gonna get
Speaking of bottom side, yeah, they're going in again. Feather with another taunt onto About. Not even gonna have to be able to use that flash. A charm comes through from Heru, and TT are running the bottom side of Summoner's Rift. A double kill in for the Pantheon, and it's 7-1 for ThunderTalk.
Just so decisive with their calls. They know, hey, if you're gonna stop our back, we are going to kill you. It's a massive mistake again from WE, just overextending and putting themselves in a position to take a fight that they just cannot win. This has been their problem throughout all of this year. This got exploited a lot more in split number 2, but They just can't be as greedy and aggressive as they have been. I gotta give a ton of credit to Junhao. He's been so important for Thunder Talk, not just in this game, but throughout this entire split. He really has been fantastic, and this Pantheon has completely run the map, and now has a 1.2k gold lead, 3-0 and 3, and he's gotten his AD carry fed as well.
I mean, he was a big reason why Thunder Talk are in Group Ascend in the first place, right? That series in Knights Rivals to get them into that top 8. At the end of split number 2, Junhao, a huge part of that best of 5. Of course, continuing that momentum here in Group Ascend really has been a huge difference maker. I mean, the junglers in general here in Group Ascend, hey man, all have really had high-level performances. Junhao, no exception. You might see him continue to add to the action here. The cease and desist goes on to the Panth. Erha landing that ulti as well. Cube flashing over the wall to try to take down Feather while he is channeling that Stand United. Realm Warp coming out from Kars, looking to continue the chase down onto Junhao, and the caster curse has come in full. A shutdown goes the way of Cube, and WE find a fight right back.
Cube completely turns that fight around, not just with the flash over the wall, but the equalizer as well, doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Monkey very much pulling the trigger. This is the positive of WE, is it doesn't really matter if this team is down 2k gold. They're going to continue to look for a lot of these plays, and you know, that's a situation where they finally find their angle. They're able to burst down the Shen because he doesn't have a ton of resources yet, and they pick up their free kill. We're gonna get a replay of how this starts. You would think in isolation that this would be a win, but look at the lack of damage that comes out from Thunder Talk, especially early on here. Once Feather gets bursted down, it's pretty easy for Monkey to just go in. Arha, you know, not exactly the best Nico ultimate in the world, but Cube does so much damage with the equalizer and, you know, flashing over the wall that this is basically a free win. Cube has been so huge for WE in the past couple series, and this Rumble is now the only champion on WE with a gold lead. He's going to be really important for their late game.
Talked about how About is going to be important for WE's success. Cube also a big part of that formula on the opposite side of the map. And that is where we go, to the top side where Kars is getting collapsed upon. Heru now on a killing spree. He continues to add to his advantage here in the mid lane. Kars is down once again. This mid lane, top lane tower I should say, also going to go down.
Yeah, this is why I love Ahri in this matchup. It's so easy to coordinate dives with Pantheon and really control any side lane that you want to control, as long as there's not an overwhelming amount of protection on that side. Getting a 1k gold lead on Ahri in this matchup is really important, because this is the part of the game that you're going to be able to out-tempo the Rise, as long as he doesn't have that Realm Warp available. So, nice play for Thunder Talk. They don't just get their gold lead back, they actually grow upon their gold lead from all of that, and Rift Herald has spawned on the map as well. Just over a minute on this Mountain Dragon. It will be Mountain Soul this game, which is relatively okay, I would say, for Cassante and Shen. As we go into the late game for Thunder Talk, I'm sure they're going to be prioritizing that as well.
I mean, just adding those extra resistances and the shields for either squad in a team fight focused game, always going to be very, very important. Specifically the tanks though on TT, will be very happy with having those extra armor and MR stats. Looks like not another 50 seconds though until that objective spawns. So WE's turning their focus once again towards the top side of the map. Herald has come available, and Monkey's trying to zone Feather away and gain some vision around that top side.
Yeah, Keshi actually has TP advantage if they do want to go for a fight here, so WE needs to be at least a little bit careful. The Rumble is the only person on their team with a gold lead right now in their individual matchup. They're just going to try and chase them down.
Oh, and the trigger right on the Feather. The Shen not even able to proc the ulti before he already goes down. Teleport in, coming from Keshi though, lands a two-man Pathfinder, goes all out onto About, and About is taken down instantaneously. Heru dashes into the backline, picks up a double kill, and also lands the charm off of the other side of that fight. Cube's able to get one back here onto On, but overall it's a 3 for 2, make it 4 as the Comet Spear finds Monkey's heart. Junhao going off here in this team fight as Thunder Talk come out on top.
WE, once again, just not respecting the fact that, like I said, Keshi has teleport advantage. He's going to be able to show up on this Cassante. Yes, you're able to pull the trigger and, you know, destroy the support, but for what? You're putting yourself in a terrible position to be able to follow through on the rest of the fight. They're going for desperation plays 15 minutes into the game, and Thunder Talk are happy to take the advantage off of it. Junhao's going to be able to start up on this Dragon. There's basically no contest that's even possible here, I say, as Arha is going to zone him off.
It took a while for Junhao to get back over to the Dragon Pit and start it up, which means that we might be doing this whole song and dance over again just in a couple of seconds. Monkey once again back to the Death Chamber. Cube is as well, but there are no ultimates available other than the Stand United on Feather. Dragon gonna get started up here by WE. Keshi looking to dash forward, is still very tanky with that Kanik record. 3k is the HP on the Dragon. 80 carries, duking it out on the other side of the fight as we make our way back towards the Drake. Once again at 2.5k, Charm goes wide, Kara's throwing out some overloads, and Thundertalk's health bars are starting to melt. Feather goes in, does not find the taunt, and the Dragon is secured by Monkey as they deny the soul point for now. He will go down as Haru is able to pick up the kill, and now Thundertalk are going to be trapped into the pit, have no way out but just forward in onto WE. Kara's face tanking 4 members going to go down. Arha is next. It is an ace picked up for TT despite the Dragon going the way of Team WE.
No Dragon, no problem for Thunder Talk Gaming. It's a flip that they don't end up ultimately winning. We're actually going to immediately go back to the replay of the first part of this fight that we get. Monkey just overextending heavily. Both Monkey and Arha burning ultimates in order to try and kill the support. At this point, they have nothing left for this fight. About gets immediately collapsed upon by Keshi because really there's no way for Yunara to survive. And Haru obviously does way too much damage in order to be able to salvage this play. Once again proving that he is the only person on the team who can realistically do damage, but what that means is that there's no ultimates and a lot of cooldowns burned for this fight. Ends up just being a smite fight a little bit early coming in from Junhao, but ultimately more than fine. Losing the Dragon is okay at the end of the day. Look at on the back end here of this fight. He is not touched, he's not focused, he's not targeted, he's just pumping out damage over and over again as everybody tries to collapse on Haru. Keshi is too tanky at this point. A pretty easy fight win for Thunder Talk, and ultimately it just ends up going well with that missed ultimate coming in from Q.
Yeah, it was a good ulti in theory because you trapped them into the pit, but you have to remember, doesn't do any damage if you place it that way, and clearly Thunder Talk didn't take a lot of damage in the ensuing team fight. Their gold lead has ballooned to 6,500, and they're looking for even more now as the Herald's already gone their way. Arha with the pop blossom just going to try and delay things here. Junhao might have gone a little bit too far forward. He flashes away and is still alive thanks to the Triumph proc. And another taunt lands here from Feather onto the Rise, who now has to run his way out of there. It's a double kill for Haru. Keshi finds a knockup once again onto Cube, and Karis and Monkey are on the run. Cube throws out the Electro Harpoon, going to overheat as On had the lethal tempo proc. But Thunder Talk going to take the win all the same. They pop Shelly right in the mid lane, and they're going to crack open this mid tier too.
It's just so hard for WE to find any angles. Monkey is gonna get chased down here. I do not believe that he is going to be able to make it out of this one. We'll see. Oh, maybe? Oh, is he gonna survive? No. Nope. Haru gonna clean up the kill as that Herald is gonna be able to take down that tier 2 in the mid lane. It's a 9k gold lead. We get the drifting coming in from On as well. Nope. Not quite going to be able to make its way into the tower. We'll get the proc off though, which is important.
That was not a drift. He crashed that thing straight into the highway median as 9,000 though. Regardless, gold lead here for Thunder Talk as he's taking a look at this fight.
Now, once again, we're just fighting for really no reason. It's good ult from Junhao to get on the backline. He is completely separated, but the entire engage from WE and Arha is zoned out of the entire fight. Haru is untouched at the start here, and this Ahri gold lead does matter at this point in the game. Look at On just free hitting. Just want to gift 2,500 gold over to Sivir for free, especially when you have an Ahri that can clean up basically any kill on the backline. K'Sante is nearly unkillable at this point. If that charm had landed, it would have been even more devastating, but Thunder Talk's gold lead is just too big to take a straight up 5v5 against them right now.
Hey, you say that, but guess how much the gold lead was in Game 2 against AL? It was about this much. It was about 9,000. Sure, it was a little bit later into the game, and the tool's not quite there just yet, but, you know, starting to see a fully stacked tier for Cars, getting towards that stacked Rod of Ages. Not going to have that fully stacked, though, for this play as Junhao throwing in the Comet Spears. Monkey going to be the sacrifice as Kara is still able to survive for a little bit, but Haru coming in as well with the Spirit Rush about throwing out some auto attacks, but here comes the Grand Starfall. Junhao finding his target, and his target's name is Arha. The Nico out of the picture as it's still TT running the Rift as they crack open yet another tower in the top lane.
I mean, I get it. You know, Monkey's like, well, it is my red buff, right? Like, I feel like I have to try to contest it. Unfortunately, it's a little bit ambitious at this point. That's going to be a free Baron going over to Thunder Talk. They just control everything on the Rift. If you overextend, Junhao is going to be there to punish you. Haru is not going to be far behind in terms of that Ahri. 8-0 and 9 on that champion. About might be in a little bit of danger as well. We are toggling that fog more. Keshi not going to go for the play, just going to be happy with the Baron. It's just a fantastic look for Thunder Talk. We were talking about the solo laners in the pre-show here and whether or not they were going to be able to step up. Both of them have been immaculate in this game. Both of them deathless right now. Just a perfect showcase of what Thunder Talk can look like at their best.
And a great start to the week for Haru on right now and on any other champion that he's played so far here this week specifically. Again, we talked about Akeshi might have had some promising performances early. Haru, we were looking to see step up a little bit. He has stepped up and then some here for TT over these past 2 series. He had the pentakill here against LGD, and then right now 8-0 and 9, legendary on the Ahri against Team WE, who are currently 5-2 in the standings. Remember, WE now really one of the top dogs, and so ThunderTalk getting this win, you know, standing-wise, just as important as getting wins off of the other top teams that we have in Group Ascent.
This is looking like a playoff team. Let's not mince our words. This is a team that absolutely can compete near the top of the LPL. They continue to prove that it is not a flash in the pan. Monkey hovering around this Cassante, but there's just no way you can do anything to him, and you're losing everything on the bottom side of the map. Cube's going to be continuing to split push top, but this Vi is nowhere in the area. If a fight does end up breaking out here, this push is going to essentially be for free.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Get that one tower there for Cube, but that is far from the amount that is going to be needed to try and save this game. Monkey's clearing the top lane. Crab, guys, you're losing an inhibitor. Looks like they're going to be okay with that at the very least. The game might just end if they do not end up back in base sooner rather than later. Of course, we do see that third dragon also picked up for ThunderTalk, so they are already looking at that Mountain Soul point. Inhibitor in the bot lane taken down. They still have the buff for the next 75 seconds as they send another wave, this time mid lane, into Tier 3. Grand Starfall coming out, trying to cut off Monkey, who was looking for a flank, and they have found out the Vi. That's the use of Vault Breaker to try to escape. The Goose Chase can begin, but maybe ThunderTalk don't even find it worth it to try to take down this 0-5 jungler.
I mean, how much gold can you even make at this point? The Grand Starfall basically just used to scare off the Vi, as Monkey is going to still be in the area and unfortunately run into the Pantheon.
Yeah, Monkey never finds a fight he does not like, and could be to his detriment here. He gets jumped upon by Junhao, who goes up to 6-2 on the Pantheon. Now it is no jungler on the map. The RWE looking to try to make a trade regardless, though. They find the stun onto On, but look at Haru in the backline, finding an instant kill onto a bout. Looking for Cube with another proc of that Spirit Rush and forcing the Rumble Splash. Kara's out of position, Feather doesn't land the taunt, but still going to find the slow, still going to find the stun on the Pantheon side. Kara's going to fall on, popping off. It is an all-out blitz for TT in this game 1, and WE find themselves sacked 25 minutes in, and they'll march into the base to take this game.
WE looking for a miracle, and all they find is a gray screen at the end of the tunnel. ThunderTalk continuing to push into the base, and they have looked unstoppable here in game number 1. I don't think they're going to be able to end, but they're certainly going to be able to open up the entire base here and cement their 14k gold lead. Could you possibly ask for anything more? I mean, this team has been so utterly dominant in this first game, taking a big early game lead where WE misplay and put themselves in bad spots, capitalizing on those mistakes, and then continuing to push over and over again. It's all 5 members that have been able to step up here. This is arguably the best game that ThunderTalk has played all split long, and I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, perhaps they know a little bit better than to try to go for an end against WE. Monkey still looking for a play, finding Haru, who has been caught out, but the damage on the Ahri is just too much on the other side. Gonna force Monkey back away after using both his ulti and his flash for that play. Ends up with nothing except for no ulti on the Ahri, which is a short cooldown at this point in the game.
I wonder if Monkey believes he can win these fights, or if he's just doing it just in the hopes that he misses his skill shots. Like, I don't really know what he's going for at this point. You cannot 1v1 the Ahri. That I can promise you. This champion is completely out of control at this point in this game, and it just makes it so difficult, because when do you take a fight? If you try and collapse on the squishy mages, they just blow you up and kill you instantly, and if you try to take a team fight, you just die anyways. Arha's dead in the jungle as he's been all game.
It's
Not
only
really
worth
even a ton
gold
to discuss.
Yeah, it's like a whole, it's only a wave worth of gold, I guess. I think the best time for W to fight might be next game. We'll see, though. They continue to look for angles in. Topo Strike lands onto Monkey, gets taunted up as well. The Spirit's Refuge means he's really not able to do anything. Another Q3 lands onto Cube, and Junhao has come into the backline to try to finish off the enemy jungler. It is Karst doing a little bit of damage, but still everybody on ThunderTalk healthy except for their AD carry, but On's not going to care too much about that. It's a double kill coming in here for Junhao. 9-2-11 on the Pantheon. And only Arha is left alive for the next 30 seconds. He'll do his best to clear out the wave, but it will be a fruitless effort. ThunderTalk into the enemy base of Team WE, and they'll take game 1 of this series in just under 27 minutes.
ThunderTalk Gaming look excellent in game number 1. everything you could ask for, they did as they demolished WE and really cement themselves as a team to beat here in split number 3. We were hyping this team up, Graves. I did not think we were going to be getting this in game 1.
I mean, this is the team that almost lost the series to LGD, now coming in against WE and making this 5-2 team look a little bit silly, which of course always happens on WE's side, but you really have to credit ThunderTalk. Their early game was just exceptional. Junhao at the helm of it, always a big part of what this team is able to do in the first 10 minutes of the game, and they were able to take that snowball, keep it rolling all the way to the enemy nexus, take a 1-0 series lead.
I mean, this entire game blew up at that first dragon fight. It was completely over from that point. Just a miscommunication from WE with Monkey sticking on the objective and ThunderTalk collapsing as a unit. And I think that's a really good way to describe how this game ended up going, is it felt like ThunderTalk were so cohesive with a lot of the plays that they made. They have this big macro comp with Shen and Pantheon, and they want to play side lanes with Ahri. You have to play this really efficiently. You have to make sure you get gold in the right spots. And almost every play they went for was really well coordinated, really well followed up, whereas WE on the other end felt very isolated. It felt like a lot of their players weren't quite as in tune, and that was probably the difference here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, after that first dragon fight,
oh god,
really didn't look back at all, as the gold lead, just a standard mountain instead of the valleys that we also often feature here on the LPL. Both Heru and On nearing 1,000 damage per minute, and on the other side, Team WE definitely got smacked in the face a little bit. Maybe they weren't fully awake like we normally aren't when we start off our broadcasts on the East Coast.
Look, I don't want to flame too heavy, but Monkey did 2,000 less damage than support Shen that game, which is a bit of a problem. Not really what you're looking for. 7% of his team's damage. It was a tough game for the Vi. I mean, you can't say Monkey wasn't trying to pull some stuff back. The fight that we're seeing on the screen was really the one thing that went WE's way, and it's because they were continuously looking for ways back into the game. And the problem was that most of the fights they went for, I would say 4 out of every 5 fights they took in this game were just not good. They weren't well set up. They didn't have the vision for them. They certainly didn't have the damage to be able to capitalize, and it just means that, it's really hard to actually, push your game forward if you're playing this Vi engage comp around the Nico and you're using all your ultimates on a Shen. It just makes it really, really hard to be able to play the rest of the game out. And unfortunately for WE, they just didn't really have the right idea. ThunderTalk felt very comfortable and kind of breezed their way to a victory here.
I mean, 31-7 in terms of kills. Maybe one of the bigger, differences that we've seen all season long. Normally, games end kind of, one team fight into the game kind of ending. That's how both of these teams have been able to take games a lot of the time. This was just start to finish dominant by ThunderTalk. I think part of it is just WE's style and willingness to just always continue to throw their bodies on the line to try to find some sort of comeback. Sometimes it works, like we saw yesterday, but that did not happen this time around. TT just set up better overall across the Rift. It seemed like no matter where they were, top, mid, or bot, it was a team fight that they liked and a team fight that they won.
I do want to say as well, we highlighted Keshi and Heru quite a bit over the course of that game, very rightfully so. Heru was monstrous on the Ahri in particular, just nearly unstoppable throughout that entire game and just did so much damage. On has been a bit more hit or miss, I would say, over the course of this split. He's been a bit of a reason why this team has failed to find a lot of consistency so far in split number 3, at least in terms of those game 3 wins. He was awesome in this game on the Sivir. Really important that he was able to get fed in the early game, and you want to talk about aggressiveness in team fights, he was on the back line, stepping up, free hitting. So I think that was a really important part of this comp. And if On and Feather are going to play the way they did in split number 2 down in Group Nirvana, where, I thought they were arguably the best bot lane, maybe including LNG down in that Group Nirvana in the previous split, I mean, that's a complete game changer because they've already been good playing around Junhao, playing around Keshi, playing around Heru. If you get the bot lane involved, now all of a sudden you're seeing why this team is good enough to compete with a team like WE.
You talk about a development-focused roster, but that doesn't always mean you have to have all rookies on your squad. You bring in somebody like On, who has had high-level experience on teams like EDG and IG, and all of a sudden, hey, he's looking pretty good on this ThunderTalk roster as well, as they continue to go towards being a more well-rounded organization as a group of 5, as a team, and they take a 1-0 series lead over Team WE. But the words ThunderTalk take a 1-0 series lead have come up a decent amount here in the regular season. You look at the record, only 2-5. Haven't necessarily been always able to find the second. That's going to be the big question here against a team like WE. Will ThunderTalk be able to get over the hump and take that series as Hero is your player of the game?
I get this. I mean, especially from a raw damage perspective, this guy was just melting people on the backline of every single fight. He might as well have been playing any assassin in the game, the way that it was a 4v5 with him destroying one of your backliners. Junhao deserves some major props, I think, for the way this game went. I certainly would have had a hard decision if you had asked me who player of the game was. I don't think there is a wrong choice between the jungle mid duo, but Haru certainly is a part of that equation for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue Junhao being there allowed for Haru to get up to 10-0, but I digress. Congratulations to Haru all the same, his second player of the game of Split number 3. That's going to do it here for coverage of game number 1. When we come back, we'll see if WE can come back itself and even up our series at 1-1. We'll see you after this on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to our second game between ThunderTalk and Team WE. TT taking a dominant game number 1 win. Maybe one of the more dominant games we've seen them play all season long, came in, and that is certainly a way to kick off your second half of this double round robin.
I mean, they just completely gapped WE in basically every phase of the game. They were better early, they were better mid, they were better late, they had better setups, all of it. I mean, it was just so good from ThunderTalk. It's everything we wanted out of this team, and for them to, do that so decisively in game number 1 is great. My only concern is that game 1 for both sides featured a lot of comfort. Both of these teams very much got exactly what they've been playing over the course of this split, and now with Fearless, so much of that is off the board. If ThunderTalk can keep this up on other comps, that's going to be really impressive, but they're going to have to show they can do it off of some of the things they've been really successful on so far.
But then again, you take a look at, the game score. You mentioned they have more game wins than JD Gaming, but only 2 series wins, and one just came yesterday. So TT, if they could pick up a series win against Team WE, who finished top 3 last split, who are now 5-2 in the standings, that would be a terrific sign for them of things to come. You take a look at their upcoming schedule. They have, once again, Top Esports and BLG as their next 2 upcoming opponents. What about that momentum can ride into this for ThunderTalk? Can this turn into that next story like we saw from WE just last year?
I mean, that's the thing, right, Grapes? Is that we're talking about ThunderTalk like, oh, they're close to the bottom of the standings, like they're close to bottom. They just beat LGD, and that was their series that they needed to win. If you pick up a win over WE that a team like LGD likely might not be able to get, now you're like getting close to guaranteeing yourself a playoff spot. And that's really important for ThunderTalk. I mean, that is really what you're playing for right now. I mean, if we're talking about this team being close enough to, be in striking distance of JDG or WE or, any of these teams that are above them, I mean, that's an overextension. If they're anywhere near 5th, that's already a success. Getting into the playoffs, I think, was this team's expectation, was this team's goal. And a win here today would, I'm not going to say solidify that in our shortened regular season, but honestly give them a really, really great chance to do so.
I hate to call you out, K-Man, but, you having your own personal YouTube channel kind of leaves you vulnerable to this. You had ThunderTalk as the worst team in Group Ascend coming into split number 3, and they have certainly disproven some of those expectations, at least for now. I mean, even the fact that they're able to take these games off of the teams have been impressive enough to kind of put them over teams like EDG and LGD. They can start taking series, then we're in for a whole nother discussion.
I'll say, give me some credit, Grapes. I had them in the same tier as EDG, at the very least, in the bottom of Group Ascend. I basically said that you could flip-flop either one of them. I did expect LGD to be a better team than a team like ThunderTalk, but that's to the credit of ThunderTalk. I think LGD has been a pretty good team. They've been competitive in Group Ascend. ThunderTalk has just taken that next leap, and quite frankly, they've done that all year long. This was a team that I thought was the worst team in the entire league going into split number 2 after what they showed in split number 1, and not only are they not in bottom 2, not only do they get a shot at being able to make the play-ins, but they're a top 2 seed coming out of Group Nirvana. They win their play-ins matchup, they get into Group Ascent, and now they're going to make the playoffs and, be in a pretty good spot as long as they keep this pace up. All this team has done has gotten better over the course of this year. That's all they've been doing is consistently improving, consistently putting themselves in a spot where they can overperform these expectations, and you have to look at all 5 members of the roster as the reason why that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, kind of just like what ThunderTalk are doing now, WE kind of had that meteoric rise both last year and also last split, in split number 2, right when they came together first with that Cube, Chorus, Monkey trio, going through that lower bracket run, making it all the way to top 4, then making it to top 3 a year later with About and Arha joining the fray. Gonna have to come back here if they want to be able to pull out a win, their 6th of the season against ThunderTalk. They will have the right of first selection as we get ready for this draft of game number 2, and they will be opting for that first pick, while ThunderTalk going to blue side.
Yeah, I mean, the bans make a lot of sense. Cassio and Lee Sin are the 2 champions I'm going to be keeping my eye on. Poppy as well, certainly something that you just have to make sure is either alive or not in terms of the draft phase, just with how strong Poppy is in the current meta, being able to disable all of the good supports, really. But the Lee Sin and the Cassio are very specific bans for these 2 teams. We see the Yorick and the Jarvan as well. I really like the idea of taking away that side lane pressure from ThunderTalk. They are clearly very good at being able to play that style. Orianna as well, kind of a necessary ban, and About's signature champion in the Ezreal, at least from his time down in the LCK Challengers League, being that final ban off the board for ThunderTalk.
First pick going to be the Jace, multi-positional flex for WE. Of course, can go to the either solo lane. Monkey has also had a couple of games on the Jace. Maybe even you throw it bot lane. I know we've been kind of straying towards the traditional marksman as of late, K-Man, with the upcoming patch coming up, but Jace bottom lane still definitely a threat here for About.
Jace is just really strong, and I think WE have identified that that is the case. This is tied for Monkey's most played champion across this split, and so definitely don't be surprised if this gets sent into the jungle. Nefiri going to be the answer to that. Certainly makes a lot of sense just from a pure power perspective. Junhao consistently has been the best player for ThunderTalk. Giving him that kind of playmaker that can carry in the back end of the game makes a lot of sense. Would be surprised to see an early mid lane pick here. I think it would make more sense to potentially go for one of those power supports that are still on the map. Poppy is up and available. I honestly am surprised that that's not been prioed more, but the Victor is going to come through here as kind of the blind pick in the mid lane. Well, or the Flex.
Yeah, you always have to bring that one up. On
Yeah.
could take it down there. One of the more popular mages that can be put towards the bottom side. We'll see what exactly WE want to respond with here. Maybe that Poppy going into the Nefiri could be an option for Monkey. Cube also could pilot that champion if you just want it in the general 5v5, but it's going to be a Nocturne locked in here for the WE jungler alongside Karis' signature Akali pick. So an assassin to match up into the Victor, always a good thing if you are Team WE.
This is the most WE draft they could possibly have gone for. They said, hey, we're not worrying about mid lane ever again. We're getting Karis on his signature champion, the Akali, that everybody is so scared of all the time. And Nocturne is obviously something Monkey has had a ton of success on this year in particular. So excited to see that. The Mbessa going to be the answer theoretically into this Jace on the top side. Technically, I guess it's still a flex, but the Mbessa coming through I think also makes a lot of sense for Keshi. This is somebody who I think had a great game on the Cassante in terms of being able to find those backliners and punish an overextending about. You're going to be able to do that even more if you are going to be able to take the Mbessa, his most played champion, onto the top side. So curious to see where the bans come through, whether or not it's going to be some bot lane bans coming up for ThunderTalk, maybe indicating a potential Victor move down onto the bottom side, or whether or not we've just gotten our top sides for both teams.
Alistar going to be the first takeaway. That's something you know for sure. W have not found their support just yet, unless you're getting very, very weird. Wondering if you still want to ban something like the Renekton if you're TT. Good matchup into the Mbessa, good champion for Cube overall, and still always the threat of some flexibility happening in the rest of this pick ban. Looks like right now for WE though, they're targeting that Galio, going to be the Poppy, which of course can be a multi-positional flex as well.
Shocked that Poppy made it this far. I mean, that champion is just so strong in the current meta. The things I'm really going to be looking for towards the end of this draft for both teams, Varus, I think makes a lot of sense for both of these drafts in terms of maybe how they want to play. It certainly is a champion that both of these AD carries are very comfortable on. It's actually going to be the Twisted Fate ban coming out as well. So they really do believe that this Victor is going bot lane. And you know what? I can't blame them with this Nautilus getting locked in for Feather.
We'll have to wait and see still, because of course they lock in their support, waiting to fully figure out who On's going to be playing and who Haru is going to be piloting. WE looking likely for their bottom lane here as we see the hovers come through on various marksmen. About on the Corki would be a pretty comfortable pick for him. Obviously Karis played it yesterday, but also something that About has had many a game on here in the LPL in his rookie year. Going to be the Jhin instead though, for a little bit of extra utility. It seems like WE feel like they have enough damage, which I would agree.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a spot where Jhin can work. You have so much damage on the top side of the map, and you want to play for weak side bot here so you can get Nocturne moving around this Akali, having that dive happen in the middle of the map. I think Jhin makes a lot of sense, but that means that this is going to be a roamer. This is going to be some sort of playmaking support coming in here. It's just whoever they feel most comfortable on. Leona, I think, would make a lot of sense here if they wanted to go for that in the draft. Rakan, I think, could also make a bit of sense if they wanted a bit more of an aggressive playmaker. It doesn't look like it's going to be that Leona. Again, you just want to try and get her moving, roaming as quickly as possible, and I think having the Jhin on the bot side only solidified that for me.
The final pickup here for TT. You see the entire picture. Where exactly do they want to go? Is On going to be playing this Victor, or will they be locking in another marksman? The Corki into the Jhin might be the play here. If you are TT, looks like that is what is going to happen. Still could flex it as we saw yesterday, but I would imagine it's going to be On playing this marksman.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I definitely think this is Victor going mid. I already had my big doubts about Victor going bot lane, mostly because On has not played it at all this year, and it just doesn't really feel like the time for him to just be pulling it out randomly, having not, played it a ton. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we get a last-second swap here from Haru and On, but if this is going to be the layout, then overall I think both of these drafts are relatively predictable. So much pick and backline access coming in from the Nocturne and the Akali. It's going to be really important that they stay active in the mid game where they are at their strongest, but ThunderTalk have a lot of ways to be able to play out the late game. This Nefiri Victor combo is going to be incredibly scary, and they sneakily have a lot of range with that Victor and with the Corki in the later part of the game, so definitely got to be careful of that.
On the other side, range also a big factor here for Team WE. You have the poke for Cube, you have Deadly Flourishes and the curtain call from about, and of course Monkey able to pull the trigger from a mile away with that paranoia. Another situation where the 5v5 is going to be interesting, but it seems like WE have a little bit more side laning pressure this time around, can help them maybe bridge into the mid to late game a bit more.
Certainly something they got completely overwhelmed on in the previous series. It's good to see them feeling more comfortable at playing towards their side lanes, and quite frankly, the reason that I like this WE draft, it's just what they like. They like to play things like Jason Akali, they like to play Nocturne, they want the tools to be able to find these picks, create some action in the early game. They're very happy to leave about on weak side with that Jhin for him to still be relevant in the back end of the game. ThunderTalk's draft, I think, is very strong in isolation, and I think, you know, they should be pretty adept at playing it, but I think WE is definitely going to be more in this one than they were in game number 1.
Game number 2 as TT look for their first win against a top opponent here to kick off our second round robin here in Beijing. A little bit of level 110. Jayo's finish off. Feather has to pop his heal and use the dredge line onto the mid lane turret as Arha looking for a flash onto On. Gonna just be that cleanse to proc, at least for the moment. Raptor camps are exactly what WE want to fight over with Monkey on the Nocturne. Gonna be a 50-50, and it will be the Nocturne to finish off the Raptor camp, hitting level 2, landing a fear onto Haru, and getting out with a big advantage in the enemy jungle.
It's a massive win for WE, and they needed this in the early game after the way things went in game number 1, but let's not forget it was a very successful invade for WE in game 1 as well. They just couldn't capitalize on it by actually setting up around the objective. Bout's actually a little zoned off of this wave, at least at the current moment. See how much they actually want to try to invest into this, but the entire bottom side of the map is going to be in favor of WE, and even if About and Arha are going to pay the price for that in terms of their XP, I think this is overall an okay trade for them.
They're going to be happy enough to have Junhao run into the enemy jungle, take away that red buff, so a vertical setup, which of course is going to be okay. If you are TT, you're going to try to protect Pesci early on into Cube, which is where the Jace is going to have his earliest impact in terms of his ability to poke out the Ambessa before she gets to.
Yeah, honestly, I really don't mind this for ThunderTalk in isolation. Like, obviously, Monkey's going to have a decent lead here and is going to be able to vertical jungle, I say, as he's potentially angling towards the top side. But if this is a vertical jungle situation, I would much rather be on the side with the Ambessa and the Jace than on the side with the Jhin and the Corki. Feels like a lot more action is going to happen there still. Monkey just going to be making his way up to the top side here, so it will just be a red buff trade, but a big win for the Nocturne as he's going to be able to get the Raptors as well.
So Monkey has gone from enemy Raptors to enemy red to his own Wolves to his own red to his own Krugs to his own Raptors, I should say. Definitely on a journey, to say the least here in the early game, and hey, it's benefiting him so far.
Hey, you're telling me this isn't the drawn-up pathway that the coach had for him pre-game? This isn't exactly what he planned? He's on the top side now. He could potentially be looking for an invade here if he really wants to go for it, because Keshi is in danger.
Does he have the W autos? No, not just yet, as Cube is able to pop, or Keshi I should say, able to pop a biscuit and stay alive for the moment. Junhao just finishing off his blue buff, looking maybe for this top side scuttle. He's gonna flash for it, but it's secured by the Nefiri. Will it mean that he goes down, though, as Arha tries to throw the Zenith Blade over the wall? The Nefiri going to survive as he gets away with a huge pickup of that crab.
All right, this is the gameplay I thought we were gonna get as WE continues their invade. The fight is not over.
Yeah, Zenith Blade once again here, this time on to Feather. He flashes away, but still gets rooted up by that Deadly Flourish. Gravity Well stalling out WE's assault for now. And that is all that they need to get away scot-free. ThunderTalk only losing that second spawn to the Raptors. They could lose a little bit more now as Feather and Junhao looking to try to defend their jungle once again. Tether lands here onto the Nefiri, gonna get feared up. Zenith Blade once again connecting, no flashes available on either side. Monkey looking to try to finish off First Blood, not gonna find it just yet at the call of the pack. Issued a little bit of invulnerability. Now Monkey's the one to take a turret shot, and On's in to finish it off with the Valkyrie. Haru gets one. It's On that gets another, and somehow ThunderTalk are the ones that end up on top of that play.
WE over Chase for the play that they had in the palm of their hands. It looks like it's going to be a really good fight, and ThunderTalk feel like they are sticking around way too long, but the problem is WE don't have the damage to really burst them down just yet. Being able to survive that long if you are the Nefiri is incredibly important. And let's look at the game state that we get out of that. It's now a 400 gold lead for the Victor, and it's a free kill on the Corki. That is massive. This is a good invade by WE, and everything kind of goes their way at the start of this fight because About is able to roam so much quicker, but he is dropping quite a bit of resources, or quite a few waves, we'll just say, in order to get to this play, and that means they kind of have to make it work, and Keshi's dead!
Cube Def jumping in. Okay, getting something back on WE's side. It'll be through the top side of the map that they're going to have to play just like they did in game 1, but TT really getting bailed out off of that sequence. Monkey just barely unable to find that kill. And the overchase results, 400 gold lead going the way of TT, all of that being put into the main carries, Heroin on. Each have a slight advantage.
I mean, that's the thing that does scare me, is that Nefiri Victor Corki is probably not matchable damage in the back end of the game. You obviously have a lot of tools if you're WE to get on priority members with the Nocturne and the Akali, but if there are 3 members of the enemy team, maybe even an Mbessa that are scary, then things get difficult. Karis is very pushed up. Should be fine for he is Akali, but we will see.
Ridgeline. Oh, it connects just by the tip. The lollipop in from Feather. Gonna make it 3-1 here for TT. Could be equalized though, as Monkey still doing a lot of damage, but the gravity well once again stopping him, and On is in the right place at the right time. Junhao gets the kill, and once again Monkey just by the slimmest of margins will go down.
Look, it is a pretty big mistake by Karis at the start of that fight. He has Flash available and should theoretically be able to turn that around, but it ends up in a really bad position for WE. You've given even more gold over to this Nefiri. Still have a lot of pressure on the Victor in the mid lane. Cube's going to be able to take another 1v1 on the top side, and Keshi is once again in danger here.
Knocked back here by Cube. Goes back into the Mercury Cannon form. Issues a couple more auto attacks. He's the one having a good time so far in this game, but WE just look discombobulated at this point. It seems like the magic in terms of every fight that they take results in a win wearing out. They need to actually, maybe surprising to say, think about where they want to find engages.
A concept I think WE is not as familiar with. I think they're just taking everything they possibly can. Keshi?
Oh, Cube's not thinking about this one.
God.
His brain just says go in, and that is working successfully for him so far. Karis with a perfect execution, looking for the assassination onto Junhao, who popped the call to pack. Not going to matter as Arha in to finish the kill. Oh, he steals it away. You wish that it would have gone towards Karis, but a kill's a kill all the same. Dragon also going WE's way.
I mean, it's a good play for WE. If I'm not Akali, I am pinging 6,000 times on the map right now as my Leona walks up and takes that kill. Dredge landing.
Oh, maybe some more skirmishing as Arha doesn't have the ability to put that gold to use just yet as he hasn't gone back to base. Shield the Daybreak onto Feather to buy some time as the curtain call has been opened up. Feather can try to run him down. Dredgeline going to be issued onto Arha. A lot of damage though being put back onto Feather, but On goes forward with the Gatling gun to get the first kill of the 2v2. About doesn't have his flash, so unable to get in range for that fourth shot, and yet another fight that WE barely lose out on.
Grapes, this was what I was begging for in the previous game. Just constant action, constant fighting over and over again. 3v3, 2v2 around every objective, every which way possible. It's just been a blast so far, and On gets a massive lead on the bottom side. He mostly is catching up in terms of that CS, and he will be able to catch up as he returns to lane here and should have a little bit more pressure, but those 2 kills are going to matter. That cleanse very much still active as well. Junhao is on the top side with these grubs having spawned. Arha is level 3 right now on the top side of the map as this Leona. I don't know how effective he's going to be here.
Yeah, normally the goal is, hey, if we can hit level 6 like before the grub spawn could be good. Not happening here in this game, and don't think it's going to happen anytime soon as another engage comes through from Arha. The Arcane Storm is coming down. Monkey using the Paranoia, not mid, but instead bot lane, forcing a cleanse out of On. So everybody going to survive for the moment. The grubs only started by Junhao, not finished. Feather going in with another hook has just been on the money onto Arha this entire game. Speaking of Monkey, looking for a little bit more damage, just barely alive with less than 100 HP. The minion's not going to take him down as About's able to finish off the kill. And it's a 1-0 in the bottom side right now for Team WE. Arha still unrelenting in his attempts at engages, but Heru finally able to shut him down.
This is just wild. Karis is still here. Feather has to make sure he doesn't accidentally walk into this Akali. Could be detrimental to his Victor's lifespan, but ultimately, we have a completely even game in terms of gold, Graves. Somehow, after all of those skirmishes, I will say, for WE, pretty much all of their hopes now ride on the 1.5k gold lead that this Jace has generated on the top side of the map. Serpent's completed for him as that first item. Cube is going to be massive, but outside of that, Junhao with a pretty solid lead. Heru is in a great spot as this Victor because of that early laning prowess that he was able to get. Should be able to catch this wave and be able to catch up. It's been a good start for Thunder Talk, but WE are far from out of this game if they can play around their strong side top.
Yeah, I mean, Cube, very powerful right now. The state of the game, picks up his 4th power plate. Keshi tried to find an answer with the public execution, but Cube ends up dodging away from that. You also see the Jace going for the Serpent's Fang against the shields that both Mbessa and Nautilus have. So going to be very effective itemization here for the WE top laner as we see another fight potentially about to break out as Junhao is looking for a turret dive underneath this tier 1 in the bottom side. About takes a boatload of damage and basically gets one shot at the Fury, but nobody's able to land the final blow. He's able to get back, throw out the curtain call, and wait for the rest of his team to try to finish off the fight. Cube comes in, goes to the skies onto On, who has feared by Monkey and is soon to be taken down. Still out of range, not going to be taken just yet as Monkey instead focusing down the Fury. Cube with the Shock Blast misses, but lands another Q with the Mercury Hammer to get a killing spree in for the Jace. WE find an answer. It seems like whoever's starting the fight is the one who loses it.
Graves, my brain is struggling to process everything that is happening.
I forgot what a
chaos.
hammer was for a second.
I'm right, it's just insane. So much going on. Cube being able to show up really is the difference maker for this fight. The reality is that if you kill About here, things do go quite a bit different. And I think that's what Junhao's plan is. He sees the Leona in the area and just says, screw it, I have to try and make this play happen as quick as possible. He burns his entire combo, but About lives with an absolute sliver of health. Being able to stay alive and fire off the curtain call here is really important for the damage he's able to get down on the back end of this fight. The moment the Jace shows up, it's completely over. Junhao has already burned too many resources. On is entirely out of position. There's no way to make this play happen as long as you're not able to get that initial kill down, and this is the chaos we were hoping for. Thunder Talk looking for some aggressive plays on the bot side, and WE turning it into a gold lead.
The amount of time that X-Champion has been at sub 100 HP in this game certainly outlasting the median that we typically see in an LPL game. There's been a lot of 1 HP champions barely getting out with their lives, barely able to escape, and that has made this explosive game all the more exciting. It's not just the kills that have gone down, which is 1 per minute at this point, by the way. It's the kills that haven't gone over that make it equally exciting.
I mean, that's the thing. It's completely even in kills. Somehow, through this entire early game, as On takes a very bad trade into the Jhin here. But, I mean, we're just getting started, Graves. I mean, this is still the beginning of the game. Like, we still have so much more to play for. The mid-game spike has hit. This is when the Akali and the Nocturne really start to get online, and Jace is at his absolute strongest right now. I guess maybe when he completes that second item, you could maybe say he's a little bit stronger, but really, I mean, we are looking at a huge power spike for WE as they've started up on the Dragon. They got that first Dragon, remember, and now they're going to be stacking these as Chemsoul is going to be our soul map for the game. That's a pretty big advantage for WE.
Oh, Monkey! A paranoia underneath the turret in a 1v1. Karis gets stunned up. Oh, that was terrible. Okay, fine. Karis gets the kill, but it's still a 2-for-1 with the Arcane Storm. Heru comes out with an absolute boatload of cash off of WE's misfortunes. Now on the top side, it's Cube once again going for a kill. Could this be solo kill number 3? No, but the public execution comes out, and Keshi's going to try to turn this fight around. Sub 200 HP is the Mbessa, but now Junhao on the hunt to try to shut down this Jace. He's channeling that recall as fast as he can. I think he's going to be able to escape before the Nefiri gets there, and Cube able to at least tell a tale about how he was barely able to escape that play.
Grapes, I do apologize. I did a bad job as a color caster setting you up for that exchange there. I just didn't expect Nocturne to dive under the mid lane tier 1 and give Victor a free double kill in exchange for 1 on Akali. Not the play I personally would have went for as we get a bit of a replay here. Heru just not really diveable in this state. I guess he dropped the W, and so you feel a little bit scared, but ultimately he still has ultimate and just don't have nearly enough damage at this point in the game to burst down the Victor. Yes, you're able to pick up the kill, but Karis dying here is a nightmare for the Akali as well, even with the wave crashing in. That's 4 kills for the Victor, who's now up almost 1,000 gold, and that does make things a little bit more difficult.
I was going to try to coat for Monkey, but we might have another fight breaking out already. Depth charge lands onto Cube as another paranoia comes out, this time not underneath the turret, and we'll be able to have that fear fully connect. Heru's still going to be able to survive as Cube dishes out some damage onto Feather, and a teleport comes in from the Ambassador to try to re-engage. Not going to have the ability to do so because of that extended timer off of the teleport, so ThunderTalk unable to find anything in response.
Honestly, a pretty risky play overall for WE because Heru's ultimate was 3 seconds away from coming off of cooldown in that fight, and that could have been a pretty big problem if he was able to drop the Victor ult on top of everybody with the damage he was outputting, but Arha's still on the top side here. Keshi gonna theoretically be able to catch this wave relatively easily. Herald spawning in 15 seconds, that's likely what they're prioritizing. Both of the mid laners on the bot side. Heru no TP, and Keshi does, or Karis does have it available to him, which is relatively important if they want to go for a big fight, and knowing these two teams, that's all we've been getting is big fights.
Okay, I think I have some time. I'm gonna try to defend Monkey for that play. Just a second. He goes in under the turret right as Karis is popping that Shuriken flip. If that E connects, it's actually a pretty easy kill, I think. So just Monkey having confidence in his teammates to land all the abilities, which unfortunately Karis isn't able to do.
Yeah, you know, maybe that is the difference between me and some of these pro junglers is they trust their mid laners. But, you know, that's neither here nor there as we get a little push going down onto the bot side. Even more gold going into the pocket of this Victor. Herald has spawned. Dragon up in 2 minutes. WE don't care about that Herald. They want to fight.
Another paranoia. Seemingly Monkey having this every single time he wants it. Not going to issue it, though. As 4 members of ThunderTalk stacked together as one. Make any attempt at going in effectively suicide for a WE member. So instead, backing away. Our team WE, Dragon not spawning for another minute and 30 seconds. Still an overload on the bottom side here. Looks like TT want to make something out of this bot lane tier 1. At least pick up a couple of plates. Cube rotates over to the mid lane to try to respond into Keshi once again. This Jace is the big piece that WE have to play around.
I mean, that's the thing for ThunderTalk is they have to play away from the Jace. Keshi's just going to get completely pushed off of this turret to get some gold into Jin's pocket. I think that's really important for this Dragon spawn in 1 minute. Monkey going to be on the top side taking this Herald. I think the thing that ThunderTalk have done really well is trying to avoid the Jace in terms of the plays they're looking for and trying to play around their Victor. When you talk about WE being up 700 gold in this game, so much of that is just on the Jace. It's the only gold lead they have in this entire game. If you can continue to play away from him and play towards your own gold lead in the mid lane, all of a sudden that, you know, 30k gold that WE has doesn't look nearly as good in terms of what you're setting up. And so it's going to be really important that TT continue to play the map as effectively as they have so far.
A bit of a reprieve here in terms of the action as Monkey picks up the Rift Herald, heads back to base. Somehow, it's actually WE who are in a very good game state. When you look at the gold lead and the objective specifically, the problem for them is all of the gold is right now centered onto Cube. The rest of his team is behind him. When he's separated from his team, it means that you're not always finding an advantageous play. Heru, such a huge part of how this team wants to function right now. 4-1 and 2 on the Victor. Doesn't have the rocket belt though, so will be potentially vulnerable for a fight around this Dragon without Flash.
Yeah, that's the thing. Cube completed that second item right before this play happened. Monkey gonna drop the Herald. See if he's gonna try and ride it into the fight as a Battle Herald. It looks like that's his plan.
ThunderTalk are all stacked up around the mid lane, so if Monkey wants to use this to go into the tower, could be to his detriment. Finds a triple knockup though when the Solar Flare goes on top, already chunking on down to very low HP, but he still will be able to live, and Monkey won't be so lucky. He goes into the Paranoia, it's a one-way trip, and now ThunderTalk have a jungler advantage for the next 25 seconds.
I cannot believe that Corki ended up living there. He does have to back, so right now it is a 4v4, but no smite on the map for WE as this Dragon is here. Junhao could be in some danger, but he's Neferi.
Execution being issued. Nice cancel of the engaged by Arha. Karis looking forward onto Junhao. He also will survive with 1 HP. Heru in some danger though as Karis able to take him down finally, and Cubes will find another one onto the Nautilus. Keshi teleporting in, looking to try to clean up a couple of kills. About in some danger. Has the Locket Shield onto him. Deadly Flourish though landing onto the Ambessa, who won't be able to escape this one. It's the Jin to pick up the kill, and this time on will get down to 0. WE turn the fight around off the back of Cube on his Jace.
It's perfectly played by the WE solo laners. They just are in the exact right spot to be able to take advantage of that fight. No Monkey, no problem. I really did think that the lack of engage coming in after the Nocturne died was going to be a problem. You had Arha, who was still there and was still relevant, but we're not even done with the fight yet. Dragon is still up and Junhao's looking in.
Doesn't want to go in with that ulti. Instead, it's Monkey who pops the R key onto the Nefiri in a 1-for-1 for now, but Feather's on the way. We have a teleport in from Haru. In addition, lands down the gravity well, won't be able to find the stun onto Monkey. And Karis is here to try to defend his jungler, will force Haru back into his own side of the rift. Take another look at this fight. Look at this engage for Monkey.
I mean, Grapes, you called it out earlier. How many people have to live on 1 HP before we just start to completely lose our minds? I mean, it's just insane on being able to live this in the first place. The damage he's able to output onto Nocturne is significantly higher than what Nocturne's able to do to him, but this re-engage is really excellent from WE. Karis just finding the perfect angle onto an overextended Nefiri, even through the, I guess, Nefiri shenanigans that she generally can put out. The fact that the champion lives is honestly not all that important. You bursted that, you know, main carry out of the fight. You can blow up the Victor, who is all of the gold lead for ThunderTalk at this point. And look at what Cube and Arha are doing on the other side. They're bursting down Feather and, you know, continuing to free hit on the back end. This Jace is Omega fed. You cannot let him just hit you for free in any of these exchanges. That's where the gold lead is. That's what ThunderTalk were doing a good job of earlier on in the game. If he gets involved, these fights are always going to go in favor of WE.
Yeah, so that fight brought the rest of WE's team even with their ThunderTalk counterparts, and Cube just continues to increase his lead over Keshi, which means that now it's a 3,500 gold lead plus soul point available for your red side. Team WE feeling very good about sending this one to a decider. They're playing a very chaotic style of League of Legends, which oftentimes is what ThunderTalk like to do, but they're making the most out of it, and they're the ones who find themselves in the lead.
Indeed, they are, and they've definitely earned it in this game. You want to talk about those crazy fights? I mean, this is, we talked about it in draft, but like WE's ideal situation. Nocturne, Akali, you know, 5-0 Jace, super aggressive game state. This is what they play for. This is who they are as a team, and I think to see them be so comfortable in this, you know, constantly diving in despite the fact that, you know, they might lose their jungler at the start of the fight or anything like that, it's very exciting to see. The question now is, can they keep the pressure up? There still is some concern about a potential team fight going the way of ThunderTalk. They still have plenty of pieces to play for, but trigger's still being pulled by WE.
Forces the flash out of Haru, so that's a decent cooldown. No longer available. Once Paranoia comes up again, Monkey just look for another play onto the Victor. He still is a very strong piece, but Karis has caught up nicely. About is now 2 and 3 with 2 completed items. All of a sudden, WE started to hit their spikes as well.
And that's the thing that you drafted for, right? Is that About's going to be relevant basically no matter what. Just because of the safety and the utility that you're going to get. And Karis is so good on this Akali in these team fights. He is just the best flank finder we possibly have in the LPL. It's really his specialty as a player. If you're worried about anything, it's the fact that so much of the gold was on Haru, who is an immobile mage in the mid lane. And Karis is going to have a field day diving on top of that with the Paranoia coming in for Monkey. You basically have to play this perfect if you're ThunderTalk, but the setups are going to be really important. We see some vision around Baron Dragon going to be spawning in a minute 45. That is soul for WE. They are on soul point for this potential Chem Soul in this game. That would be potentially game ending for ThunderTalk if they gave that over.
Talked about how both teams coming off of a win yesterday here in Beijing, but neither team had it super easy. A lot of their wins came off of comebacks, off of late game team fight execution, and that is exactly the stage of the game that we find ourselves in now. WE cannot be comfortable with just a 3,000 gold lead. ThunderTalk were able to come back from deficits of similar nature just yesterday against LGD. You have to come off the back of that mid jungle. You see Haru picking up that rocket belt, working towards that third item, as is Junhao. Still going to be a very difficult task against a WE team that really is feeling good at this stage of the game.
I think that's why it was so important that Monkey went for that play on top side. It looks a little bit silly in isolation, but getting Victor's flash is really important for this potential soul fight, because that is really the only defensive tool that all of ThunderTalk have. Feather's going to be able to peel, but you know, there's not really a lot of other ways you can keep this Victor safe, and there are so many tools for backline access when it comes to WE, so many dive, you know, options for them that, you know, being able to trade an ult that's for sure going to be off of cooldown for a flash that, you know, very much will not be for this fight, I think is really important. Although flash getting closer and closer, if it is, you know, off of cooldown by the time this fight starts, maybe it's a little bit easier. That being said, ThunderTalk has to be so careful with this setup because they have no vision of this river right now.
Feather looked for the hero play. Flash Dredgeline flashed away from by About. Another big cooldown that an immobile AD carry not going to have at his disposal. Right now, Karis pushing on the top lane. Take down that inner turret. Give ThunderTalk inner positioning, but there's a good flank ward around that bot side. Try brush that the Akali could go in. to try to make things interesting. Dragon started up by TT. They need the Drake to be able to stop the Soul from going over to Team WE. Arha looking to try and engage. Gets hit up by a lot of damage, goes forward. It will be a one-way trip as in goes Karas with the perfect execution. The target going to be Junhao, who secures the Dragon but will not leave with his life. Arcane Storm raining down as On flashes over, but it will be to his demise. Keshi there to follow up and at least take down Monkey as Cuban about able to clean the backside of the fight. It's a 4v2, but maybe a third could go TT's way if Keshi's able to finish Karas off. He dashes away with a shuriken flip and will get out with his life.
ThunderTalk get the important objective, but how much are they going to lose because of it? WE posturing on the top side of the map. They could start a Baron here if they really wanted to. Would be a crazy call, but with that Jace, they feel very comfortable to do it. Gonna be not really all that contested. Junhao's still dead for 10 seconds, and so this should be relatively free. Overall, it's an okay fight. They don't give over Soul, and it's gonna be hard to be able to secure that Baron anyways, and so WE gonna be happy with the trade, but we're gonna get a chance to see how this ended up breaking down in the first place. ThunderTalk just gets stuck in the pit. It takes them way too long to kill out Arha to the point where Karas can actually collapse on this fight. So much of Junhao's kit has to be used to just stay alive from both Monkey and Karas. This is the threat of the dive. Even if it's not coming down onto the Victor, it's coming down onto priority targets. And once again, this is why burning Heru's flash was so important on that topside play, because as Keshi and On go over the wall, Heru is just stuck in the back of this pit, and he has all of the gold for ThunderTalk. There's just not enough coherent damage, and WE get a massive lead and the Baron off that play.
The silver lining for TT, they denied the Soul. Junhao somehow able to smite that one away amidst all the chaos, but that silver lining looking bronze at this point, maybe even iron, as WE feeling very confident with their state of the game. They were able to finish off that Baron in the middle of that replay. They are at 5,000 gold and have such a tremendous side laning composition that they should always be able to push in 2 lanes at the same time.
They definitely should. I mean, that is the advantage for WE here, is that their global threat is actually kind of scary now, with Nocturne potentially being able to survive any sort of dive, and as long as you're able to trade 1-for-1, most of those plays are going to be, very positive for WE as they continue to push that 5k gold lead, very well distributed. You have to keep an eye on Karas. He has been lethal on this Akali, not just today, but throughout his entire career. One overstep could end this entire game with the damage coming out from WE.
You see the poke threat that exists from these 2 picks, specifically Cuban about. They were able to clean up the back end of that last fight in the Dragon Pit, and now are forming a very deadly duo when it comes to their poke. Shock Blast into Deadly Flourish going to constantly be the play here for Team WE, as Karas looking for an assassination on Takeshi potentially. Didn't burn the ulti, so it will be Van Bessa that gets out with her life, but with ThunderTalk forced to try to defend this, it's going to be Heru isolated in the mid lane. He's forced to pop the Zhonya's Hourglass, but the Curtain Call still going to rain in a bunch of damage. Feather there to tank, at least for the moment, as Arha goes in with the Zenith Blade now at the flash away. Arcane Storm comes out from Heru as he's able to find the kill in response. Here comes the Death Charge in onto Cube. He flashes over the wall to try to get out with his life, and he will be able to do so as Karas takes the mid bot lane tier 2 as well. Net positive here for WE, but imagine they wish they got a little more.
Very messy from WE, but they are able to escape with their lives 1-for-1. They're able to break open the base and still grow their gold lead, but probably not the Baron buff that they were looking to have. Still overall pretty good for them. They're in a great game state to continue to push forward. We have that Soul once again spawning in a minute 30 if they do want to try and play over that objective. That is ultimately the goal here for WE. Karas has done a great job to continue to push out this side lane, and I think we're really starting to see the value of the Jhin throughout a lot of the back end of this game. As speak of the devil, Keshi's in a little bit of danger because of the Jhin here.
Yeah, not only is Karas here, but about as well. I don't even know if that was necessary here for that assassination. Keshi going to be in the death chamber for the next 45. Karas really starting to make his presence known here on the Akali.
I mean, this is his champ for a reason. I mean, we know him for his Akali play, and he has absolutely dominated the back end of this game. His side leaning has been perfect, really. There's not even really a lot of critique I could possibly give him for the way he's played out this mid-game. He's going to be able to keep this up and grow that lead. It's only going to be more dangerous. 50 seconds now on this Dragon spawn. I'm really going to be looking at the vision coverage that WE is going to be able to get in this area. If they're going to be able to control the river in the way that they have all game long, it's going to be a pretty easy setup for them, as it's going to be really hard for ThunderTalk to feel comfortable walking into Jhin and Jace and even in Akali.
Looks like we finally have that third item. The Hourglass upgraded from just the Seekers on Heru's side. Also have a third item on Junhao. Keshi not going to be able to get his just yet. So take a look at where exactly power currently lies on Thunder Talk's side. I mean, these are late game champions that do late game damage at this point, but is that enough to overcome a 7,000 gold lead? Team WE still looking very powerful as mid lane wave getting contested off of a teleport. Keshi Kara's waiting on a flank and it gets spotted out by the Mbessa.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary setup here for Thunder Talk. They don't want to overstep. Feather is incredibly important in terms of their front line.
Who is going to find the first engage? Both supports have the opportunity to go in, but they know that it likely will come at the cost of their lives, so making sure it is a good one. They want to try to throw an ulti, throw an engage forward. Dragon just now started up as Junhao already eats a boatload of poke at 40% HP. That's going to be very important as Kars dashes in on him before the Dragon is even started up. Perfect execution will assassinate the enemy jungler, but it's Monkey who goes down in response. Public execution this time onto Arha. Cube at half HP. Keshi very low. Zenith Blade going forward, and the Abessa dropped and on's on the wrong side of the fight. Cube gets another kill as the curtains will open up, and it might be curtains for Thunder Talk in this game too. 4 shot each Feather as it's still 4 members of WE. Looks like they could go for the Dragon, but they might instead go towards mid to force a game number 3.
Who cares about Soul when you can have Nexus? That's what WE is looking at, a much cleaner, much better game number 2 for them. They've been fantastic in the back end, and they're looking to end it here.
There's a decent amount of wave clear still available for Haru. He has to stay alive and try to take down this cannon creep if Thunder Talk want any chance at survival. Speaking of survival, Karis might not have it here. Oh my goodness! 100-0 underneath the fountain, and that is it in this game number 2. Karis is Akali, Cubes, Jace, signature picks for WE force a game 3.
Oh, we've got a game 3 on our hands. Graves, I'm so excited that WE bounced back and really fired back in that game number 2 because they looked so explosive in this game. I talked about it in draft. They got everything they loved. Nocturne, Akali, Jace. You want to talk about comfort picks for WE? They took everything that they wanted in that draft phase, and they didn't just destroy them on it. They looked like $1 million on those picks.
It was these kinds of champions that WE leaned upon when they were 1-10, 1-9 in the standings, looking to try to pick up a couple of wins. I feel like a lot of the time towards the back half of Split 2, it was, hey, we can win the Karis Akali game, the Cube Jace, the Cube Ornn game. It's the rest of the map that we have to maybe be a little bit more worried about. And now that WE is actually a team that wins games instead of loses them, having those picks is even more beneficial for themselves.
And I don't want to underrate what the bot side of the map did. I mean, Arha was super selfless in that game. I can't even think of the amount of times that Locket actively just saved the life of somebody on his team. And I want to give a ton of credit to About as well. I know Jin has a reputation in the community and certainly has a reputation amongst some of our casters as well. That is the Jin angle. Like, you want to talk about a perfect Jin game? That guy got to watch Cube hit any ability, got to press W, and set up a free kill for Akali and Jace throughout the back end of the game. It was so dangerous to have that range, and he was still able to output a ton of damage. I mean, in reality, the heroes were the solo laners, and we're probably going to talk about that a bit when it comes to Keshi and Haru as well, but it really was a team effort for WE, and it reminded me a ton of why they were in the position they were in at 5-2 to begin with.
Like 1100 DPM, 1200 DPM for Q on the Jace. I mean, it's Jace, so you're going to get a little bit of free damage by just pressing EQ every 18 seconds or so, but still a great performance for him, and a great week it's been for Cube as well. We talked about how Haru had a great week, Cube a great series yesterday, and another great game today.
Not just highest damage in the game, highest KP in the game as a top laner as well, which is crazy impressive for him. So you just want to give him a lot of credit for the way that he played here. Just an awesome performance, completely gapped Keshi on the top side of the map. There were some mistakes. Again, I understand, due to your explanation, maybe what was going through the brain of Monkey in that game. I don't think Monkey had a phenomenal game on the Nocturne. I still think we saw a lot of hits and misses, but for the most part, he was, dying for the sins of the rest of the team. If somebody has to turn it into a 1 for 5, then he's happy to be the one. If it means his team can, pick up the ace after that. And I think in a lot of cases, we did see him just kind of sacrifice his own life to get that paranoia off. We can definitely see some cleaner moments from WE, but honestly, I don't want to see cleaner. I want to see this kind of aggression. I want to see this team constantly take these fights. I think it really played to their advantage here.
Yeah, obviously Thunder Talk feel comfortable in this kind of setting as well, but WE kind of the ones that pioneered it a bit, right? They're the ones who like to go crazy, like to force these random fights that you don't expect them to ever win, and it ends up being to their benefit this time around. I mean, another crazy fight here at the the Dragon. Karus is Akali, once again the hero. I mean, you think about this guy's Akali pick. If you're just like generally scouting Karus and you look at his general win rates across the board, you see Akali, it's at like I think 48, 49%. You're like, this guy's kind of just average at Akali. You have to remember, this guy's been on some pretty bad teams. And to be 50-50, that's pretty good.
It's not crazy to say that WE has been unquestionably Karus' best team ever. Like, it's not even close, really, from his time in the LCK when he was on the bad version of Hanwha Life and, you know, a bro team that wasn't very good for a couple of years. You know, he came over to the LPL with the expectations that we were like, oh, WE's gonna suck. Well, turns out they're actually pretty good. He's been a huge part of why they've been able to elevate, and this Akali has been essential towards their game plan and their success. It's funny, because when you look at the stats, like, no one's really banning Akali against this team, and yet we just have to think of, like, all of the pop-off games that Karus has been able to have on it. I think at some point, we as a community probably have to learn to maybe take this guy off of his signature champ.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Knight Akali. But let me tell you about Karus Akali, right? That's 1A to 1B right there in the mid lane. I mean, going into this year, a big struggle for WE when they were trying to fight against some of the top teams were their solo laners, Cube and Karus, neither of them really having great moments against players like Bin, like 369, like Zwayan, like Flandra, etc. Cube starting to try to shift that narrative a little bit, ends up being your player of the game with a monster Jace performance.
Look, Cube's had some good performances in the past. This was somebody who at one point in time was considered one of the better top laners in the LPL. It's been quite a long time since he's held that record, but clearly he is here to reclaim some of that reputation. He's seeing all the fun that the rest of the team is having and saying, hey, give me that Jace, I'm going to pop off and I'm going to carry the game.
Definitely did so there, but had to have to do it one more time for WE to open their second round robin with a series win. Game number 3 of our second matchup of the day coming up after this short break on LPL English. We are here with a decider in our second series of the day. WE and Thunder Talk each trading blows, and we have a game 3 to determine who who starts their second round robin with a win. Grapes and K-Man here with coverage of this final game. Reminder to stay tuned after this one, as we have a rematch of our Split 2 finals between BLG and Top Esports as our last series of the day. K-Man, it's Team WE able to bounce back, and it wasn't pretty all the way through, but certainly a decently clean game by WE standards.
I mean, clean and WE never really go together, right? Those are two things that just don't seem to meld, and I wouldn't want them to be clean. This is not a team that looks better when they try to play this slow, more methodical style. They took a lot of fights, and they were better in a lot of the fights that they took. Their solo laners in particular were fantastic, but that really begs the question of what this final game is going to look like, because as much credit as we've given, you know, players like Haru and players like Keshi, Haru was pretty good in that game on the Victor, was kind of a win condition. Keshi not so much on the top side, really got outplayed by Cube, was the big deficit for Thunder Talk throughout a majority of that early game. If any of those things end up shifting, then we could see a very, very different mid-game performance from both of these teams.
Yeah, I think a lot to look at in terms of improvement for Thunder Talk. They got off to an early lead just like they did in game 1, but this time around, W were able to get other things around the map, try to equalize it a bit more, right? Certain things ended up going their way in terms of the early jungle clear, some early kills that didn't necessarily go the first time around, and I think most importantly, Cube up on the top side, picking up back-to-back solo kills on Takeshi, really gave Thunder Talk only one side of the map that they were able to play around.
Look, I highlighted this in the pre-show. Keshi is leading the entire LPL in solo deaths across this split, and we saw that. I mean, he's only going to grow on that total with the way that he ended up playing. It's really just not been a great look in terms of the consistency out of Keshi. And I think that's been my biggest problem, is the hands are there. Like, you know, the upside is there, is I think the term that I'm looking for. A lot of people want to pretend like it's there every single game. It's just not right now. This guy has to start getting more consistent at being able to survive in bad matchups, because this team has to put a lot of resources in his, you know, draft phase and making sure that they protect him later on in drafts, and that can sometimes put your other laners in some bad positions, as we saw.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like when Keshi gets the matchup that he wants, things generally go pretty well in the laning phase. When he gets, you know, maybe something that's a little bit more difficult to play around, things can get tougher. I say that, though, even as he had counterpick, because the Jace was picked first in that draft, so yeah, maybe not a pick for the lane, ends up being to his detriment. I think he really prefers being on some stronger side champions. You know, he really has excelled on things like the Tristana top lane, right? But that doesn't always result in a team wide success, and it's not always what you want to base your composition around when it comes to the full 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, like, Mbessa is probably his best champion this split. Like, it is something he's found success on in isolation. He just kind of got gapped in that game in terms of the hands. Cube is a player that may not be consistent, but he certainly has some upside. You mentioned the Tristana. We've seen, you know, Twisted Fate. We've seen Vayne. We've seen, you know, Olaf. We've seen all of these crazy picks come out of Keshi. I'm curious to see if they want to go for something a bit more stable. Gnar still being a pick that is on the board and is generally be considered to be, like, the top prio, you know, top laner in the entire game right now. Curious to see if they just want to blind pick that and maybe open themselves up to another counter pick, or if they potentially really want to continue to try to find themselves more stable top side so that they can play through what was, you know, at least an okay middle of the map for them in this previous game.
I mean, something that Cube's always been known for is, you know, having that ability to play a stable lane at the very least, right? This time we saw him do a little bit more than that to get up to a 7-0-7 Jace at the end of that game, winning your POG. See the lights opening up here in Beijing for this decider between WE and Thunder Talk. Just taking a look at where we are at the state of the LPL season right now, K-Man, really at that halfway point. This is the first matchup of that second round robin for these two teams, which means they will not face again until they potentially run into each other in the playoffs. And, you know, if the season ended today, WE at third place, Thunder Talk around 6th, that would be a first round matchup.
That's what makes this so interesting, is this is actually, you know, one that really matters for both of these teams. WE trying to get up into one of those upper tier spots. You'd love to be the number 3 seed because you probably have a first round matchup against a team like Thunder Talk, which is much more winnable than maybe a matchup against a JD Gaming or something like that. Like that is actually a pretty important thing to try and grasp. Whereas Thunder Talk, if they win this, now all of a sudden you've pretty much guaranteed yourself playoffs, not officially, but certainly in terms of expectation, you know, you being a couple of wins over LGD, you feel pretty good about that. That means avoiding play-ins. That means guaranteeing yourself a spot in upper bracket and not in lower bracket potentially for the playoffs, and, you know, just overall being in a much more comfortable position. This is a really important Game 3 for both of these teams, considering, you know, they don't really have another chance to be able to take a game like this again.
Yeah, even though the records don't necessarily align, each team needs a win for differing reasons, right? WE feel comfortable enough that they are going to find themselves in the playoff bracket one way or another. ThunderTalk looking to try to guarantee that spot in it, whereas W are looking for that positioning, as you said. You see the players making their entrances. I didn't realize we did this for Game 3s. You know, it wasn't Silver Scrapes, but it was close to that here. Kind of, again, speaking to the amount of weight that both of these teams have on this series specifically.
Well, you can hear it in the crowd, too. I mean, they're here. Like, the fans recognize this is a big game for both of these teams. WE has been crazy loud over the course of this series. ThunderTalk definitely got a jolt of adrenaline, I think, from that previous, game number 2. They maybe got kicked in the teeth a little bit and are going to try and wake up at least a little bit here in game number 3. It's been a real blast, I think, watching these two chaotic teams go head-to-head, and the only thing that I can hope for, Grapes, is that that's not the last that we've seen of the chaos. I believe that we are going to get more of what we've seen in Game 3, and I'm curious to see who it ends up favoring.
That's what we highlighted going into the series. Each team coming off of a very chaotic win just yesterday here. So they want to try to repeat history. Maybe they feel like that's a winning formula for them, even though it's a winning formula for their opposition as well. Just have to be better on the day, better in this game, if they want to be able to pick up this series win. WE, of course, have a lot of expectations, finishing top 3 last split. For maybe the first time ever, people are like, hey, maybe this team can actually be pretty good going into the start of the split. They have certainly proven that so far, want to continue that momentum. They're always a team that finishes strong, but maybe starts off a little slower. If this is the start that they're at 5-2, who knows where the trajectory can continue to climb. But ThunderTalk want to try to put a stop to that here early.
WE, they thrive on momentum. They thrive on the vibes. They thrive on, you know, the hot streaks that they can create. And I think that they're currently very much in one of those. I mean, this team has been very good in the regular season. It doesn't really feel like a flash in the pan type of good. This was a team that very rightfully got themselves into top 3. We talk about them being able to beat BLG in the playoffs and take them to 5 games. They beat AL in the playoffs as well. It wasn't just BLG that they were able to take down. This was a team that clearly proved themselves to be a real threat in the playoffs, and they've been that exact same team so far this split. There really is no reason to believe that they are anything other than one of the best teams in the LPL at the current moment, and that means they should be coming out here and winning a series like this. But if you want to think of WE as one of the best teams in the LPL, then think about how big it is for ThunderTalk if they're able to take a series off of them, you know?
And, you know, there's always the privilege of being the underdog taking the random win. Now that WE are in a higher tier position, it's their responsibility, in a way, to take series off of teams like ThunderTalk. So a lot on the line in terms of narratives, in terms of the labels that we will put on these teams for the remainder of this regular split, as we're off to picks and bans for our final game of this second series.
Here is the big ban that I'm curious to see if it comes through last. The Lee Sin. That has been something that has consistently been taken off of the table for against ThunderTalk. Nobody wants to give Junhao the Lee Sin. That has been very consistent over the course of this split. It's been banned in both of the first 2 games so far. It's really the only thing that I'm looking at seeing left up that I would be shocked if it made it through. But if it does make it through, it's very likely going to be an early pick for ThunderTalk.
Awaiting this final ban on WE's side. Going to be the Lucian, so leaving that Lee Sin up. Talk about certain picks that you don't want to give away in those decisive game number 3s. Karis Sakali might have been part of that, but he played it last game. Junhao Lee Sin, I think, perfectly fits that mold as well.
That's his chant, man. It's banned against ThunderTalk, what, roughly 74% of the games that they play in total. This guy is not allowed Lee Sin really ever. To get it in game number 3 would be a massive, massive win in terms of comfort for ThunderTalk, and they are going to go towards it. Lee Sin's just incredibly strong right now. I think he's the most consistent jungler in the game because his early game is basically unstoppable if you play it correctly. But Camille, a power pick in the meta, is left up for WE. This gives Arha even more priority, which he already took advantage of last game.
They pair it alongside the Ziggs, the classic 2v2 that has really risen here in split number 3 across the world that About and Arha will get in this decider. Last pick here of this first rotation, likely to go towards the jungle, but WE have some time to think about that. Now it's ThunderTalk looking to grab some power picks of their own. Something like the Annie pairs well with the Lee Sin, and Haru would have a pretty easy job setting up Junhao if it gets locked in.
Certainly sets up the Lee Sin well. The only concern I have is Haru's been so good in this series at generating resources and leads for himself. I would love to see him on something that can carry, mostly because that is the Haru playstyle, but I think this is good from a compositional perspective. Haru's played a ton of Annie over the course of this split, his second most played champion. Certainly is going to be fine enough on the pick. We'll see what they want to answer the Camille Ziggs with. Some people want these more aggressive pushing lanes into the Ziggs. They feel like they can take advantage of the fact that that champion, doesn't really have as much combat power in the same kind of way, and that Camille is going to be roaming. Renekton is the other big pick that I was really thinking about in draft. Both of these top laners are very comfortable on it, and you talked about it, Grapes. You wanted Keshi on something that could be aggressive. Renekton can definitely do that.
And now, ThunderTalk kind of setting up a bit of a gambit for Team WE. Do you want to counter pick mid? Do you want to counter pick top? You won't be able to do both, and you certainly won't be able to get all of the matchups that you fully want. Looks like the pick might be a Sylas here for Karis to round out our first phase of pick ban. Give him something comfortable in the mid lane, and then maybe ban out a couple of bot laners that could be powerful for On and Feather.
I think this makes a lot of sense. Sylas is an incredible pick into Annie, not only because he can burst her down incredibly easily in the laning phase and can push out super efficiently, but because he can steal that ultimate. And Tibbers is a bit of a problem when it's matched on the other side of the map. Not only that, but you have Lee Sin kick with Sylas's mobility. That's definitely a little bit scary. So definitely some plays to be made. Karis is very good at this champion. It makes a lot of sense to lock this in. But you're right, it does create these weird parallels on the other side for WE that they're not going to be able to answer. ThunderTalk can now ban out a lot of things that might be able to deal with this Renekton a little bit more efficiently. Can even ban out a lot of junglers as well if you really want to go that route, which I think would make even more sense, as the Kai'Sa is the first ban off the board for WE.
Yeah, I mean, immediately to me, the Gnar for Cube sticks out as something you might want to take away, something that has a decent matchup in the Renekton and also is a great team fighter when we get later into the game. The Dr. Mundo also going to be a focus, maybe signaling that TT want to go for a mage bot lane because of the fact that a strong tank would do pretty good into that style of composition.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Syndra is still on the board, and I think that would be the obvious pick in my eyes to be able to continue to play this more pick comp forward with the scatter that she's going to be able to offer. She really kind of pushes along the Lee Sin as well, while also offering a lot of lane priority. Outside of that, the main thing that I'm going to be looking at is a Varus. Once again, I think it fits relatively easily into this comp. Varus can fit basically anywhere, but it's the Xerath that's actually taken off the board as well for WE. So they really want those long-range threats out of the way to make sure they don't just have this massive advantage to pair up with the Annie.
Yeah, WE had a bad time against that Xerath yesterday, with Hope piloting that pretty well. Still ended up with the win, but maybe just wanting to avoid that this time around. Final pick going to be, or ban I should say, going to be that Trundle. Has a good 1v1 matchup into the Lee Sin, and also is one of Monkey's signature picks.
I would say it's his signature pick. I think at this point we can definitely say that Trundle is Monkey's champion, but curious to see where they go on the top side. So many tanks still left up. Notably, Gnar is available, and Gnar is incredibly strong. We see a couple of hovers here. I don't want to speak on them too much. We have seen a couple of crazy picks for Monkey already this split. We'll see if they want to go for any of them. They're hovering it. Is it going to get locked?
Okay, guys.
This would be his second Graves. Oh, we get it. Okay.
I didn't like the Graves the first time it came out. I'm just
not at all.
Maybe a hot take, guys. I didn't like it when he completely inted while playing Graves.
I can't believe I get to be on both of Monkey's Graves games. That just really feels like how it goes every once in a while. I worry about this champ. You're obviously going to be giving over quite a bit of pressure. Graves and Camille feels like a weird combo to me because you want to be taking a ton of fights in the mid game as Camille, roaming around the map, creating a lot of those advantages, and Graves doesn't really have that tempo early. Now you've got Renekton, Kalista, Renata, Lee Sin, Annie. Like, do you have scaling? Probably not, unless this Kalista gets super fed, but man, you've got some early priority. This team is going to play fast and loose for sure.
Yeah, this feels like a great answer for ThunderTalk, going with just an explosive 2v2 bot lane that is going to require some answering on WE's side. And I don't know if the Graves is going to be the one to be able to do it. Final pickup going to be the Orange, so WE purely going into late game scaling. They're going to try to use Arha as that pseudo jungler on the Camille to try to make impact in some of these lanes to at least stabilize what will be 3 losing lanes for Team WE.
3 losing lanes, a losing jungle matchup, no tempo. I always worry about drafts like this, Graves, because you're just kind of hoping the enemy team screws up. ThunderTalk are going to have the entire game in their own control. The scaling is definitely there for WE, but my biggest concern with the jungle position in the game right now is that you can't really get away with playing scaling. You have to be active in the early part of the game because free resources on the map are just too valuable right now. The only lane that I think you can talk about being winning is this Sylas. I think Karis has to be massive. He was huge on the Akali in game number 2. He's going to have to be equally as huge. The Ziggs push is going to be there, but all of the combat power in the early part of this game is going to be in favor of ThunderTalk, and as long as they don't screw up, they should be able to win almost any fight in the mid game.
And even though the isolated 1v1 could be beneficial for Karis, the mid-jungle 2v2 definitely favors ThunderTalk. If Junhao can really try to break open this mid lane, I think that TT are looking very good for yet another series win, their second straight after a 2-1 over LGD yesterday. A lot of the line here in Beijing, both teams fighting for something, not necessarily the same thing. As we turn towards positioning the back half of split number 3, get ready for that playoff bracket and the eventual road to the World Championships in North America. WE trying to get there. They were top 3 last split, looking to try to repeat that performance again, while ThunderTalk try to shock the world with a series upset here in Beijing. Immediately, a really aggressive invade by Monkey is going to prove fruitless. TT shot coming all the way through, and it's first blood given over to Junhao.
Oh man, well, that couldn't have possibly gone worse for WE. Graves getting bursted down. Kind of a crazy invade call in general, but that's the 3rd game in a row that we've seen WE make a crazy invade call. This is the only time it didn't work, and this might be the most catastrophic. It's a free kill over to Lee Sin, who loses nothing for making that play. I mean, that is a big advantage in favor of ThunderTalk, a team that already had all the tempo in the early game.
I mean, you're playing Graves, right?
Yeah,
into like
man.
a Callista Lee Sin level 1. That is a very dangerous spot to hit the anti-stun on him immediately. Just never a good fight for WE to take if it was even numbers, and they were just banking on the fact that it wasn't.
I mean, let's say it how it is, Grapes. That's a terrible play for a Monkey that really could come back to bite them. It's not over yet, though. Monkey really not going to lose out a ton in terms of tempo off of that. Just going to give a bunch of free gold over, which isn't quite influential yet. We'll see how things end up playing out, but Junhao now has all the resources that he needs to take over in this mid-game. And I want to remind people, for those of you who might not have been familiar with Junhao's career up until this point, the Nefiri gets a lot of love for Junhao. He's a Lee Sin player. I know a lot of junglers are Lee Sin players, but he definitely is a Lee Sin player, and we're going to get a chance to potentially see that here.
Yeah, we talked about Keshi and Haru getting their start on BLG Juniors. The same thing happened for Junhao, albeit just a year prematurely. Spent his rookie year last year on a struggling Ultra Prime team, and then finding yet another opportunity to play with some potentially old friends over on ThunderTalk. Of course, a slow start, but he really has been one of the shining lights for his team, especially when he's on one of these early game playmakers, and especially when he gets out to an early lead. That's a double longsword back after just clearing that first quadrant of the jungle.
Yeah, this is going to be a very scary Lee Sin right now. Pretty much every single lane has to be worried, has to be cautious, and that really plays back into what we talked about, which is the fact that every single one of these lanes are kind of already in favor of ThunderTalk. They're going to have pretty much their choice of where they want to put their pressure on the map. Right now, it's on the bottom side teleport coming in from the Ziggs, and so that resource will be burned. Arha making his way up to this crab, but Junhao's level 4. This would be a very bad fight for WE if they stuck around at all. I don't imagine they are going to do that. Arha's taking even more damage.
Yeah, I mean, when you can get into the Annie's face, the 1v1 is good, but in terms of poke, certainly range versus melee going to benefit the ThunderTalk mid laner, I should say. Monkey has been able to catch up a decent amount in terms of farm. He's just a little bit behind in terms of the timings of clearing that 7th camp, being the top side Rift Scuttler. You might be wondering, hey guys, why are we flaming this Graves pick for Monkey so much? He played it in the first series of the season against Top Esports. Ended up being maybe one of the bloodiest series, or one of the bloodiest games that we had in the LPL this year, and also one of the most one-sided. Top Esports, I think, were up like 20k gold at the end of that one, and Monkey ended with 10 deaths.
I was on that game, and I can confirm the 57 kills that were had over the course of that game were not in favor of the Graves. It definitely was not working out for Monkey really at any point throughout that entire game. Now, Graves is something that we've seen in a couple of other regions as well. I understand the idea of it considering there are mages on the bot side right now. But Junhao going to utilize this Lee Sin top side.
As she takes an extra tower shot, we'll see if that ends up mattering. It'll be Junhao who grabs aggro first. Searing Charge only finds a Renekton, and Junhao has to flash away. Keshi not taking tower aggro wisely until he finally gets taken below 40 HP. Still will be able to survive, as does Cube on the dive.
Now, that's definitely a bit of a, heat check, I would say, for Junhao on the Lee Sin, trying to dive an Ornn at level 4. Always going to be a relatively difficult proposition, and unfortunately for him, it does not come up particularly good. Not going to matter too much because you don't give the kill over, but that is your first big gank of the game that basically is just spent not really doing anything. Still have a big gold lead in the jungle, but we'll see what the second one looks like because option 1 didn't exactly go as planned.
You know what? No harm, no foul, right? We could just brush our sleeves off, head back into the enemy jungle, and try again in a couple of minutes, maybe. Will be harder to dive Cube next time around, though, because he does pick up the Bramble Vest. But a slower-paced game, perhaps surprisingly. Going to favor WE this time around. That's why Graves is often not seen in the competitive space, at least at this moment, just because of the fact that he really needs some time to farm, and that's not always something that is given as a luxury here in this current meta. But if Monkey can try to slow things down, pick up a couple of items, maybe even steal away a Drake early, that would be the formula for WE taking this game.
Looks like Camille has been sacrificed to the Sylas for Callista. Moving forward, always a little funny interaction there in base, but Karis back in the mid lane. We've told everybody to keep an eye on Karis, and I mean it even more now than I did before, as we get a little bit of Arha in the mid lane. Haru could be in trouble.
His newly found soul looking for a gank in the mid lane. Haru not able to have that hook shot landed onto him, but Arha is still looking aggressive at the 6-minute mark. The bot lane for ThunderTalk, though, collapsing upon top side river. Junhao going in with that resonating strike. Monkey dashes away to prevent that Incinerate from going down. Karis has the stolen away Tibbers, going to use it, but the Tibbers on the other side gonna be a little bit stronger. One more auto attack will do it, but Monkey pushes him away with the Graves passive. And it looks like everybody's gonna live at the end of the day.
Does that justify the Graves pick on its own, Graves? Do we see the
the
value of just being able to get Tibbers off of your mid laner, I guess?
That is one kill above replacement in terms of champion there. So he's back to even.
Yeah, back to even. Still has some time, hopefully, to make up ground on being an actually valuable pick. You don't want a 0 war player. You're hoping for at least 2 war to make it an average caliber player, but of course, ThunderTalk still feeling pretty good about how this play ended up breaking down. They're just really aggressive on the top side of the map here. A bit of a misplay from Haru in this exchange as we see the resonating strike go down, and the flash comes through. The stun doesn't actually land onto Monkey, which is a pretty big problem as he's able to just hide out. I think if that stun lands, things actually are a little bit different for ThunderTalk in that fight, but are still overstepping. Sylas really has no way to be able to engage in this fight, and then there's that knockback that we're talking about. Monkey saving the life of his mid laner, keeping everything hunky-dory as we still have a 1.5k gold lead basically on the entire top side of ThunderTalk.
And Monkey wasn't just like doing that by accident. You could see him intentionally clicking into the right direction so he can auto attack and push Tibbers away. That is a guy who has played his fair share of Graves games, it seems, and certainly making that known to the world. Still down in CS, still down in gold, but saving his mid laner at least momentarily.
Graves, I gotta say, I hope he's played a lot of Graves. I hope he's somebody who's pretty experienced at this champion. He's gonna need to be.
He's had a lot of Chinese super server play, I'm sure. So the Graves always a powerful pick in that setting, right? Where it's
for sure
you have the ability to skirmish a little bit better.
Yeah, you get a few kills on that champ. He can snowball pretty fast. Dragon's still on the map at 8 minutes. It's not usual for these two teams, but it is going to be started up here by ThunderTalk because of that tempo they have on the bottom side of the map. This is the benefit of Callista Renata. This doesn't seem like it's going to be very contestable. This is kind of another negative of picking Graves. We've really gone to bat with a lot of these negatives at the start of the game, but not really a lot of ways to be able to walk into the river without really just compromising your entire position. So first Dragon for free going over to ThunderTalk.
We'll start talking more about the good parts of Graves once we get 25 to 30 minutes, I feel like. That's when a lot of the good parts do end up coming in. Looks like Monkey still waiting for that first completed item. Could be that Voltaic Cyclosword as the Grubs also now spawning. See if WE want to contest this objective instead of just giving both over to TT, but right now Feather is in a good position to help TT get to the objective first.
Yeah, Keshi is here. He's ulted in.
Oh, Dominus already popped as Junhao finds the flash kick onto Monkey. I didn't even see it coming as ThunderTalk's top side come out on top.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I mean, this is why this Lee Sin is consistently banned against ThunderTalk, because this guy is going to make play after play. That's the pressure of the top side completely for free. Pings are still, by the way, going down onto the grubs from WE. They might want to try and pressure this Lee Sin out of the area because so many resources have already been used, but I don't know if they can really contest this with On and Haru potentially being able to make their way there. A lot of damage coming from Ziggs.
Yeah, that might be enough to dissuade taking of those grubs still. Some reset's gonna come through by Haru and On. Call the Forge God issued here by Cube. Keshi flashes away from the second proc. The big cooldown no longer at the Renekton's disposal. It's now Arha gonna take it back into Tri-Push.
Yeah, it was a kill for ThunderTalk, but they actually only get one of the grubs. Now, they do deny the 3 grubs going in for WE, but ultimately not that bad of a loss for WE, considering what it could have been on the top side of the map. Some of the negatives that we've given that Graves champion as he tries to stagger the grubs a little bit. Definitely not quite possible, so this might will go down, and those 2 grubs are going to be important, I think, for WE. Not going to be quite as important as getting all 3, but something on the map in the early game has already got to be considered a success for the Graves.
Was he trying to kill both with one auto attack as they
I
were
think
both
he
at
was.
1 HP?
I think that was the intention.
That is super sick. I was wondering what was going on there. It ends up not mattering because it's just smite anyway, but that could have been a fun little interaction. Junhao making a play on the opposite side of the map. Not finding the Sonic Wave onto Arha, so just going to back away after gaining some vision, as ThunderTalk don't have much to fight for until this next dragon in 2.5 minutes.
I think this is a good time to talk about the idea for what WE want to go for as a draft. They have plenty of ways to find picks in this comp. The Camille and the Sylas as a duo are going to be very dangerous, where the Ziggs and champions like Ornn can really survive on their own in a lot of the side lanes. And so a lot of this mid game is going to be spent trying to make sure Graves can continue to farm up while also trying to capitalize on anybody that's overextended and out of position. That means that Arha's main goal here is to make sure that he has vision control over this river, and that he continues to keep an eye on where ThunderTalk are going to be going. The big benefit of drafting something like Graves, and the reason this champion has really come up in the meta, at least recently in multiple different regions, is that with all these AP carries on the bot side, there is a bit more of a desire for a marksman in some other part of the map. We've seen it top lane, we've even seen a little bit mid lane. You know, jungle can be one of those roles where it can perform well, and if you can get some gold on it. So keep an eye to see if they can get some of those free picks if anybody on ThunderTalk overextends.
It's like the reverse of picking like a Lilia in the jungle, right? When all your champions are going AD, you want to be the lone AP threat. Graves wants to be the lone AD threat, and he certainly has found that for himself in this one, aside from Arha on the Camille, which does a lot more true damage than physical, I would say, when it comes to some of these later game fights. Top lane is the focus, or top side of the map, the focus right now for ThunderTalk to get some vision, which means that WE can push this tower. They can push it pretty fast. They got a Graves, Camille, and about Satchel Charge, so these plates are going to melt down pretty quickly, maybe the entirety of the turret, if ThunderTalk aren't here to respond quick enough.
Definitely nice, as WE have cover here as well, so they're not going to get collapsed upon even by Junhao and Haru. This could be a skirmish, though.
A stun lands onto Arha, and Haru drops Tibbers down on his head, forces the Camille down to half health, but that's all. So just an ultimate burn won't be available when this Ocean Dragon spawns. That would be big for ThunderTalk if they don't have that at their disposal, as Keshi now going to get ulted once again. Doesn't have that flash, but has the Dominus, and makes it certainly a bad fight for Cube to try to take.
Ult for ult on the top side, as Slayer loves to call out, and so we get our little trade there. As you're absolutely right, this dragon in 30 seconds is what everybody is setting up for. Notably, as you called out, Tibbers is on the map right now, which means no Tibbers for this fight, theoretically, if Haru is going to be making his way back in. We'll see if he can get a recall in, potentially get that first item done. That would be a massive spike if he has it in his pocket. Doesn't look like it's going to be possible for this team with 10 seconds, and so, you know, a little bit of a weird fight setup here overall for ThunderTalk, and even with their 1.5k gold lead, this Lee Sin's going to be so much of the presence for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, you see Monkey hitting his one-item power spike, about as well. Haru's still sitting on just that lost chapter and the upgraded boots, so not going to be as powerful in the mid lane, especially with Tibbers on cooldown, but ThunderTalk sent Keshi over to the pit and are looking to really force this one down. Cube get a match off of his reset, could be set up for a 5v5.
Yeah, no Ornhorn though. It's really hard to engage without that for WE as they posture here.
Cube just walking into the pit, trying to force his way in onto Thunder Talk. Bates call, doesn't find anything, but in goes the ultimate from Feather. Taunt lands in onto Monkey, but he won't be able to go down just yet. Dragon going to be reset here as TT throw out a lot of ultis, but don't come out with the team fight win.
Yeah, Renekton has his ult still available if he wants to look for a potential re-engage here. But yeah, WE has a full angle onto this Dragon if they want a TP coming through.
Yeah, they got Haru on one side, Keshi on the other. Thunder Talk in good position to try to collapse as Arha's trying to zone out Haru at this point. Sonic Wave lands, Junhao jumps in and he steals the Dragon away. Monkey goes down as well as Keshi's got the dominance pop. Karis, the next target, he's stuck in the Dragon Pit for now, does not have the abscond, finally will flash over the wall, but Cube dies on the other side, and it's 5-0 on Thunder Talk in this game 3.
Thunder Talk Gaming are outplaying Team WE as they just continue to set up around these objectives beautifully. They're staggering their ultimates and making sure they're in the right spots. Yes, they were a little disconnected with the Annie, but so many resources needed to be used on the beginning part of that fight that as we look at this disconnect, it's more WE getting funneled in. Arha full commits onto the Annie, which means he's not there to actually dive onto On in this fight. As we're going to see, that is a bit of a problem. Junhao being able to get in, just winning that 50-50. He is a level up. That kick coming through, so much damage. It's a free kill for Keshi on the back end, and at this point the Lee Sin can run wild. Kars certainly doesn't have enough damage to be able to follow through, and you've committed too many resources to try to engage upon an Annie on the top of this fight that isn't even a priority threat at all. Just a nice win for Thunder Talk. Look at where the gold is as well, almost a 2k gold lead onto the Lee Sin, and you've gotten the Renekton into the game. Very good game state for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I mean, 3,000 gold. This is exactly what the early game composition wanted to do. WE going to try to get something back in the form of the Rift Herald, but now they're getting collapsed upon once again. Keshi flashes on the Monkey, and it's once again Junhao who steals the objective away. On going to be the target as Karis has the stolen away dominance for a little bit of extra tankiness, but he still goes down to the Ren. On alive in the Baron Pit, and Cube cannot close the gap. About gets taken down. It's an all-out slaughter on the top side of the map as Thunder Talk go up to 8-0.
Thunder Talk are sending WE to their graves as we continue to see this early game comp find its mark at the end of game number 3 here. We're going to get a replay of just how things are going. This is such a horrible setup in general for WE. You have Cube on the backline, which is the worst place to be. The fact that Junhao gets the smite off is already icing on top of the cake, but Monkey burns his entire health bar just trying to get the Rift Herald. Not being able to pick it up is a disaster. Junhao going to collect the eye and keep his AD carry safe at the same time. Ballista just dancing around that Ren coming through and coming in clutch. Karis needed to be fed this game. He is not, as Haru and Feather are basically just 2v3ing on the back end of this fight the entire time. Thunder Talk are winning everywhere across the map, and this is the problem with drafting full scaling, with drafting, full early game, or giving for a full early game over to Thunder Talk. You have no way to contest these objectives.
It's a 7,000 gold lead, just 17 minutes in. We talk about WE being able to come back from huge deficits. It's difficult to imagine one where this is one of those situations. Very tough at this stage in the game. Monkey 0-4-0. The rest of his team also unable to really counteract any of that.
Yeah, I don't think Monkey's gonna have much of a presence in the later part of this game. 128 CS at 17 minutes for a 0-4 Graves. It's not a great feeling. And the sad part is this kind of is exactly what we thought was going to happen. We'll see, obviously, if a miracle fight can happen. We've seen some major comebacks from WE. I'm certainly not going to count them out entirely, but I do want to praise Thunder Talk, a team that really has no business being anywhere as good as they've been over the course of this split. All this team has done has been play better than any expectation could ever offer, and this is a WE team that was white hot coming into this series. For them to have this level of control, it's really impressive.
Team full of rookies and second-year players going into the start of this split. After some of their found success in 2025, you'd think that maybe they'd want to build on that off of some of those pieces like 1XN that were so good for them, but they end up going a very different direction. Only Feather is remaining from that 2025 iteration, and it looks like they struggled in Split 1. They made one roster change that was to bring On into the bottom lane, and now they're here in Group Ascend, and they're doing just as good as that 2025 Split 2 team with Beishuan and the like, and this is even a more important part of the season to be doing that.
Yeah, can I say, I think just as good is an insult to this team. I think this team looks like the best iteration of ThunderTalk we've maybe ever had, or at least they're on pace to potentially be in that conversation. Yeah. So much of that is Junhao, and the way he's been able to control these games. This Lee Sin game has been disgusting. I mean, the mechanics that he has on this champion. I said it before, this is banned in 3/4 of ThunderTalk's overall games. Keshi's just going to be able to get out. To give it over to them in game number 3, I think, is a disaster, and Junhao is really punishing them for it. As Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds here, this would be Soul Point for ThunderTalk. It's Infernal Soul. That's like the only thing that you would be worried about here if you were ThunderTalk, is maybe not having enough burst damage in the back end of the game. You give Kalista and even like Lee Sin Infernal Soul, things get a lot easier for you in these team fights when they were already pretty easy.
Yeah, and you can see WE, they know they can't fight this third dragon. They remember what happened about 5 minutes ago. They're opting instead to find attention other areas. Top lane, tier 1 turret. Going to be the focus here by Karis and Monkey. They have about roaming up there as well. But it'll be an easy take of Soul Point for TT, as Heru also is able to get a bot on his own side.
They're going to get the tower top lane. It is a bit of an objective bounty, so at least they're going to get some gold in their pocket that way, but Heru trading that tower on the bot side and getting Dragon for free is certainly a good trade in favor of ThunderTalk. You know, I would say this is the negative of maybe drafting a comp that can't fight at all in the mid game, but TP coming in. They're going to try and exploit Junhao here, but he's got his support in tow.
Arha jumping forward as well. Going to be a numbers advantage for the moment. Call the Forge God has been issued, but it only hits onto Feather. Junhao 1v1ing Monkey, but he's stuck in the ultimatum. Won't be able to issue the Resonating Strike. Mega Inferno Bomb will take down the Lee Sin, but Arha's on the wrong side of the map, going to go down another 2 for 1 in favor of ThunderTalk and make it 3 as a second kill goes over on the other side.
Yeah, it is a big shutdown, but Monkey unlikely to be able to at least get out of here unscathed as this Baron is started up. This is a bold call, but you have so much damage with On. You're going to take this so fast, and the Rend is basically a pseudo smite.
Monkey, I will forgive you for anything if you steal this. Okay, never mind. They're backing away.
You know, hey, we gotta get some excitement here. We gotta get some sort of pressure on this game. But this is at least some play. If you want to say something about WE, they never stop looking for engages to try to get themselves back into the game. This is an okay find overall. Clearly, ThunderTalk, we're not quite as prepared for this. They burned quite a few resources, but the ultimatum coming down on top of Junhao saves this entire play. That Lee Sin is able to jump over the wall and get onto Graves. He probably survives in this exchange, and everything becomes significantly worse for WE. So Lee Sin ends up being a 2 for 1. It's not a great 2 for 1, but a shutdown onto this Lee Sin is still gold in the pocket of at least one of the primary carries here in the battle.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, gold lead went from like 7,000 to 6.5, so slight win potentially here for Team WE. They get another kill onto About, who is scaling, right? He has 2.5 items, getting close to where On is at in terms of itemization power at this point in the game. But he's gonna be delayed a little bit after that one. Tries to clear the wave. You're not allowed to do that here in this game, clearly, as ThunderTalk completely collapsed upon him. Meanwhile, Keshi going on a carousel. He fails the flash. From bad to worse, insult to injury. Karis going to get taken down by Keshi as the Baron is started up by TT.
Well, it doesn't get much worse than that. As Keshi's going to walk his way up, is going to be the target here. Ornhorn coming through. It is going to land.
Going to try to find at least one kill back at the cost of the Nash. A shutdown going Monkey's way. His first kill of the game, but it came far too late for WE to have a meaningful placement around the Baron pit. It goes down here on ThunderTalk's side. They bring their gold lead back up to 7K and are looking in a great position to pick up their third win of split number 3.
Yeah, it's really just been clinical. Again, for ThunderTalk, yeah, you lose your Renekton, but I understand why he roams up that side. You are pulling them off of the Baron, basically making sure there's no contest. You'd love to have that Baron buff on the Renekton, but ultimately, I think you're going to be fine with this Kalista being able to free push the mid lane. Junhao is also still a massive problem. That gold lead in the jungle has been neutralized, at least a little bit, only down to 1,000, but Lee Sin finding any backline member is still going to be death, and you know, I don't think this WE idea ended up working out for them. They wanted to draft this Graves, once again, because you have this mage on the bot side, because you have an AP mid laner as well. You wanted that marksman in the mid lane to get that scaling. It's just so hard to play out a comp where you have no early game agency at all. It's like the complete opposite of what we've seen from this meta developing, where champions like Nidalee have kind of come back in a lot of ways, where, you know, Nidalee obviously skirmishes so much as Lee Sin, one of the best junglers in the game, skirmishes so much. just goes to show how difficult it is to control a game, that you basically have no choice in whether it goes long or short. ThunderTalk definitely had all the keys in their hands, and they're using them now.
I will put out a small cope for WE.
Yeah.
Dragon thing in 40 seconds. The gold lead really hasn't budged in the last 10 minutes. It's been at about 7k, so W have been able to stabilize. We're getting second items completed from all of our players. Thirds starting to come through. Cube's going to have his ornaments. If they can somehow stop this soul, very tall task, maybe there's a chance here for Team WE. It looks like ThunderTalk going to try to stop that in its tracks. Cube is a searing charge away from this empowered minion wave that is crashing underneath his tier 2 turret, as TT will have perfect positioning around the dragon.
I mean, getting Ornn Flash for free is pretty darn good in the mid lane, and so they're going to be pretty happy about that, as you're absolutely right. This soul setup is really important. Look at the resources available. It's actually a couple of flashes down for ThunderTalk, and WE end up getting on a backline member. You know, a 4v4 is potentially winnable for them. Let's see if they even have a chance to get in with the lack of vision they have now.
Yeah, that deep TP ward was cleared away by TT as they start up what could be the Infernal Soul Drake. In goes Kareth with the teleport. Looks like ThunderTalk are playing this one slowly, waiting for somebody on WE to engage. Instead, it's Feather that goes forward with the ulti, doesn't find too much. So now WE have a little bit of tempo, as the dominance has also been popped by Keshi prematurely. Call the Forge God comes out, as WE are going to try to smite this one down, and Monkey's able to steal it away. Soul denied for the moment. Will the team fight ensue? Cube flashes forward, doesn't find the searing charge, as now Tibbers gets unleashed. Health bars are ticking low on TT's side, but WE don't have an angle in.
Okay, all right, that's just a win for WE. They're able to get the Drake, they're able to get out. They posture really well. It's a bunch of missed things by ThunderTalk. Yes, they're going to be able to push the mid lane here with that Baron buff, but you know what? They were probably going to get mid tier 2 anyways with the Baron that they had acquired. Overall, I don't think it's the worst exchange in the world for WE. They keep themselves alive, and they push ThunderTalk back at least a couple of minutes. It's probably going to be harder for them to end without Baron or Soul now.
It's going to be another 5 minutes. It's going to be more items, more levels, more Ornn upgrades coming in for Team WE. And the win probability was at probably about 5% about 10 minutes ago, K-Man. We're starting to see it crawl up just slightly, maybe towards the 10s, the 15s, the 20s, and we know what WE is able to do in these kinds of situations. The comebacks that this team has had have been like no other team has had in the world this season, and so if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Team WE.
Look, if you can get 4 items on the Graves, it doesn't really matter how you got there. That gold lead has evaporated in the jungle because of the consistent farming that Monkey's been able to do over the back end of this game. I'm not going to say they're in a spot where they could win, you know, a fight easily or anything like that. It's still a 6k gold lead in favor of ThunderTalk, but this game is far from over. The last thing you want to do is go 35+ minutes against Graves, against Silas, against Ornn. That's happening. That's another bounty. You're absolutely right. In favor of this bot lane. More gold going into their pocket. Monkey has a gold lead now. It's only 22 gold, but the fact that it's even there at all is insane.
Small victory that will get traded on the other side here by TT. They take half of this tier 2 turret in the top lane. But suddenly, K-Man, you're looking at how ThunderTalk want to start these fights. Has to generally be around these neutral objectives, but there's not a really clear engage button for them, right? They don't have an ultimatum that they can throw out from Arha. They don't have a call to Forge God from Cube. At the very best, you're looking at that ulti coming out from the Renata, maybe Junhao finding an angle, but those are far from easy point-and-click CCs.
I think the thing that I really like about this ThunderTalk comp in the later part of this game is they are going to have so much side lane control through the Renekton and the Annie that theoretically you should be able to show up first to every fight. And it makes it a lot easier to not have a go button when you're the team that's controlling the river, right? And I think that's super important for them. That's why I think vision control in the back end of this game is the most essential thing to watch out for. If ThunderTalk continue to push WE out like this, well now all of a sudden the pressure is on WE with their engage comp to find their way into these zones, which Ornn can do, but it is going to take a bit of a toll. That's going to be ThunderTalk's main MO, and I think it's why they're spending so many resources pushing into the jungle.
ThunderTalk feels like maybe now they are on a bit of a timer, looking for the Baron, spawning in about 20 seconds. They still have the Callista Ren plus Smite combo. They still have really good power in these kind of neutral settings around objective setups, and they can take in engages by WE pretty well with their composition. The problem is just the damage that they will be able to put out, and not having that soul is going to hurt even more if an eventual 5v5 comes through.
Yeah, notable though, death cap completed for About on this Ziggs, so he's actually in a pretty strong spot. You don't want to let him free hit. Graves is certainly starting to get online. You know, this is certainly starting to become a little more interesting. Thunder Talk potentially looking for another flank angle. Keshi doing a great job staying out of vision. We'll see if WE want to pay it respect or if Junhao's going to be able to go in and find his angle himself. A bunch of ways to start fights for Thunder Talk can rely on flank angles if they can find it, but that really relies on WE maybe overstepping, which currently they're not doing.
On getting priorities in the mid lane with this wave. Still an objective bounty available. Sakin lands onto On. Chunks
a lot of damage.
60%. That's a lot of DPS issued by that Ziggs. About has the death cap, as you said. Makes things a little bit more scary for TT. You have to start up this objective, it feels like. Otherwise, they're just going to get poked to bits.
Yeah, another benefit is that On can heal off of this Baron, so this is a really important take to go for at the moment. WE trying to walk in. See if Karis can find his flank.
Big flank on the Renekton, and nobody spotted him just yet. Karis able to finally issue the abscond abduct. No, but it's the Ziggs that gets instantly eliminated. It's both bottom laners down from Team WE before the fight even starts. All thanks to Heru on the Annie. Fate's call comes out onto Cube, forces him to flash away. And Thunder Talk stifle any hope of a WE comeback here in this one. They've taken down 4 members, only Cube is left alive. Junhao ignoring the Ornn at this point until Keshi comes in with the stun. Gonna be the Ornn get taken down. Keshi eventually will get traded. Actually, Cube going to survive, but it should not matter as the rest of Thunder Talk pushing down mid to try to end this series.
Keshi is the bonus prize. Thunder Talk are taking what they wanted all along, the base. As they open it up here, it looks like they're gonna stop at the inhibitor, but that is a massive fight for them to win. Heru is the clutch man for Thunder Talk, as he kind of has been in a lot of their series. They're moving over to this dragon. This is Infernal Soul for them to pick up, and it looks like they're going to get it for free.
Right, TP is available on Karis in 5 seconds. Monkey won't be around for a smite. Looks like instead, Karis going to use his TP. Just try to clear out some waves as Arha gets caught out by Heru once again. Tibbers not going to be able to take him down, but it came very close. As Thunder Talk once again back in the driver's seat here. They're going to claim the Infernal Soul. And all might be right in this world here on the LPL.
Graves, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier on in the game. What was the big problem for WE? They had no vision, and Thunder Talk got full control over the river. It's what I've been pushing this entire series, and that really was the difference maker. I don't know if we're going to get a replay on that play, or if we're just going to have to, move on and talk about it a little bit later, but Heru doing a great job to play in darkness. Keshi as well, fantastic in terms of that vision. They are going to pick up that tower here, and Baron is still on the map. WE has a little bit of control here, but now it comes back to a more interesting game state. Thunder Talk have solved a lot of their problems with this Infernal Soul, and now they're going to have to fight over this Baron.
Now they're the ones who are starting up the Nash. Bit of a desperation play. Karis has the hostile takeover stolen away. We'll be able to use it to try and stifle any engage from TT. Arha's been targeted, has to hook shot away. The Baron's already at 3,000 HP, and Junhao is taunted, unable to get into the pit, and so the Nash will get secured by Team WE. Karis getting instantly deleted though. Has to use the abduct to try to get in on the Keshi, and Monkey's flash in the wrong direction. Bailout not having Junhao save his life, as it will still be a kill given over to WE, but Keshi's able to finish Karis off as well. About and Monkey able to reset to get back to base with the Baron in their hands, but they lose the fight 3-for-1.
It is 3-for-1, but again, they get the objective, in this case the Baron, which likely would have been the game being over. That kind of pushing power from Thunder Talk would have been a nightmare. This is another thing that they got that could potentially extend the game a little longer. Keep asking, well, how many extensions do you need? Like, when is this team eventually going to get online? But something we saw in this fight is we're going to get a replay. We've got Monkey doing damage now, as Thunder Talk have to walk in, and this is what we were talking about, the lack of engage. It's really hard for them to find a way into this fight if they're not the ones that control the river. WE making a good call to just zone the Lee Sin out, use all their resources to secure this Baron, and now just try to take the fight as much as possible. Now, it's still not a good fight overall for WE. Karis gets bursted down, About is out of the fight basically as soon as it starts, but Monkey's doing some real damage on the Graves at this point. He's able to burst down Junhao, flash out, and even though it is a 3-for-1, being able to pick up the Baron and keep the game alive, I mean, every play here could be a game-losing one for WE. If you survive, it's a win.
Just a couple of frames between Cube dying and Junhao dying could have been the bailout saving the Lee Sin's life. Who knows what that would have meant if it comes to trying to defend the end of the game or try to push for the win. Instead, We're 33.5 minutes in. It is 20 kills to 4. Yet Team WE have Baron buff and are looking to push in the mid lane. Teleport coming in from Keshi. He'll have the empowered shield as well as a good opportunity to engage. But a Guardian Angel instantly has been popped on the side of On. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out from above, but he will go down as well. Searing Charge finds 3 on the cube side, but the rest of the back line is deleted by Thunder Talk. It's Keshi leading the charge, takes down Monkey to finish off the ace, and with 5 members strong, Thunder Talk will go to the Thunder Top. They go down the mid lane and pick up their first win of the second round robin.
Thunder Talk Gaming strike fast in this final fight. They're going to be able to upset Team WE and put themselves in a great spot to make playoffs.
We've talked about how they've been able to take one game. When will the second come? Well, it looks like it is right now. 3-5 are TT as they get the win over Team WE.
Massive, massive win for Thunder Talk. I mean, you could not draw up a better series for them. They control the entire early game. Their draft ends up being incredibly consequential in how this game ends up playing out. And quite frankly, they executed better. Were there some things that maybe you wanted to see them clean up? In that game number 2 especially? Probably, but man, I'm just really excited for this team. All of the hype, all of the passion that I've seen people talk about with Thunder Talk, it's all coming to reality right now as this team is clearly making a case to be someone you have to take seriously in Group Ascend.
Man, they finally broke out. It's Thunder Talk's second straight series win in just as many days. And it's starting to feel like the momentum is building for this team. They opened up the season, K-Man, taking games off of BLG and Top Esports. Now they open the second half of the round robin with a win over WE, who finished right behind those two in the standings last split. And they've got those two teams upcoming in their schedule. Top Esports will be TT's opponent on Sunday. And that is a real opportunity to really plant their flag here in Group Ascent.
Look, it would be insane if they were able to take either of those series, but let's be honest. It's the LPL. Anyone can win any best of 3. I firmly believe that. No best of 3 is not losable for any team in the LPL, and Thunder Talk have shown they're a team that if you give them an inch, they can take a mile. The early game team has come to fruition, I think, in terms of this split. Obviously, the draft really helps in game number 3 here, but the reality is that they just played the map so well. They were able to control so much of that early game, and they know exactly where they need to be at any given time. It really just was a beautiful performance from a team that continues to grow.
Again, you can't help but think about the parallels between a team like this and a team like Team WE, who just last split, or last year I should say, were a team, a lot of rookies on it, had Vampire on it back in the day, but then it was still that top side of, Monkey and Karis, these younger pieces coming in, getting their first real full starting experience in the LPL specifically, and they were able to, after a slow start to the season where they were able to take a couple games off of top teams, but never the series, able to have a very strong second round robin, took them all the way to that top 4 in split number 2, where they eventually took down the number 1 seed in Top Esports in that lower bracket. That's the trajectory that TT are on. That is absolutely a great one for them, for these young players, for the organization, who could be off to one of the best splits that they've ever had in their history.
Look, I don't want to be delusional, Graves. I really, really don't want to be delusional, but they just beat a top 4 team. Like, WE are 4th in the LPL right now. They are a team that has held one of those top 4 spots, that has been good enough to be able to keep themselves elevated into those top 4 positions. And, if you can beat a top 4 team, that's kind of what you need to do in order to continue to be a playoff threat, in order to be a team that can push forward. I'm not going to say that this is going to be how this matchup goes every single time, but they were the better team today. I don't think anybody is going to be arguing that. And if you can beat WE, and you can be a team that's good enough, as we saw in the previous split, to also take down some of the better teams in current Group Nirvana, I don't know, man. Things get really interesting in terms of the end of the year.
And just look at the game score. 10-12. That's very respectable. That's
really good.
Almost 50%, right?
Better than JDG.
Better than JDG in terms of game percentage, absolutely. And so if you are Thunder Talk, the fact that you're able to play about 50-50 against this set of teams, clearly, obviously, LG and EDG they've had better times against, but still a very great start to what is, going to be a long season with a roster full of rookies. You kind of hoped that TT would be able to pull off a couple wins here and there. They've done just that. This is the trajectory that you'd want to see out of them. Basically, the exact formula, if you're a Thunder Talk fan, of what the dream split number 3 could look like.
you couldn't ask for anything more right now from this team. They are living up to their own internal expectations, which were already incredibly high, and they're doing it by sticking to their guns, by committing to their young players, by building around those pieces. I've said it for a long time, the best strategy towards building a true contender is getting a bunch of veterans and accenting them with fun young players. That's what we've seen in all of these regions. When you think about some of the best teams of all time, it's, yeah, you know, a lot of young players that you're able to grow and develop, but it's giving those young players time to figure it out by surrounding them with players who have done it before. In this case, Junhao and On, even Feather to a lesser extent. He's still, you know, a bit more trying to prove himself as one of the better players, but Haru has been given time to make mistakes at the beginning part of the year, and he's still been able to survive. He's my player of the series. He's my man of the match. I mean, he was unbelievable across this one.
I mean, Junhao on that Lee Sin, though.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good. In game one, we also said maybe it was robbed from him. It's going to be close call. I think because Haru was the Pog for game one, they're going to end up giving it to him just off these damage numbers alone. And yeah, I mean, for TT, you think of On coming in, being that, you know, veteran presence, establishing into TT. I think there were a lot of questions about like how exciting is this specific veteran presence in On, who has maybe struggled at times throughout his early career, but really has made a home here on Thunder Talk, and seemingly a much better addition to this team than we even thought going into this split.
On's had his ups and downs over the course of his career. I want to remind people, because 2025 was a bad year for On, and I don't think anybody's really going to dispute that all that much. This guy was really good in 2024. He was one of the better AD carries in the entire league and had a lot of really good things going for him. He was playing in a bot lane with Wink for a long time, where Wink had role swapped over from AD carry, and it took them a bit of time to develop some chemistry. On has had his own weird arc, I think, throughout his time in the LPL, but, you know, it's not somebody that has ever, you know, felt like he doesn't belong. He's always had the mechanics to be able to survive here, and I think being put on a team where he doesn't have to be this mechanical god. He can kind of just be the anchor on the bottom side of the map that can win in lane and be able to translate that into good success. That's been a perfect role for him. The Kalista was gorgeous here, but we talk about split number 2 a lot for Thunder Talk and their ability to overperform down in Group Nirvana. He is a huge reason why this team was good enough to be able to make it up to Group Ascend, and I think him being kind of that stable leader of the team, the veteran alongside Junhao, that's really able to keep them sane in a lot of instances, is a big reason why they're in the spot they're in.
And yeah, sometimes you don't need to be the flashy carry to be a good veteran presence. Sometimes you just need to be down there, do your job, allow for these other crazy kids up on the top side to do what they want to do, and allow for that to be a successful strategy. That is what Thunder Talk have been able to employ so far here in their rise from one of the bottom teams to one that could contend with the top. It is funny to imagine, though, this was a game that we were still calling potential WE comeback angle, even when they were down like 10,000 gold and 20 kills. That's kind of like what this team always has been, and you know that they're going to be back with a vengeance to try to, you know, rebound from a loss like this.
Look, it's never this simple. I am the #1 guy who's like, oh, draft gap is overrated. People talk about draft too much. Like, you know, we get to the point where it's like, yes, draft is important. It matters towards whether or not you can win a game, but ultimately, like, your gameplay matters way more than a draft ever will. A good team will always beat a bad team if they play better, regardless of the draft. However, sometimes you draft a comp that can't do anything in the early game. You have to give over every objective, and you continue to fight. This had happened last time. They played Graves as well in that first game against Top Esports, where they got completely rolled, where they pick Graves, and then they have like 14 skirmishes before 15 minutes, and they lose all of them because Graves can't actually do anything in that point of the game, and they just get completely blown out. It just feels like they don't understand the identity of the champion, and that's a crazy thing to say, but you can't be picking these scalers and then being the WE that we know that tries to fight all the time.
It's almost like they did know, because they doubled down with the Ornn pick at the very end. You saw they were like hovering at Olaf. Maybe they can get a little bit of a lead up at the top side, but they were like, no, we're just going to play Ornn. We're going to scale. We're going to really go all in onto this strategy. That's just not how League of Legends works right now. Yeah, you can't
that's the leap, right? That's the jump that we took. That's the natural progression.
Yes, that is true. Why? Yes, we lock in all your late game champions, and then invade level 1. Not necessarily what you know, the traditional logic path would go down there.
Come on, Graves. You're telling me that the right move that you're not bringing the idea of let's pick Graves, let's pick Ornn to Hardstuck Casterlo, and let's invade level 1.
They would have never seen it coming.
Never seen it coming.
Yeah,
you never know.
When you're the underdogs, you gotta go for those wild strats. I don't think that W were really the underdogs here in this one, though. MVP going to Junhao for his stellar Lee Sin play. Funny that he ended down in gold, but it didn't matter because he got his team up to the gold lead that they ended up needing to win the game.
I mean, Graves was perma-farming camps. So I'm not even... this is a fake goal difference. He was completely destroying this matchup the entire game. It's a more than deserved player of the game. Both him and Haru were excellent today. That reminds me of how they got promoted into Group Ascend, right? You talk about those play-in stages. It was Junhao and Haru that were able to really make that difference. And so far, so good for them in Group Ascend. They've really been able to level up as a mid-jungle duo.
Now we await our player of the series. Could be Junhao, could be Haru. I'd be more inclined for Junhao personally, but I think if I had to guess where the broadcast was going, it'd be in the mid lane for Thunder Talk. Again, a big glow up for Haru. He has been one of the pieces that has scaled the best over these last couple of weeks.
He's really been great in the last, 2 days. Now, is it going to be great moving forward? I don't know. I don't think he was very good in week 1. And so it is a little bit more of this dichotomy where you just have to believe in the fact that this development is real. And I think there are a lot of reasons to believe it was real. Nobody was banging the Haru drum more than me at the beginning of the year because his LDL mechanics were very real. This was one of the more established tier 2 players in the entirety of the Chinese system. And, I expected him to be able to mechanically hold his own, and that has been true. The big problem has been that he's in the wrong spot in the late game. His teleports have been bad. His side laning has not been very good. Kind of reminds me of a lot of these other very mechanically talented mid laners that have not had the full package, but that is teachable. That is learnable. We've seen it with Saint over in the LCS. You can learn how to do this. You can figure it out. Haru could be on a similar trajectory here.
But it is Junhao who gets the player of the series. Congratulations to him. Hey, he's been, I was vouching for him on that Pantheon in game 1. Another excellent early game on the Lee Sin. It seems like any of these early games that Thunder Talk end up winning, Junhao is at the forefront of it, and I think this is well deserved.
More than well deserved. Again, mid-jungle duo was the difference. It wasn't just mid, so you got to give him a lot of credit. That Pantheon was huge in game number 1 and honestly completely ran game 3 on the Lee Sin. There's really no, debate about who the better jungler here today was. Monkey got almost entirely outplayed, and Junhao's been an anchor for this team all year long, but especially in Split 3 has proven himself to be a potential top-tier jungler here in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we're saying that about a lot of the junglers here. They just all are having really great performances. And it just comes down to which team ends up coming out at the end of it. This time around, it was Junhao and Thunder Talk as they come away with a 2-1 series win over Team WE. That's going to do it for our second series coverage here on LPL English. K-Man, a pleasure as always. I'm sure we'll be back together again soon. But we got a big one lined up to round out the day. Our 2 MSI representatives, a rematch of the Split 2 finals. That's right, it's BLG against Top Esports coming up after this short break here on LPL English. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the pre-show and picks and bans right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to our final series of the day on LPL English. It is a rematch of our Split 2 Grand Finals between Billy Gaming and Top Esports. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Quacks once again. We want to give some quick love to Slayer, who's feeling under the weather and was unable to make it here to the cast, so send some love in Twitch chat or to him over on social media. But Quacks, we are here for what is going to be a very exciting series, our top two teams in the standings facing off for yet another exciting bout.
And a battle for first. If you actually look at the game score between these teams, BLG have taken a lot of their best of threes to game 3. So if Top Esports are able to be victorious on this monumental rematch, as you put it, Grapes, they will be at the top spot, and BLG will go to second place as we start going toward that second round robin. So very exciting level of stakes on the line for both of these teams. And for BLG, I feel a win here would just re-solidify them as the top dogs in the LPL for people that are still doubting them, even with Wembo still on the team and a lot of people having questions about the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you're defending first stand champions, you're defending LPL champions, your MSI runners-up, Billy Gaming, have defined the LPL here in 2026, even though they are still running with Wenbo up in the top lane. You might have seen some rumors that maybe it was time for Bin to come back today in this series against Top Esports. Not going to be the case, at least for game number 1. But BLG haven't needed Bin, at least so far, to take all 6 series to a W.
And I feel this is just such a good look for Wembo's career, because I think it has been admittedly put on the broadcast a lot that Wembo is obviously not the permanent top laner for BLG, right? He is the band-aid for them for the time being until they have a more permanent solution. And so I think to have him be on a team with legends of the scene, to be playing against some of these high-tier top laners in Ascend, it's going to do wonders for him. I cannot wait to see what the future holds for Wembo, even when he's not playing for BLG. So just want to give him his flowers, want to give him a lot of credit, because I think being able to stack up with these teammates is something that not every player would be able to do, and he has certainly, I think, gotten better over the course of split number 3. I think that the last couple of best of threes we've seen of him have actually been pretty solid, and I have been getting progressively more impressed with his performance.
Yeah, and not only has Wenbo been playing very well, but the rest of the team has as well. And we talk about what BLG have needed to do to win these series with a bit more of a depleted roster. In terms of these late game team fights, Shun always at the helm in the jungle position.
He is, and I think that going against an opponent in TN, both of these guys have really been the front horses for their teams. You'll see a lot of mid and late game fights started up by them, even if it is at the detriment of their health bar, of their KDA looking all flashy. Grapes, they are the ones who are so oftentimes willing to have those aggressive angles and really get the ball rolling. And I think that it is interesting, because I think you look at these players in split number 2 and split number 1, even in the case of Shun Tian, obviously not playing for any team in split number 1, but a lot of the aggression came in the early games, starting up a lot of these crazy plays. But I think the split 3 meta for jungle has been significantly policed by the support role having a lot more map agency because of those roams. Things like the Camille are always getting in their way, so to overcompensate, you'll be seeing them go for the mid game plays, go for the late game plays, and sometimes it looks bad, and sometimes it gets them killed, but it does give their team entrances and segues into a team fight that they can eventually try and win.
Shin and An have looked like the best jungle support duo in the world for the entirety of the 2026 season, and they've continued that trend here in split number 3. Let's take a look at their opponents today, though, in Top Esports. Look a little different from the last time they played against BLG, with Zhuo coming in at the support role, replacing Feng Yue. It was a bit of a shaky start here for TES at the start of the season, but ever since that first loss that they ended up taking, they have been on a hot streak. I believe it's 5 series in a row, or 4 series in a row, that they have now won.
Top Esports have been blazing a trail in Ascend for sure, Grapes, and I think a big reason for that is not only how they've worked as a team fight, but if we're picking out individual players here, I feel like we got to talk about Jackie Love. He's been doing so good on the marksman. He has been really, I think, pairing well with Zhuo. One of the biggest concerns was how is replacing Feng Yue for Zhuo going to bode for Top Esports in their chances in split number 3, and I think that Zhuo has been a really nice pairing with Jackie Love in the laning phase, and overall I think Top Esports have continued to entrust him with a lot of games and a lot of resources in order to get them over the finish line, and it's been paying off. Like you said, 5 series to their name over here in LPL in a row, Grapes, and yeah, I think a big contributor to that has been the bot lane, and Jackie Love has been running matchups here and there. We just have to make sure we rein it in at level 3, because I feel like there is always a scheduled 3-minute death for Jackie Love and Zhuo that they need to get over.
Yeah, I mean, again, the team fighting of this Top Esports team revolving around their jungler in TN. I feel like it hasn't looked pretty at times for TN, kind of as you were saying when it came to Shun and his engages, but when it comes down to it, Top Esports are winning series off of these, fights that are started by their veteran jungler.
And we can even see in the plays right here, Tien goes in, gets the fight started, dies, but the rest of Top Esports clean house. They get Vampire off a pick here, so they make it a 3-for-1, a 4-for-1 actually at the end of the day, with Tien being the only casualty on Top Esports' side. So a lot of credit, I think, has to be given over to him for literally putting his life on the line in order for Top Esports to get these successful team fights, for Jackie Love to rain down the damage that he has been in a lot of these games that Top have been successfully winning. So I'm interested to see how these two junglers match up against each other, because I think although they're very stylistically similar in how they actually approach fights and how they get them started, the consistency is in question for both of them. I think at times they can look a little bit silly because they aren't able to have that early game aggression that was such a trademark for both of them in Split 2. They do end up over prioritizing those looks in the mid to late game, and sometimes that can get them killed and get them looking a little bit silly, to be honest with you, Grape. So I do want to see that reined in, because I think that this is a matchup where those mistakes will be extra consequential just given who they're playing against.
Yeah, shout out to the LPL main broadcast who just pulled up this key player matchup between the two junglers. Seems like we're on the same page for these two teams who have a lot of history that they typically have facing off against each other. Overall, this split, BLG have been slightly favored in the match score, but the game score tells a bit of a different story. Of course, topping off that 3-0 win in the grand finals.
I think a lot of people are going to remember that. BLG, not only did they take the 3-0, Grapes, it was not particularly close. A lot of people were excited to see like a 5-game banger, at least to see Top Esports, who came from the upper bracket, mind you, in Split 2 playoffs, really put up a big fight against BLG, something that not a lot of teams have been able to do successfully. And it wasn't a fight at all. It was an absolute slaughter. So I think that BLG now with Wembo as their top laner, now with maybe an easier time for Zoyan compared to what he would be dealing with in Bin, that might open up the door for Top Esports to look for something. Jackie Love, I think, has been kind of getting a second wind for himself here in split number 3 and looking really good individually against Viper, who I think has been one of the best members of BLG this split. It's kind of an even matchup overall, Grapes, and I think that this is certainly going to be this definitely is shaping up to be the first versus the second seed. I do think we will be getting a close series here over the course of tonight.
We take a look down towards the bot lane. Each of Jackie Love and Viper have been so crucial to their team's success. Jackie Love's had a little bit of success on the mages, but for the most part for him, 80 carries through and through, whereas Viper, one of the pioneers of these weird picks in the bottom lane, and he's had some really good success on picks like the Zera specifically.
And I think Viper's willingness to be very experimental when it comes to other picks besides the Xerath, besides the Ezreal. You can see at the bottom of Viper's segment over this really fun graphic. Viv, shout out to her for making this one and going along with my crazy ideas. But you've got the Akali, you've got the Vlad, you've got the Orianna. These are all champions that no other bot laner is really willing to pull out in the AD carry position. So I think that just makes Viper extra lethal in the draft, where BLG can always pull out something crazy, something very unexpected, and it's a curveball that I think top esports can't fully be prepared for, because for all we know, there could be a champion that they've got in the oven cooking we have yet to see.
Yeah, I mean, who knows at this point what Viper is willing to play. He's playing things like Vladimir that we haven't seen in the bot lane since 2019, things like the Akali that we've never seen down on the bottom side. What is very crucial for both of these teams, though, is that Ezreal. It's been one of the most powerful picks that we've had in the current state of the game. So I expect that to be a very high prio pick, maybe not even let through that first phase of bans if both teams feel the same way.
And I think this is such an important matchup, not only because of the difference in champion pools and the difference in styles that we have been seeing over the course of split number 3, Grapes, but also because these players have been compared to one another for so long, not just in 2026 and over the course of splits 2 and 3, but over the course of their entire careers. Whenever they have been in the same league together, I feel that so many have loved when Jackie Love and Viper go up against each other, because they're always known as the aggressive AD carries who go in, who show their mechanics on the Rift every single time. And so it's really important that when it goes down to brass tactics, the hands do the talking, and I feel like we are going to have a matchup where it is all just going to come down to mechanics, and that just makes me so excited. You know, when all of the planning and all the brains go out the window, they rely on their own skill, and I feel like in terms of mechanical skill, these are the best the LPL has to offer in the AD carry role.
You think about the fact that we're halfway through the regular season, and that means that maybe it's time to start thinking about things like MVP awards. I think on BLG, there's a number of players you could give it over to. Obviously, Knight, the defending champion. On top esports' side, I have Jackie Love as a top 3 favorite in that current MVP conversation, just so the way that he's been playing. But Viper's been equally as important for his squad, even though he doesn't always shine as the one dealing the most damage, right? Just because of his kind of more reserved playstyle, his ability to be flexible, that is equally as important for BLG.
It is, and I think that Viper, this is something that I've brought up a lot when casting BLG games before, but has been pretty largely scapegoated, I feel. When things go wrong for BLG, I feel oftentimes Viper is the one shielding or taking, I should say, a majority of the criticism. And so it's really nice to see going into split number 3. Like you said, he has the mage playstyle. Like it's a bit quieter in the laning phase, but mid to late game, Viper is dealing so much damage. His positioning is immaculate. His mechanics are on point. I feel he is really starting to have a bit more trust from the rest of BLG after they initially signed him, and being given the ball a little bit more often, especially with Bin not currently on the team. So that is showing in their games. I think that Viper's carry potential has been through the roof when you compare it to splits 1 and 2, and that is always a really nice sight. And on the most unlikely of champions, as we have already illustrated, things like the Xerath, things like the Cassio, things like the Vladimir, that are always super duper fun when they do seldom get picked up here, Grapes. And yeah, honestly, it's just, I'm like blindfolded right now, and I'm throwing darts completely blind about what champion they are going to be cooking for him. I'm very excited. What are we getting next for good old Viper?
So we'll have to wait and see for the pick ban as we see our walkouts commencing in Beijing. BLG came out first and Top Esports second. Again, a lot of doubts about this team after MSI. They struggled, they dropped their support, replaced them with Shuo. This is not necessarily a formula that comes with a lot of success, making this kind of late season roster change. And the early parts of Top Esports, but they have certainly locked in since then. Each of their last 2 series have been 2-0 sweeps, and it really feels like this team is starting to find their footing as we head towards the second half of the regular season.
They have been, and I think for Zhuo specifically, it feels very good for him to go from NIP to Top Esports, when you compare the AD carries of that team, right? Like, obviously for NIP, he had to play with Awesome, and then now he's playing with Jackie Love. I feel like these were both like the mechanical cores of their respective team, right? These were the flashy pieces of those organizations. And so I think that Zhuo working with Jackie Love, obviously there are little micro differences, but I think in how they operate on the team and what their overall role is, it is very similar. So Zhuo, I think, has been able to make that transition between the teams pretty seamless because he's working with a relatively similar player compared to Awesome and Jackie Love, who, yeah, are very, very samey in just their role over the course of their team.
Yeah, and of course the individual production from NIP in the regular season was pretty good. They ended up being a surprising squad in Group Ascent, but you just take a look at the talent level on each of those rosters, and it's just a little bit different when you go over to TES side. You have players like Kareem and Jackie Love at your carry positions, players who have been there on the international stage before, and it's got to feel good for Zhuo coming in, hopefully making his first ever international tournament in his, what has been now about a 5 or 6 year career.
It's been a little bit. No, he's certainly not new to the league, and I think that, you know, what better way to try and get your first international tournament appearance than being on a team with players that have won Worlds. 2 players, in fact, on 2 separate teams. So that's a pretty good look for him. But I think overall, when we're looking at players who have adopted into a style that the team really needs them to, I feel like you have to also be looking at Cream. I think in the mid lane, Cream has oftentimes been the product of maybe some scrutiny in terms of this is a person who really likes to show his mechanics, pick him things like the Akali, give him stuff that is on the melee specialist side of things, Grapes, and then just allow him to bulldoze his opponent in lane through raw mechanics. And people have been a little bit disappointed to see him on things like the Ahri, the Syndra, the Cassiopeia, these mages that are kind of flavorful when you compare them to every other mid laner in the LPL and how they like to operate them as well. But I think that Cream is one of the best at these mages. Like the Ahri, he played 3 games of that and has won every single one, looking good in every single game individually. So you can criticize Cream for not having as much Akali or Sylas in the wheelhouse, but you cannot criticize him for performing well on the champions he has been given. And I think that Top Esports have entrusted him and just allowing for more mage play and maybe some more flexibility into the bot lane, not necessarily making Jackie Love play those mages that, like you said earlier, Grapes, he can play, but maybe not to the proficiency where it would be the most effective choice for Top Esports to take the dub.
It's funny that you say that because that's how Cream started his career, being that assassin player, playing the Sylases and the Akali. So his ability to grow into this now control mage master, very much an indication of his growth and a sign of good things to come for this player who is still in a relatively early part of his career. We're into pick ban for game number 1. BLG opting for second pick this time around. Means that they're looking likely for a counter for a player like Knight in the mid lane.
So Cassiopeia going to be the last ban here. We still have a couple of good jungle first picks if we want to throw that down. Vi is the first one that screams to mind, just to give you that guaranteed lockdown. And I think that if this is the choice for Top Esports, it fits very nicely with what we were saying would be the focal point of this jungle matchup, Graves, which would be Engage starting up those fights and just generally trying to disrupt the enemy team.
Lots of answers into the Vi at Shun's disposal. He personally also one of the better Vi's that we have in the league, in the world. Going to be the Jarvan response. Compare alongside a lot of different picks when it comes to team fighting capabilities. One of those being the Camille. Double lockdown, point and click engage available here for Shun and On.
So we've got a bit of a maybe hot pot combo coming up here for BLG. No Rumble ban either, means that Top could have the opportunity to steal that one away. But then on the support side of things, I think Camille signals that Leona is probably the #1 thing that I want to see, just because it has been the premier counter for this champion. Makes it so difficult for you to hook shot and then get use from that, because you can just bam, eclipse, tank all of that with your extra armor, and then make the burst from Camille at these early levels very difficult to pilot. Shen, also the other champion that is good at that, and also gives you some of that global pressure. So maybe some safety given over to TN with this lock-in as well, just because when he wants to go in, he'll have a shield to back him up.
Classic counter into the Camille. You can pop the Spirit's Refuge, really deny a lot of that damage that would come through with the Precision Protocol, but it looks like Top Esports going to be okay with not selecting that, going for the Ahri on Cream instead, not wanting to have his pool pinched in the second ban phase. I think I'd like a Galio here for BLG. It would synergize really nicely with the Jarvan and the Camille, could go to multiple lanes. The Mbessa, though, also a good answer into the Rumble.
Is a skill matchup. I think a lot of people are under the impression Mbessa is just a straight up counter pick into Rumble, and at some point it certainly does get that way. I think at a certain, you know, game time, Rumble does struggle to get the burst combo off on Mbessa, but in early levels when Mbessa has like a lot of those very long cooldowns, that's when Rumble can really start to swing the matchup in his favor. So Zoyan going to have a lot of pressure against Mbessa early, which will give safety over to TN just so he can get that level 6, but also just make sure that if any kind of dive could be a possibility, if Wembo maybe takes a faulty trade, you can just get him under the turret and make it really easy to extend any kind of leads that this matchup could bring you. But no jungle, or no support counter pick rather, into the Camille does mean BLG are going to steal away or ban away things like the Nautilus. I feel like whichever one they decide not to ban between the Leona and the Shen, that is probably what we'll get from Top Esports. And personally, I would like the Leona more for top, but I think that there are options and validity to both.
Yeah, it seems like BLG also think that there are still multiple options, so they take away the one that they want to see the least in the Nautilus and say, hey, you can have the rest over to Zhuo. They take away the Lucian, so there is no Lucian Milio lane. That would make things a very explosive mid-game for TES, so maybe they'll have to opt a little bit more towards a scaling style, as the Ziggs is the final ban, taken away from Viper, as we still have mid and bot lane, presumably, to get locked in here for BLG.
There's a lot of lockdown on the side of BLG. You said the ultimates were really good at entrapping certain singular members, Grapes, and I absolutely agree. So now I think this is just exactly what Viper wants. Give him something that does damage. Give him something that can really one-shot the enemy team. And we're seeing some Lissandra hovers come here, which would just add on to that lockdown and also make it very difficult for Top Esports to engage onto this champion. Frozen Tomb is going to be really useful against champions like the Vi. So that'll be the pickup here for BLG. And Grapes, I've played these games before. I will not discount the idea of this going to Viper.
Definitely not, especially if, you know, a more aggressive bot lane gets picked up by Top Esports. Could certainly see some weirdness still opening up. Lissandra Camille would be a hilarious 2v2 to play here for BLG. Going to be a Jhin here for Jackie Love, and we'll await to see what exactly Zhuo has up his sleeve. Will it be the Shen? Will it be the Leona? Something else that can do a little bit of engage in his own right. Right now it's only TN that has that easy CC to start and engage.
Yeah, I also think that disengage is maybe something that Top Esports want to try and consider here. Because you have so many members of BLG that are, you know, capable of going in. Yeah, I think Headbutt is a really valuable commodity. And then also having Unbreakable to extend some of those team fights. That is something worthwhile. But I saw Silas hover, realized he wasn't banned. If BLG would be so bold, that would be certainly something that would be difficult for Top Esports to overcome. Silas, obviously, the big counter pick for that champion, but it seems like they're not going to entertain that right away, and they're hovering a lot of AD carries, Grapes. So this is actually going to be Knight on the Lissandra up against Cream's Ahri.
I like the Corki. Although it is short range, it does a lot of damage to like follow up on what is going to be a boatload of engage, a boatload of crowd control on Billy's side. Viper in prime position to clean up a lot of these kills that are going to be started by any one of his 4 teammates.
And I think that this is still, I feel like these are comps that are very good at doing the same thing, looking for engages, and then you've got apt follow-up on both sides of the map. But for the side of BLG, I feel like the damage profile is something that I almost worry about if you're not able to get Viper in prime time to carry, and if you're not able to get Knight a lead in the laning phase. Whereas if top esports are able to, you know, swing this matchup in top lane, get Zoyan ahead, I think he'll have a really good time to just be able to melt the health bars of BLG. So damage is something that I'm a bit concerned on for the side of BLG, but also a worry that I have is just the fact that this comp from BLG is generally very good at saying no to whatever engage top esports might try to throw at them. We already mentioned the Frozen Tomb, but there's also things like the Hextech Ultimatum that can get you out of that combo if you can buffer some of those burst potentials from top esports. So I think this is just going to come down to a game of who is able to accelerate their solo laners, because they will be the ones who really follow up on the engage from things like the jungle and the support.
Certainly a lot of potential for fireworks in the early game with both of these compositions. Both want to get out on the map early, specifically in that support position. Camille versus Alistar going to be an exciting matchup to watch as we're on to the Rift for our final series, a rematch of our finals from last split. Feel the energy in the air, Quacks. BLG and Top Esports, they got all their fans in here. We get closer to the end of the night for what is going to be a really exciting best of 3 between these two teams. You already see Shun going for an early invade onto the Raptors with the Jarvan, but he is spotted on a ward, so TN knows exactly what's going on.
Trying to split the map here, and I think that's something that'll greatly benefit BLG because we have a double marksman matchup coming here. I just think that the idea of getting bot lane as soon as possible really gets exaggerated tenfold because you don't have the reliability of a mage to just weak side them in this game. So there might be a little bit more presence from the supports and just more presence from the junglers needed in order to really get value out of this bot lane. And so I like what Shun is doing. He is being challenged on the Krug though.
But On's going to try to back up his jungler there with the hook shot. It is the BLG bot lane that hits level 2 first, pretty obviously with the prio that they have, knowing that Tien is nowhere to be found in their side of the jungle. He is clearing the enemy top side as it is a full vertical setup. After Shun heads back to base and picks up a longsword, he might try to contest these Raptors.
He's going to be getting back to base, or getting to those Raptors pretty soon. Meanwhile, Shuo looking for something. We'll have to use the heal defensively to get away. Yeah, Shun is going to spot him, and he's got a longsword item advantage, so Tien, I think, is going to have no choice but to back away from these. Will actually secure the Raptors, so bit of a wrench in the plan for the Vi, not actually able to effectively split the map.
And that's a good point that you bring up, just the benefit of being the one to start the invade, right? You get Shun was able to start his clear at the enemy Raptors. On the other hand, Tien had to start his blue buff before making his way into the enemy jungle, so that's going to always mean a one-camp advantage if Shun was able to pull off the strategy successfully. He was able to fully clear out that Raptor camp, and now be up a little bit in terms of experience and in terms of tempo across the map in the early game.
But look at the wave being pushed here for BLG or TES. It doesn't matter. On is going to go forward anyway in front of what is essentially a million caster minions here. So trades coming through, but all this means is will actually be a crab on the bot side for Shun. Even though he didn't really have priority initially to get that, it is still a tempo lead for the Jarvan, and so far Tien is just really not having a good time, both in trying to get level 6 so you get that cease and desist, and just generally trying to apply pressure on the map. Shun is gonna look for maybe another invade on these Raptors because On is here.
Feels like an over-aggressive play that Shun doesn't have to take. He still has 2 camps to clear on his bottom side. Might as well not try to flip the game at 3 minutes when you already have generated that lead for yourself. So it's going to be the Jarvan instead heading back to clear out the remainder of his first spawn of jungle monsters, as Tien will finally be able to rotate up to the top side to trade the Scuttle Crabs.
Wondering when these junglers are going to try and influence this top lane matchup. We mentioned how volatile it is early, and Zoyan gets taken very low, sub 100 HP, but wants to try and crash this wave with his jungler right behind him. Looks like he will at least be able to push it properly to get that reset, so no harm, no foul. Zoyan will be okay despite limping out of that trade.
Yep, still has the teleport if he absolutely needs it, but the wave in about a neutral spot might just be able to walk back to lane unless he wants to try to push the pace, which he will by burning that summoner spell. These are two rookie top laners, remember, Quack, something that kind of got lost in the noise of the rest of the pre-show discussions that we had. But Zoyan and Wembo, very similar stories coming up to be the rookies on more veteran-laden teams. Both have very different play styles though, right? Generally, Wembo been more on the weak side, Zoyan on the strong side, but that might change here, with Shun showing on the top lane. Zoyan gonna be able to get out, still has his flash.
There's a ward in that brush as hookshot forward from On, but he doesn't actually end up hitting anyone, so he gets taken down, chunked to about half. And this is always the danger with the Camille support, right, is when you go in, there's a chance you're not coming out. Viper Valkyrieing forward, and the aggression just not stopping for either of these bot laners, but no one has died yet.
Ulti's traded, Zoyan gonna overheat after that Electro Harpoon. Flashes away from the Q2, but
shield
Wembo's gonna be able to follow up. The final auto attack finishes it, and it's the rookie on BLG who claims first blood.
And that's a little bit unfortunate for Zoyan. He overheated and he didn't do it with the Flame Spitter, so there really was no damage to come across. I think that Wembo kited that expertly so he could dodge out on the empowered auto attacks from the Rumble. There was no value from the overheat. It worked against Zoyan, and Wembo manages to get first blood in game number 1 of the Fabled rematch here tonight, Grapes, as we do get a replay of the fight. So Wembo actually popped the level 6 pot that gives you the extra adaptive force. Might have been the big difference maker in this 1v1. So initially misses ult, and then yeah, overheat here, uses E, gets a couple of autos off, but then Wembo manages to tank a lot of that, goes in, and does get the first kill. So big ups to the BLG top laner for swinging this very volatile matchup, as we said, in the laning phase in his favor.
And now the Ambessa is going to have even a better time throughout the remainder of this early, mid, and then late game. Zoyan, player that certainly has had his fair share of wins in the laning phase, but it also comes with a couple of losses here and there. Very volatile player on the top side of the map. That certainly was, exploited during their run at MSI. And he's going to have to try to bounce back and stabilize things a little bit if he wants to make sure that Wembo doesn't get out to even more of an early lead.
Who's going to get spotted here on the top side? Shun is currently on his Wolves, actually going to finish that crossover. I felt like there might have been a chance for him to maybe pivot and go for that Dragon. That has not really seen any attention from either of these teams yet, as both bot laners are fighting heavily. JackeyLove misses the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, but still has vision of Viper because of the minions crashing in. He flashes away from the eventual force shot that will not be issued. So Viper able to survive, but it costs him both of his summoner spells.
And so JackeyLove should be able to push this wave in. He's got to be very careful, though, as On has Flash, has Ignite, and is Camille with Hail of Blades. So,
oh! Nice preemptive flash by JackeyLove. He knew that On was on the way. He probably had his finger on the F key the whole time.
So both AD carries using those flashes. In the case of JackeyLove, though, I think it is just extra consequential because you as Jhin don't have any innate mobility. If you get picked off, if you get caught out, especially against this comp that, as we highlighted in the draft, Grapes, is very good at locking down singular members of top esports, you are going to be meeting the gray screen. Viper has at least a couple of more options in the Valkyrie to try and create some space, as well as just, I would say, more options for peel. You've got the Camille, you've got the Jarvan, you've got the Lissandra, all to be able to give you that space to play with as the Corki. So I will be keeping my eyes on both AD carries, but I think that JackeyLove is in a little bit more danger if we're comparing ADCs.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the kind of either disengage or counter engage that BLG have if somebody like Viper gets collapsed upon. And not only that, he also has a little bit of extra survivability with things like his Valkyrie to be able to be a little bit more slippery when it comes to some of these mid to late game skirmishes. We're going to see the Dragon started up right now by Shun. First one of the game, and nobody really has gone for anything just yet. On looking for hook shot onto Cream. He hasn't been as active out on the map so far in this early game, but he has been able to at least help Viper get out to an early CS lead.
It looks like that top esports aren't going to contest initially, but Knight actually kind of abandoned the wave, maybe gave an opening for Cream and Zhuo to look. as it will actually cost Spirit Rush from Cream. So that'll be enough to probably dissuade Top Esports from continuing to endeavor on a contest for the Dragon. Will be secured by BLG. And earlier, though, Top Esports did get the grubs. But, Grapes, I feel like there is a stark lack of side lane pressure or threat from either of these compositions. So I think that the biggest advantage you get from getting grubs as Top Esports is if you win a fight, boom, you can maybe take like half a turret or a full turret along with it, which is no small feat, but we won't be seeing the rewards of that come through anytime soon.
Yep, it's not like a Jax versus Fiora top lane matchup where you really can take advantage of the grubs. It's more teams looking for that full-on 5v5 or maybe a 2v1 here for BLG. They try to dive Cream underneath his own turret. He flashes away. And On's going to take that Summoner Spell as a win. Viper now going to be the target on the opposite side. Try to do his best to clear out this wave with the Gatling gun, but the minions eventually will crash down as in goes TN, pops the cease and desist. Zhuo in with the headbutt pulled as well, but Viper still under the tower. Finally, we get taken down by the curtain call. Knight going in, pops the frozen tomb on himself. Deals a lot of damage, but not enough to seal the kill onto anybody on TES just yet. 4-shot lands in onto the Lissandra as Cream is followed with a teleport of his own, and Shun won't be able to close any kills out overall. Just a 1-for-0 in favor of TES.
And you know Knight is a little bit sad about that one. TN living with 1 HP after getting the lockdown onto Viper. Top Esports winning out on that trade, and that is the danger of, like we said, having no flash when you're an AD carry. You're alone under the turret, and even though you've got the Valkyrie, even though you've got options to prolong your death, his death was unfortunately inevitable, as this is just a play safe moment, Graves.
Not much you can do. Viper did all he could to buy some time, try to set up Knight for some kills. He might wonder if he used the ulti onto Tien, would he at least be able to make it a 1-for-1? Only time we will never be able to find that one out, as now Wenbo in some trouble as he gets targeted by Tien. He flashed away from the Vault Breaker, now going to re-engage
on the way
in the 1v2 because he knows the rest of his team is on the horizon. Cataclysm comes in, Wenbo will still go down, but it might come at the cost of Tien's life. A 1-for-1 secured eventually. Jun looking for the final Dragon Strike, most likely to finish the kill. He misses it, but the auto attack will seal his fate all the same. 1-for-1 in the top side as BLG able to counter the gank that Tien went for.
And On keeps going with the side lane shenanigans and trying to make impact happen on the rest of the map, to the detriment of Viper, unfortunately, as he's being zoned off of his turret. This is giving Jackie Love a lot of free gold, and we highlighted this matchup as something where Jackie Love is given the ball, given the resources, and just generally given the time to farm up in the bot lane. This feels like an example of that, as he is almost 500 gold up, has the kill, but also just generally, I think, has been farming a lot better, has been allowed to farm a lot better in game number 1 on top of that, as now we've got more fighting happening. Zoyan does not have flash.
And that means he is dead. Wenbo easily picks that one up. On comes right back to that previous spot of engagement and is able to make magic happen again. Zoyan will go down for the second time as Wenbo really building an early lead for himself on that top lane.
And I'm interested in how Wenbo is going to be trying to impact maybe this future Dragon fight. If Top Esports decide to contest for it, teleport for him should be up at that time, and he also has completed the top lane role quest, so that means he'll get the giant shield if he does make his way toward the bot lane. I feel like the threat of that, especially if Top Esports can't get Zoyan's role quest complete at the same time or around the time that Dragon spawns as well, if they're not able to do that, I just feel like the idea of fighting is really not in their wheelhouse. As On has a good buffer, but it might not be enough.
That flash is a crucial cooldown, though, for a potential Dragon fight. Not crucial for either team, but BLG would like to get out to that early 2-0 lead. Starting to see these first items come through. Finally, Viper unlocking his Trinity Force. Everybody, in terms of carry players, except for Zoyan, have their first legendary in inventory.
We see Jackie Love going for the Youmuu's Ghostblade. I know there's been a lot of discussion here on the LPL Grapes with Jhin builds. You know, we've got Mazel, the Jhin extraordinaire. We've got Slayer, the AD carry extraordinaire, and lover of builds on top of that. Criticizer of 50,000 Varus players. But I feel like this is a game where I honestly don't mind the Youmuu's that much, but you do have a lot of health stackers on the side of BLG, so I think the burst is just really conditional on JackeyLove continuing to have this lead over Viper, because if at any point that drops, I think that JackeyLove will find it increasingly more difficult to have value in fights because the burst won't be as effective.
Yeah, I think this is a fine Jhin angle. There's no need for additional like armor pen or anything like that because there's not a lot of armor stackers on BLG, at least as of yet. It's Top Esports who are starting up this dragon. They want to try to even up the count, but Shun is on the way. Smite secured by TN, but what will the fight look like in response? On dishing out a lot of damage. Persistent Protocol going to get knocked up by Zhuo. Teleport coming in from Zhuan, who throws out the equalizer and forces Knight to go golden. Shun going with the flag and drag, able to get into melee range of Cream, and now BLG coming on top of this fight because of their top lane rookie in Wenbo on the Ambessa. Double kill over to him. Knight claws over the wall to try to pick up some scraps, and BLG lose the dragon but win the team fight 3-for-1.
That's absolutely worth it for BLG. I mean, we said that they had the superior tools when it came to this team fight, and they flexed those all the way. Wenbo making his way into that team fight as the Ambessa and just wreaking havoc on the TES health bars. Get the replay here. So, dragon secured by Top Esports like we saw, and then Wenbo off of the engage that on bot for him just gets into the middle of Top Esports, and they don't have the burst to kill him. Shun is there to follow up as well, but all of this damage just layers on from BLG, and Top have no response. They do get the dragon, but I'm honestly a little surprised they got that, because if BLG get that Drake and they get all of those kills, that might have been like a potential game-altering fight and made it very difficult for Top Esports to get back into the game. Now we're back to live and fighting over the Herald.
Yeah, another neutral objective that TS wanted to try to get, but BLG able to respond mightily. 1 HP the Herald was at, but Shun claims it all the same on top of clearing the life of Zhuo, who is in the death chamber for the next 10 seconds. Now top lane could be the focus, as BLG still stacked up as 4 members. Gonna throw Shelly on top of this top lane tier 1 and try to chase Zhuan away from that objective.
And is here.
Gets into Shelly, looking to use it for a little bit of combat power. The Season 6 goes on to Shun, but JackeyLove's instantaneously deleted. Knight gets Tian as well, and it's an all-out slaughter in the top side of the map. Double kill for the Lysandra, and BLG are up 5,500 gold.
That was beautiful Battle Herald usage by BLG, as now Viper's in trouble.
Might be the trade, but I think Top Esports gonna barely be able to pick this one up. Cream gets a stack of cash, but speaking of cash, that's all that's in the pockets of Billy. They take 2 towers off of Shelly and head back rich. Be able to collect a lot of that in terms of their itemization.
It's a lot of gold for BLG, and even though Viper does fall, Top Esports don't really get anything for the map onto it. Cream goes for a reset. He only is able to push in that wave. He's not even able to get an auto on the turret, and just absolutely nasty there from On, by the way. He dodges out on the engage from TN. Very likely could have been his death there. This allows him to re-engage onto Zoyan. The rest of BLG layer their damage. And it's not 1, but 2 turrets on top of that. So BLG are just running over this game in fights, Grapes, I feel. We've gotten pretty even numbers across the board when it comes to a lot of these objectives, right? It's 1 dragon apiece. Top Esports even have the grubs in their favor. BLG have the 2 turrets. It really just feels like this is Billy Gaming team fighting better and operating better as a 5-man unit. Now On maybe found Tien, or is it the other way around?
Deep engaged by this Camille. Not even able to pop the ulti because it's still on cooldown as JackeyLove picks up the kill. Bit of a mistake here for the BLG support, but it might not matter as Zhuo's already gone down. Zhuan overheated, trying to get away as the Charm lands onto Shun. Cream with the Spirit Rush able to get one, but Knight's able to dash in and make it an even trade. 3v3 across the map. Tien in melee range of Viper, but Viper still standing strong and picking himself up a triple kill. Flashes the Charm and looks for the quad, but Cream able to finally take him down with the Orb of Deception. An explosive team fight that results in an even 3-for-3 with Wenbo and JackeyLove still duking things out mid.
And we can see Knight is also standing. JackeyLove though!
Q1, Q2, almost about to connect. Waits for the barrier to finish it off, and the shield from Wenbo's W will secure him the 1v1 win.
And he hits him with the thumbs up at the last second. Wenbo with the solo kill in the mid lane. JackeyLove going down. And we said this is a lethality Jhin build. You need to keep yourself ahead, but a triple kill over to Viper, a shutdown there for Wenbo, and suddenly, Grapes, there is a 1.5k chasm between the two AD carries in this game. Replay of how that initial fight around the red buff started, and on maybe overcooking a little bit with trying to look for these fights, but this is kind of what we said with the junglers, and I think we can extend the same courtesy over to the supports, where they do look for engages, and sometimes it costs them their life, but they know the rest of BLG and the rest of their team are able to clean up. That's exactly what BLG do. Wembo is just continuing to run rampant in these team fights. Viper is trying not to get outdone by the rest of his teammates who are getting their moments to shine, but unfortunately for him, his moment does get cut a little bit short. And then Wenbo flashes, gets the Q1, waits out the barrier before going on to Q2, and then gets the shield up at the last second, taking down Jackie Love.
See the BLG fans in Beijing hyped up about that one. Their rookie top laner really showing that he can play too on the strong side. Wenbo's up 3,000 gold. And if you turned off the nameplates, Quacks, and looked at the overall plays that this guy has been making, you wouldn't be able to discern him from Bin at this stage in his growth this season.
I think that's probably the best compliment that we can give him in this entire split, Grapes, is hold
on,
we'll have to hold the compliments. It's a 2v2 in the top lane.
Yeah, but Knight's coming in with a TP on as well, arriving, and it's going to be TN that dies first, Sway on second, Surly rather. It's a double kill in for Knight, as once again it is Wenbo that plays bait, and BLG capitalizing off of it as they go to the Baron immediately.
No contest really possible here for Top Esports. Cream is on the bot side. He might be able to get a plate or two. They're actually going to try and fight this, though. Teleport from the Ahri. It's 3v5, guys, and Wembo's got a flank even.
Frozen 2, more public execution available. Joel immediately goes in with the double knockup and the assassinate on. They find Jackie Love on the other side. Knight once again with the root. Going to allow for Viper to clean that kill up. 4v2. Smite secured here by BLG. They pick up the Baron buff. They could even look for the delayed ace. Cream in some trouble. Not going to get flagged and dragged upon as Shun only throws out the Dragon Strike. And so BLG will head back to base wearing purple for the next 3 minutes.
Feels like a bit of a desperation play from Top Esports, right? You're 3v5. Wembo gets his back canceled. Teleport is coming through. They want to try and hunt down this Ambessa, but he's level 16. He's got those extra resistances. I don't know if they can do this, Grapes.
He's got a near 1,000 gold bounty on his head, but it is only a 2-for-1. Wembo very strong. He's 3 levels up on Zoyan 4 onto TN. He's taking a lot of damage and will finally get taken down. 1,000 gold into the hands of the Rumble.
All right, so Zoyan getting paid for that play. Wembo does go down. And it turns out they can do that, Grapes, but will not be without cost. Knight on the bot side will be able to take this tier 2 inner, and that'll just mean that the vision line extends significantly for BLG around this bot side. You can see that Knight is really trying to make use of that. Gets a deep ward in enemy territory and is just looking for anybody, daring anybody on Top Esports to step up past this line.
How quickly this game had swung, Quacks. It was looking pretty close over the first 15 minutes or so, and then BLG just won fight after fight after fight. They now have the Baron buff with an 8,500 gold lead. They had Knight pushing underneath the tier 3 tower, but now Top Esports looking to try to collapse upon him. Instead, the cease and desist will go on to On. He flashes away from the Deadly Flourish, surviving for a little bit longer and maybe allowing for Shun to arrive to the fight. Knight eats a boatload of damage. He flashes into the Cataclysm, and that might spell his doom. Pops the Frozen Tomb to stay alive for a little bit longer, and Viper is still untouched. He's able to pick up 2 kills instantly. Now getting face tanked in by Cream. He gets a triple, but not before going down, as it is another 4 kills, this time going towards Top Esports.
I mean, that's an extremely bloody fight, and BLG, I think, really weren't intending for that to be as violent as it ended up being. On poked his head to try and see what Top Esports were cooking when it came to looking for a pick on tonight, and then they just immediately turned their focus onto the Camille. We get a replay here. Yeah, doesn't have the hook shot, tries to get away, and the moment he goes over that section of the terrain, all of Top Esports descend onto him. Knight tries to go back in to, you know, mix something of this play, but he kind of just goes back and forth a little too long. Pops the ultimate, does a lot of damage, and I think another saving grace here is the ghouls actually do finish off some more health bars on the side of Top Esports. So they also get paid, but I feel like when you're this far ahead, even just losing by 1 kill, Top Esports do somewhat mitigate the gold. And Dragon up in little less than a minute. We'll have to see if they can put that extra gold that they just got, that extra payment that they were just received on by the side of BLG, to good use.
Yeah, tough for Knight there. think he was clicking at, I think he right-clicked onto Zhuo, and the Cataclysm direction like sent him backwards. The pathing like got disrupted, resulted in him ending up going down. Cream gets a couple of kills off of that recent scrap and picks up a needlessly large rod in base. Not yet at the Shadow Flame, but is getting closer to the item spikes that he needs to truly be a factor in some of these late game fights. Speaking of, JackieLove with a rapid fire cannon, going to be able to have a little bit of extra range. Zweyon nearing the Riftmaker as well. Top Esports is close to being able to contest BLG's items, but not there just yet.
Nope, and I feel like now we're coasting a almost 3-item Ambesta. Grapes, that is going to be really dangerous, as now On has to be very careful how he walks up. This is the double-edged sword that is Camille's support. You have really good early game, but it's very difficult for you to have 5v5 uses in team fights once you go to that late game, especially if the gold is somewhat even. Of course, BLG still have a 7,000 gold lead, but that was smaller than it was just even 2 minutes ago, so I feel like On has to be very careful how he approaches these team fights, as we have seen TES are very willing to just snap engage onto him, and maybe snap engage onto Wembo.
Oh, his DP's a little bit too early, I think. He's going to get collapsed on by everybody, and that's one of the big carries on BLG already out of the picture. Knight goes into the Frozen Tomb, pops the Zanyas after that. Shun dashing in with the Flag and Drag, finds a massive Cataclysm, and On's able to follow up. Will the damage be there, though, as Viper now Valks over the wall. Picks up 2 kills instantly, looking for a third. Viper popping off of the Corki in this team fight, but he's now the only one left alive. It's him and Zweyon against JackieLove. Going in for one more. He dodged away the 4-shot, but the Electro Harpoon, not so lucky. A triple kill over to the rookie of Top Esports as they win the fight, pick up the ace, and will be able to pick up their second dragon of the game.
It was a nice attempt to try and fix the fight from BLG. Even after Wembo goes down, Knight goes in, buys time for the rest of BLG to follow up. Viper even flashes over the wall to join up with the rest of his squad after having expended that Valkyrie to just get in the middle of the fight with the rest of his team. And this just felt like a really over-eager engage from Wembo. He gets the TP flank, TES read that, but then here, ultimate Frozen Tomb from Knight into the Zanyas by so much time for the rest of BLG to re-engage with him. Viper flashes over the wall, gets a bunch of damage onto the carries. BLG, even when the play is a bit shady, the re-engage is not necessarily the most ideal situation. They're all on the same page, but they do go down, and now back to live On. It's basically almost dead, but he's fine.
He goes for the re-engage onto Zhuo, actually. Maybe ends up being set up for an engage on his own right. Zhuo used the Blast Cone to get away. BLG still have a 6,000 gold lead, but the game started to get a little bit closer here, Quacks. I think most notably, we talked about how Viper on the Corki was going to be the one to have to clean up these fights. He clearly has been able to do so, and he's turning into a huge threat on Billy's side.
Honestly, I think the biggest conceit, Grapes, is that his teammates are just dying before him, right? There's only so much he can do as a lone ADC when Top Esports have 2 members or more, and he's just a Will Corki. So just live more.
Is he that little? He's got 4 items, 12 kills.
He's a Yordle.
He's a big Corki now.
Well, you know, once a Yordle, always a Yordle.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, are we considering? I mean, if we're gonna say that Corki isn't a Whittle Yordle, I feel like we also have to say Rumble isn't a Whittle Yordle because he has a mech of his own.
And he's got 3 items now. I'm down to make that trade. It's good with you. He's this big little Yordle, though, going to get attacked by Wenbo. No more crowd control available here on the Ambessa, so he will be able to teleport to safety. Meanwhile, Tien gets taken down by Knight. That's a huge play. No jungler alive for Top Esports. Means that BLG can go towards the Baron in a 4v5.
Yeah, they're rushing right toward it, but look at Top Esports. They're waiting in that bush. They're daring BLG to enter that river. And it looks like for the time being, BLG are not going to fall for it. They're just going to push in mid, but this might also be something that TES can play with.
Finds Knight, but he pops the Frozen 2 at just the right time. Knockup lands on a Viper, but he will get taken down. Shut down goes the way of Zweyon, and Top Esports might have found their way back into this game. Knight's not able to live as Cream survives with less than 500 HP. Flag and drag lands onto JackieLove, and it might not be enough for Shun. Zweyon is overheated, but this time he's got the Flame Spitter in tow. Wenbo gets 1 kill, but now Shun is the last remaining survivor. Another triple kill here for Zweyon, and he's looking for the quad. Crit gets picked up by JackieLove, and it's TES that win yet another fight.
And that is JackieLove dishing out the damage. Grapes, the marksman man for TES, makes it happen when they need it the most. And now Baron on the board. We were saying BLG off the pick with TN would be able to pick that one up, but it's Top Esports that have made their way onto that objective. Replay onto the fight, a point-blank charm. Doesn't one-shot Knight, but forces him to go into the Glacial Tomb early. And then also TES, because they know this Lissandra is as good as dead, they can pull their attention over to Viper. He gets taken down, and now the two biggest damage dealers in the late game for BLG Grapes, they fall immediately. And even though BLG survive for a little bit, get some picks back, take down Cream, it's just not enough. Jackie Love is too well protected, and he's able to rain down fire on Billy Gaming. Baron acquired, and BLG have to start heating up to try and get this game back in control, because what was once a 9,000 gold lead, Grapes, is now 3,000.
Jackie Love almost throwing that away, having to burn the flash to get away from On's hook shot. Without anybody around, that was a dangerous spot to be for a Jhin. We have the next dragon spawning in a minute. Would be soul point for either team, but Top Esports currently have the positioning advantage with the help of the Baron, and now this engaged by TN. The season assess lands on the Omni, hook shots away at a good opportunity. Shun follows with the flash to finish off the kill onto his opposing jungler, and will be able to do so successfully. 1-0 in favor of BLG, with no jungler available by the time the dragon spawns.
Not the end of the world for Top Esports to lose this dragon. It is only soul point for BLG if they pick this one up, but certainly not the ideal world they want to be living in, especially when you've got the bear and you really want to be the ones in control of the map. So losing pressure on that bot side of the river will be a detriment to them having this Baron power play in tow. Because you can see, even with a minute and a half left, they haven't gotten a ton of gold off of this. Only a meager 500 in their favor.
The way to kick off our first game of this series. Swayan now in trouble as Knight goes for the Frozen Claw over the wall. On follows up with the ultimatum. Might not be enough damage just yet, though, as a scratch.
They don't have the damage.
A lot of time with the equalizer. BLG still going to be able to take down this third dragon without TN around. So it will be soul point for them. Game is far from over. Shun able to finally secure it, but Top Esports might be on the chase.
As a jungler, Grapes, my cortisol levels hit very, very dangerous highs whenever I see a smite come through and the objective doesn't die from the smite. 4 HP on the dragon, just like momentarily had to raise my eyes there in panic, as Top Esports were maybe looking to try and contest that if it went on any longer. But luckily BLG do end up picking the soul point. TES still have the Baron though, and they're trying to siege on this bot side.
BLG though currently have the numbers advantage with Zwayan in the mid lane. Has his teleport available and also a flank angle, as he has a good opportunity to try to collapse onto Knight. He overheats onto Lissandra, forces him to flash away, uses the Frozen Tomb onto Zwayan, and the Frozen Claw should be able to get him away. The equalizer ticking him down though, and the Leandri's burn will be enough. Knight is down, and BLG suddenly are at a disadvantaged state as the Baron buff expires.
Yeah, it does, but all of Top Esports are in the mid lane. They've got the grubs from earlier, and this is what we said. This is Chekhov's grubs here, Grapes, where we didn't have a lot of value for it in the early game, but we get a pick, we get a fight. The death timers at this point in the match are super long, and the grubs are our greatest ally for getting turrets after a pick. Top Esports going to transition their pressure in mid to pressure in top, and it's still 4v5 for another 20 seconds.
Deadly Flourish lands onto Shun. Top Esports still have an advantage in numbers for a very long amount of time. They're able to use those grubs once again to take down nearly half of the top tier 2. After losing a member very early on into the Baron power play, Top Esports still able to find a sort of advantage, pull the gold lead to within 1,000 as this game gets closer and closer here to open up this finals rematch.
This is a banger. This is a great way to open up the best of 3, Grapes. BLG so dominant in the early to mid stages of this game, but now Top Esports fighting back here. The gold lead, 1,000 at nearly 35 minutes into the game, as minuscule as it gets, basically. And I feel like we won't be seeing a ton of fighting until the Baron spawns, so got about 90 seconds, and we can see BLG off redeploy. Do have a good amount of vision they're laying down on this topside river. Wembo also pushing in that top lane wave will give them some more space to play around with, but there is also the Scuttle Crab being taken by Top Esports that will give them that permanent vision to at least have something for themselves in that topside river, not force them to overextend to try and get information.
Seems like this comp for BLG, which was designed around finding picks, singling out certain members, using this high level of engage, not necessarily having as much effectiveness as we get towards the later portions of our opening matchup. Zoyan really able to bounce back here after a brutal early game on the Rumble. Finishing off his Zonia's Hourglass has the triple Haunting Guise items for a ton of DOT damage. Also has 10 stacks on that Dark Seal and 10 kills. I mean, what a turnaround it was for this kid.
It really has been super cool to see Zoyan, as I feel like Wembo controlled a lot of early portions on this matchup, getting that solo kill onto Zoyan, getting that kill onto Jackie Love in the mid lane too, really spotlighted himself as this Ambessa. But in a lot of these recent fights, it really has been the Rumble burning down the members of BLG in the 5v5. So good turnaround from Zoyan, and that's exactly what we want to see from the rookie talent here in the LPL. Now, Baron has spawned. Top Esports have control of the river around the Baron. But BLG do have multiple sources of engage, so we'll have to be on the lookout for several of these champions on the BLG side.
Feels like if Top Esports want to start this Baron, they have to do it now. Otherwise, BLG would happily trade it for the Ocean Soul. So on to the Nash they are, as BLG instead looking to gain priority around mid and wait for On to gain positioning for a potential flank. The Baron is melting very quickly, though. It's at 5,000 HP. Shouldn't have to get in there quick if they want to fly. Here comes the Cataclysm. It will be stolen away by the Jarvan, and Shun's able to live by flashing away. On goes in with the ultimatum. They found out Cream. Will there be enough follow-up? Yes, there will. The Ahri is down, and Viper is face-tanking Zoyan with the Guardian Angel still being available for Tien. Flag and Drag goes forward. Tien flashes over the wall, and Zoyan's able to pop off. Force Guardian Angel out of Viper, and Shun might be next. Valk over the wall. Zoyan's still going to be the target. Flag and Drag connects, but this Rumble is too damn strong. Going golden, forcing the GA and allowing for Jackie Love to clean up the rest of the fight. The Flag and Drag goes wide. The crit will give Jackie a double, and it's an ace for Top Esports.
BLG get the Baron, they get the steal, but no members will be alive to tell the tale of Shun looking for redemption on the side of BLG. It will be denied. And TES get the ace. Dragon is up now, and there will be no soul, no Baron, and potentially no redemption for BLG here in game number 1.
There was a different AD carry. This game could very much be over, but we take a look at this replay again. Shun went all out to try to steal the Baron.
Yeah, he did. Flag and Drag, flash forward, or flashed out, actually. Cataclysm forward. Did get the steal, but I mean, this is just how it goes. There's too much damage from Zoyan at this point. Look at how much DPS he's able to layer down on Viper and Shun here. They have no chance of even trying to kill him, and all the while, Jackie Love is expertly kiting this fight around. Gotta give credit over to both of these members for putting on such a show in the late game to turn their circumstances around here in game number 1. And for Jackie Love, going up against Viper, one of the most, I would say, praised players in the LPL over the course of split number 3, and saying, nah, I'd win. You absolutely love to see it on this Jhin now. Very strong, closing in on full build, and still has that Guardian Angel, mind you. So if you kill him, you're going to have to kill him again.
What a split, what a year it's been for Jackie Love. Of course, had those health issues going into the end of 2025. Decided to take that split one off, making sure he was well rested for Top Esports as he made his return to try to push for internationals. Of course, a disappointing MSI. All could be forgiven if they have a good showing at Worlds, have a good showing here in split number 3. And right now, Jackie Love, a huge part of how TES are doing just that.
I feel like it would be redemption for basically anyone. Any doubters that were here for Top Esports, of which there are, I would say, several after MSI. being able to beat down BLG, take that #1 seed for yourself would dispel at least some of the naysayers on the top esports side. And like you said, for JackeyLove specifically, it's a masterclass from him thus far, but he's got to continue that pressure. Top esports now pushing onto the bot side. There's a very healthy tier 2 inner that needs a taken, and top esports are very happy to oblige.
One more auto attack should be enough. Oh, hookshot gets canceled by the pulverize of Schwo, and that means On's engage is denied. Equalizer comes out. It's burning Viper down, and On's at 30% HP. Deadly Flourish not connecting onto Wenbo, and BLG should be able to retreat with no major objectives available for top to collect.
All right, they will just get the turret, they will walk away, and just top esports, I think, understanding the gravity of the game at this point.
Another TP. Oh, Wenbo.
Not again.
It's history repeating itself. Again, finds the public execution on Zhuo and is able to dash away this time. But now Knight's getting baited in by his own top laner. JackeyLove shuts him down, and BLG go over aggressive, and they're going to pay for it potentially with a Game 1 loss. Cease and desist onto Viper. The rest of top esports worrying about the front line. Wenbo gets knocked up once again by the Alistar. Tienen doing damage against Shun and is looking for a vault breaker forward. It's a 4v2 on the map. The Deadly Flourish connects, and JackeyLove here to finish off this first game.
And it is going to be only Viper there to tell the tale. Top esports, a turbulent game #1. They were down, Grapes, but they were never out. And they will take the first match of this best-of-3 rematch.
It's a Viper in a 1v4. He does his best to try to clear the wave out, but it will not be enough. Final kill going over to JKL. Top esports weren't able to get a game off of BLG in the grand finals, but this time around in the rematch, they strike first with a 1-0 series lead.
13-3 and 13 is the scoreline for the Jin at the end of the game, Grapes. I think that if we asked Jin himself, he would probably be pretty disappointed. So many numbers, close to 4. But I think if we asked JackeyLove what he thought of that scoreline, big old thumbs up, maybe even 2 thumbs up for that one. Immaculate performance from him in game #1 on the style that we said he loves to play. The go crazy, hands check style that he is known for. In a sea of mages, JackeyLove prefers the marksman.
What an opening to our first matchup between these two teams since they faced off in the LPL Split 2 finals. It's an 8,000 gold lead for BLG, and it got completely erased by the help of top esports and their superb team fighting. I think a lot of credit should go towards JackeyLove. You also really have to praise Zoyan on the Rumble. He ended with a ridiculous KDA, and once we see those damage charts, I think we're going to be even more surprised.
And for Zoyan, I mean, it started off really rough for him, right? He got solo killed by Wenbo. It was looking really bad. We said that this is a very volatile matchup, and I think Zoyan did a great job at being able to turn it around. 57.6k damage from the Rumble, and then 52.4k from the Jin. These were the main carries of top esports. These were the main engines that drove them to their road to redemption here in game #1 after such a difficult start, Grapes. And I think for BLG, they just got a little lost in the sauce, over-engaging on a lot of fights, looking for too many opportunities, overcooking, if we want to be, I guess, current with the lingo that everybody is using. They were just, I think, messing around a little too much. Happy gaming, if you will.
JackeyLove going to be on the quest to try to hit 1,000 damage per minute by the end of the season. He was at 944 entering today. Did about 1250 off of just that game 1 on the Jin. Same here for Zoyan, who once again, despite getting focused down so many times, was really able to have a tremendous go back into this game. And honestly, for BLG, you also have to look at the top side for where this game went wrong. Wenbo got off to such an early lead, but it was mistakes like this teleport when he had a huge wave pushing into the top lane inhibitor tower that ends up costing them this game.
I feel like there were just over-eager positioning errors from Wenbo. You mentioned the teleport, but then also I feel, was playing up a little too far in a lot of these exchanges, and this has been a criticism I think you can levy against him, particularly on the Camille. I think he thinks he's more safe than he actually is, and he does oftentimes get punished for it. So won't have the Camille to make that mistake, I guess, if you're a BLG optimist. If you're a glass half full kind of BLG fan, then I guess there is your silver lining. But I think for game number 1, they had this in the bag because a lot of On's initial engages were working out. But once you got the scaling of things like the Jhin, the scaling of things like the Rumble, and you weren't able to get that one-shot potential through the members of top esports anymore, the Camille lost a lot of value and started to get desperate. And this is something that we said BLG are a little bit prone to do if their early games aren't as explosive as they expect them to be. They oftentimes try to overcompensate in mid-game, and sometimes that's to their detriment, but never so much to the point where it has lost them a series. Has lost them games before, though, Graves.
At least in this split, as here's the last team fight. Again, just Wenbo going a little bit too far forward. He's able to actually escape, but then Knight also goes in perhaps a little bit early, and him going down means that this fight really was over.
I mean, Knight as well, with a few positioning errors of his own. I feel like he is also not necessarily exempt from criticism on this match either. I was expecting and saying that we needed a lot of damage to come through from some of these other members on BLG, because although you've got damage as Lissandra, you're not like the one-shot burst mage that I think Knight has really made his name on over the course of 2026. You are really facilitative. You've got that lockdown, and it showed in that game. He, I think, thought he had more damage than he actually did, and then realized, hey, I can't actually one-shot, you know, Zoyan on this top side in a 1v2. And I think once that moment maybe hit, that epiphany probably came through for the BLG laner. He was like, oh, we don't have any damage, guys.
Yeah, turns out when you only got one player that's doing damage, the rest of the team, when they all go in without him, doesn't end up always working out. And so BLG end up dropping their opening matchup here against Top Esports. Awaiting that player of the game. I would think it's Jackie Love here, as I think we have it ready sooner as expected. Oh, going to Zoyan.
Oh!
Honestly, I respect it.
Yeah, respectable surprise. If it wasn't Jackie Love, it is probably Zoyan, in my opinion. And, like, to his credit, he battled a lot of adversity from a rough early game to get back into being an effective member on the map as this Rumble. So a lot of credit to him for walking the long road to redemption, as the rest of Top Esports did. But I think he took the first step forward with a lot of those really solid equalizers and really solid plays in the team fights.
So TES with that opening game win get a little bit of revenge against BLG from that split 2 finals, but they want the whole pie. They want this series. They want to go up to 6-1 to wrap up the first round robin of the LPL regular season. We'll have the draft, picks, bans, and game for game number 2 right after this. What a way to kick off our final series of the day on LPL English. BLG had an 8,000 gold lead. They had a ton of just resources on their side. Wenbo with a 3k lead on his signature Camille. And yet it's Top Esports that have a 1-0 advantage going into game number 2. The comeback team fighting from them, just exceptional, Quacks, as we're looking to see them pull off what would be, I think, an upset, all things considered.
That was the first loss of On's Camille journey so far here in split number 3, and I feel that Top Esports were really good at being able to exploit the fact that Camille can have a lot of difficulties past the early to mid game. Once you get to those 5v5s, I think that Camille really, with all that single target damage, struggles to have a lot of influence in the actual team fight. So good on TES to recognize that. Good on TES to just bounce back in general. A very difficult mountain to climb where, like you said, Grapes, they were 8,000 gold behind, and 1 game away now would be all that it takes to be able to call themselves the first place #1 seeded team in the LPL, to finally dethrone BLG, as so many teams have tried to do over the course of not just this split, but over the course of this year, Grapes. BLG have pretty much the entirety of 2026 held the first place spot here in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, very much at the end of last season, or the end of split number 1, AL took the first seed from them, but then of course it was BLG that ended up winning against JDG in the grand finals. And it's a good point that you bring up here, Quacks. If Top Esports do 2-0 BLG in this series, they would tie them in game score and then have the tiebreaker in the head-to-head. So they would jump up to first place in Group Ascend going into the second half of the season. That would be a great spot for them to be in, especially after some of the late season roster changes that they did make. I think a lot of us were very critical and questioning why Feng Yue was removed at such a short notice for a player like Zhuo. But so far, they're making us look a little bit silly. It is, of course, the Top Esports regular season. We'll wait and see how eventually that will turn out. But right now, things are looking very good here for your former #2 seeds from last split.
They definitely are, and I think if we want, we can talk about Zhuo a little bit more. Like we said at the beginning of game number 1, or as we were getting into the draft, Grapes, this is a player who played with Awesome on NIP, and I think that Awesome had a very similar function as far as his role on the team to what Jackie Love has on Top Esports, really the big mechanical firepower of their respective rosters. And so Zhuo didn't really have to change up a lot of his own style in order to accommodate Jackie Love or to fit with what Jackie Love wanted to do. It very much so was a similar way of playing the game between those two teams, in the bot lane specifically, but I think he just has generally more firepower to work with on Top Esports now. We see Zoyan being able to carry games on things like the Rumble. We see Cream popping off on things like the Ahri, who he still holds a 100% win rate on after winning that most recent game. Now 4 games with a 100% win rate. So Zhuo, I think, taking the challenge of going on to Top Esports with a lot of grace and being very effective for the team, and just being able to accelerate Jackie Love onto some of those monster carries like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue Jackie Love just, an upgraded version of what Awesome was able to do last split, and so being able to fit around that 2v2, obviously a little bit of growing pains in the first couple of series, but since very much has bounced back in a big way as Top Esports, again, looking very good over these last couple of matches that they have played. And for Zhuo, of course, a reunion with Jackie Love. They played together on TES back in 2021 with Knight. That team failed to make it to Worlds, which was a huge disappointment for them. He's been a part of a number of those squads in the past, teams like NIP with Rookie, like JDG last year with PES. A lot of star power that Zhuo has been able to play with, has never been able to make it all the way to an international. This is a great opportunity for him to try to turn that narrative around, as he's already off to a good start against BLG as we enter the Game 2 draft.
So we still see things like the Neferi, things like the Ezreal remaining perma-banned. Orianna as well, going to be locked behind the bans here. Grapes and Anivia Cassiopeia going to be the trade up. Vi was taken away. We still have some B1s that we could go for in the jungle. I think things like the Xin Zhao. We're just opening up with Olaf. Funnily enough, this is the second time tonight that a region has picked Olaf first. LCK just did it, and they won that game. So let's hope that BLG don't respond with something like a Skarner.
I know Zoyan likes the Olaf a lot. TN can also play it, but that is still a very aggressive maneuver by them. Of course, they take the Vayne away in the first phase of bans to try to make sure that's not an option, as is the Anivia top lane, which used to be very popular. We'll see exactly what BLG want to do to try and counter this early pickup here for Top Esports. It's going to be the Bard early lock-in for On, another heavy roaming support that can get out onto the map early. We'll look for a Syndra here for either Viper or Knight.
All right, so a lot of setup here for BLG. Scatter the week and all of the crowd control and pressure that Bard brings you as well. But I'm just kind of curious what they're going to be responding with for this top lane. I mean, anytime you've got an Olaf, I think that it's very difficult to beat this champion in the lane, especially because Top Esports also already took away that Vayne, which is one of the more difficult matchups for Olaf. I'm trying to think of like other ranged champions that could be really effective. I don't think Gnar is one that I would want to play if I'm Wenbo. You could go something like a Jace, maybe. I think that there might be value in that if you're confident in picking it, but Top Esports have a lot of lockdown now with the Lee Sin plus the Olaf. Well, not lockdown, but a lot of damage, I should say, on this top side. So picking a non-tanker or something that doesn't really index into stacking health could be inherently very risky if BLG want to go that route.
So it's an insta-lock here of the Lee Sin for TN, and then Cream goes for the Akali. Theoretically a counter into the Syndra, but you always know that Knight could have picked something up there on that third pick. Looks like instead they're going to go for the Poppy, remaining flexible in terms of where they want to put that as we head into the second phase of pick ban.
All right, so there's the Cream Akali. We were hyping it up in the pre-show, saying that Cream has been the mage guy, has kind of acclimated to the pool that every other mid lane in the LPL has been playing over the course of 2026, but he's returning to his roots. He's going back to the champion that I think he really made his name on, Grapes, when he initially joined the LPL, so this will be a really fun game from him for sure. My biggest concern about Top Esports right now is in this Lee Sin, because you do have a lot of damage on this top side, but not a lot of CC for it to actually transfer onto some of these key targets. I think that Poppy specifically is very good at dealing with this mid jungle, and you need something that can lock down some of these peskier members of BLG if you want the damage of this mid jungle combo to come through from Top Esports. And so I like the bans from BLG. Actually, they've got things like the Nautilus taken off the board. They're making it difficult for Top Esports to get that lockdown in this bottom lane.
It's a fascinating scenario that Top Esports has given BLG. They have the Akali blind. Theoretically, the easy solution is you lock Galio mid, you send the Syndra bot, and you lock in a heavy damage AD champion like a Vayne or a Varus here for Wenbo on the top side. But it doesn't seem like they're super comfortable doing that, knowing that the Olaf is there and can run down a marksman like that if stuck in an isolated 1v1 in a very long lane. So BLG going for a bit of a different strategy here might just lock in the Renekton to try and put an even fight against Zoyan pound for pound in the top lane.
It's an all right matchup, but I'm more concerned about what Top Esports are locking down. We said we wanted lockdown, and that's exactly what we're going to be getting, Grapes. Ashe Seraphine going to be the answer here for TES. Does play into that top lane, also makes it very easy for things like the Olaf and the Lee Sin to thrive in these more extended trades because you'll have the Seraphine behind you on top of your innate healing. So I think Top are surprisingly and deceptively tanky once we get to the Seraphine roams in this game. BLG gonna round this draft off with a Varus. So any immobile AD carry against the top side like this and an Ashe Seraphine does get me a bit concerned, especially because I do think that BLG maybe made a bit of a mistake in game number one, not indexing into Viper more earlier on into the game, because he was kind of that main source of DPS that they needed to try and rely on to get them through that match, which of course they weren't able to do. So going into game number two, I feel like it has to be around the BLG laners to really make it happen. You've got things like the Bard and the Poppy to set you up. Knight and Viper both have a lot of scaling in their toolbox as well, so we need to see them step up. I think they had some questionable plays and just some difficulties in game number one, and they're gonna have to get over that because I think TES in the 5v5s have a much better composition.
We've seen Ashe Seraphine kind of fall out of the meta as of late in favor of these more roaming supports, but BLG, or sorry, Top Esports did whip it out in game number 3 against LGD just last week. So they certainly are able to still play this style, play this bot-dominated focused lane here for Jackie Love and Zhuo. Reunited here from 5 years ago. On the other side for Billy, a lot of things that answer perhaps in vacuums against some of the champions that TES have.
Yeah.
We'll see how exactly they work out in the full-on 5v5 as Top Esports look to close this series out swiftly to round out our day on the LPL. Game number 2 about to begin between our 2 finalists from Split 2.
全军出击！
Some loud cheers coming through there. Once again, Grapes. We see here at the start of Game 2, junglers pathing opposite one another. Really important, I think, to track these 2 champions with just how much influence they can have over the early game. BLG with Shun, I think, wants to influence the lanes and give them the resources, where it's the opposite for Tien, who really wants to get the ball rolling for himself.
Early heal popped by Zhuo in the bottom lane. Get a little bit of extra lane pressure. The Ashe Seraphine, of course, very oppressive in the 2v2, and also the synergy that the Seraphine provides to this Lee Sin Olaf front line of TES later on in the game. Both reasons to lock in this bottom side of the map in the second phase of the draft. See Jackie Love and Zhuo gonna hit level 2 first, have that prior, and already force on to head back to base.
On going to reset, like you said, and this is going to mean priority temporarily, at least, for the Top Esports bot lane. Not really going to be capitalized off of by Tien, because he is going to be looking for 3 camp onto the bot side resets for the longsword, and now we'll be on the opposite side of the map, so maybe trying to look to influence this top lane matchup more than the bottom lane, and I think that's probably the correct call. We talk about Olaf as this very lane dominant champion, and I think Top Esports, having first picked it, immediately snagging it up, want to try and play around it and give Zoyan the ball for this game. So I expect we'll see a lot of action in the early phases around this matchup, and maybe some map movements from the supports even to try and influence it.
Yeah, Zoyan has had a really good time on the Olaf specifically throughout his early LPL career. Most recently winning games on it against JDG and LGD in 2 of their 3 most recent series. Already building up a decent CS lead for himself against Wenbo, who, again, went for the teleport instead of a combat summoner spell, as well as the Doran's Helm. That signifies to me he's trying to lose this lane just gracefully and make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind.
There weren't a lot of great answers into the Olaf that I feel BLG were very used to drafting, so Renekton probably the best they were going to get, and I think in this case, it's probably what you're saying, Grapes, where they're just going to have to say, all right, we know that this is not going to run him over in the laning phase, and Olaf, I would say, even outscales the Renektons, so there's that as well. But what the Renekton will provide is disruption for the rest of Top Esports, make it difficult for the follow-up on the Olaf engages to be recognized by the rest of this composition that TES have built up. So we'll have to see if that ends up coming into effect later on, but for the time being, I think Top Esports have so much power in these early stages with this top side being so damage heavy and so prone to fighting.
Had anything break out just yet, as it is just junglers clearing on opposite sides of the map for now. Shun ends up heading back to base. Looks like he's building towards that Sundered Sky first item for a little bit of extra damage. Look at Knight resetting here in the mid lane against Cream's Akali. I feel like a lot of the time here, Quacks, we talk about the Knight Akali being such a fearful champion, right? He's popped off on it in a lot of really crucial situations. The Syndra nearly just as frightening, if not more. 53-16 record on that pick throughout his career. That's a 77% win rate.
Some of Knight's stats are just absolutely insane, as Cream is maybe looking to get aggressive onto Knight. Walks up to him, forsakes the wave, but knows that BLG are heavily populated around that top side. That leaves Viper maybe open for a dive, though.
Yep, TN ward hops forward, looking to easily land that resonating strike. It is first blood for Top Esports as they strike down in the bot lane once more.
Good recognition there from Top Esports to know that bot lane is open and ripe for the taking. Viper also expends that flash on top of that, so that'll be no summoner for the Varus. Just trying to look for a return kill. Doesn't even get close to doing that either, so maybe a bit of a mistake there from Viper. Could end up costing him in the future if Top Esports find an angle to revisit this bot lane.
You want to start off your Ashe Seraphine lane. See Jackie Love heading back to base, picking up a Noon Quiver. Going to be very much a threat down there, especially with the help of his support. On was roaming during that time and wasn't able to find any kills off of it, so overall, you have to give it a win over to Top Esports. Although Viper has picked up a decent amount of XP and he's doing some good damage on his own.
But look at this giant wave that's going to be crashing under the tower. Jackie Love, like you said, has that Noon Quiver, but now he's going to be getting even more gold over to himself as this Ashe. And then once that wave is cleared, it'll probably just be right back to business for Top Esports. They get priority in this bot lane. So I think the temporary window for BLG where they're saying, hey, we have a stacked wave in bot lane. We've got some priority to work with. Maybe we can go for a dragon, or maybe we can look to try and pressure Cream in mid. Neither of those things are going to be acted on as Cream just slides down the lane.
Should be pretty slippery here in this game. Has a lot of targets in the backline that he could assassinate. Knight and Viper specifically. Gets his hands on them again. Akali, something that Cream is very well known for back in his time. Teams like OMG, of course, then making his way over to Top Esports, where he has made even further of a name for himself on those other champions, mages, more traditional mid lane picks, but he's got his hands available to lock in something like this Akali when the time is right, and it looks like the time is now here for this player who really is taking another step here in 2026.
And I think this will be a really interesting game for Cream, where you do have a pretty good Akali angle into the matchup against the Syndra, but once you break out into the wide world of team fighting, it gets a little bit more difficult as TN is looking for On, who has no mana, but still did manage to get the stun off.
Comes in with the Keeper's Verdict. That forces this flash away from TN. Nice cosmic binding there from On. Otherwise, it could have been an instant kick combination, resulting in him going down. The Bard going to survive, heading towards the mid lane. The TN is there as well, as the Dragon has been started up by BLG. Cosmic binding once again, finding the Lee Sin. Knight not able to find that scatter until he does, combined with a Chain of Corruption, and Viper's able to finish the kill off alongside his mid laner. It's Knight that gets BLG on the board first.
Yeah, I don't think TN was expecting the Bard to be there. Last he checked, Bard was out of mana, but a couple of chimes later, he picks that up, gets himself some mana, and another stun lands onto him. So that just gives opening for the rest of BLG to get their CC down. And yeah, it will be the Lee Sin falling in that exchange. Dragon also going over to BLG. And we can see off redeploy Top Esports, maybe wanting to try and trade back for something like the Grubs.
George just getting some early vision on it, not quite ready for the rest of his team to follow up. As we now see Zoan land that under toe, looking for another slow onto Wenbo. Has his ulti at the ready as well as his ghost, but Zhuo there just a little bit too late. This is the combination here, Quacks, the Olaf and the Seraphine, that are really going to make a difference here for Top Esports in the mid game.
And it's not even in the late game about going in and trying to look for the engages. It's just about being a brick wall, having BLG engage into you, and then being basically unkillable for that front. And I'm interested if that ends up panning out. So we see TES going to be onto the Grubs here, so they will at least trade back the neutrals in the early game. Jackie Love firing an arrow.
Nice flash.
Yep, does force the flash out of Knight, so no summoner there. He throws down the Top Esports symbol. Cream is like, hang on, question mark, what are you doing with the Top Esports logo?
Well, I mean, that's
you
where
left
Knight
that team a
got
long
his start.
time ago.
Yeah, start of the decade, it was TES Knight with Jackie Love. Of course, Zhuo joining them a little bit later, but this was one of the best teams in the world in 2020. They got upset in one of those semi-final stages, ending up losing to Damwon Kia at the end of that. But I remember going into that tournament, everybody was saying the favorites were Top Esports with Knight and Jackie Love, and then Damwon after that. And obviously things worked out a little bit better for Damwon, but Knight has come very close to many appearances at Worlds. Looking to try to make another one happen here this year.
You know, I love my LPL, but you will never ever hear me speak badly of Damwon 2020. That team was magical, to put it bluntly. Damwon 2020 forever.
Yeah, I mean, they had all the right pieces at all the right times, and it was a very dominant run by them eventually. But again, the preseason expectations, there was not a lot of international play. MSI was canceled that year, so we hadn't seen these LPL LCK teams really face off other than that like weird online event. And so many people going in, they're like, man, the LPL is really good this year because they got this guy named Knight who's like, I don't know, some like 19-year-old kid who's popping off alongside this former world champion in Jackie Love. That was my first introduction to this player, and ever since, it has been just an incredible story. Every team he's been on has been towards the top of the table, and he's looking to continue that here with BLG.
And it's because of him, most of the time, I feel he is one of the main contributors to that team being on top, and this BLG squad, no different. He has been, especially in split number 2, I think people were debating whether that was one of the most dominant individual splits from a player ever in the history of League of Legends, and unfortunately not able to end it with an international title win in MSI, but we can see that BLG, despite the roster shakeups in the top lane, I think, are still playing to a style where they can look dominant and they can look to be the big dogs in LPL, having yet to lose a series. But here in game number 2, I feel like we are starting to see some of that rebound back. Game number 1, a little bit of a concern, but I feel like the proactivity is here for BLG in the second match, and they're policing Tien heavily around what he can do on this. Since stun gonna land onto him as we're doing the classic fight over crab maneuver, Graves.
And yeah, looks like Top Esports really want the crab as they send out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto On. He's going to be able to back away safely. Just that Scuttle Crab going TES's way, going to give them some extra vision if they want to try to fight this dragon in about 45 seconds.
You can see that it's probably going to be a lot of jockeying for mid-control here in the next few seconds preceding that Dragon Grapes. And so far, Cream has that alternator, and that really is a very underrated spike for this Akali champion, because it just gives you so much more burst, right? You get the extra ability power once you land an ability, and that auto attack subsequently doing a little bit more damage on top of that. Just makes it so much more lethal. We'll have to see how this Akali manages to maneuver some of these team fights where Poppy and Bard are both present, because they can put a stop to the mobile train of Akali real quickly if those abilities do that.
But for now, we're playing the slow game this time here, Quack. So
yeah,
like both
2
teams,
kills in 13 minutes. This is not my LPL.
Yeah, they said they saw the first game and they were like, man, my hands hurt after fighting that much. We're gonna chill a little bit here.
Even further proof that the average age of your pro players is going up year by year.
Yeah, shout out to Wenbo. I think he's the youngest player in the league, actually. Just turned 19 a couple months ago.
Yep.
He's in some trouble here. In this 1v2 situation, he's not going to really be that happy about it, but he'll take one for the team if it means the rest of his squad are going to be happier.
Oh boy.
Around the map. Speaking of, Knight with a huge scout of the week, but it's not going to be able to stop Tien, who jumps in onto him and takes him down. Zweon lands the final blow. The extra shield from the safeguard makes sure the tower doesn't even up the trade. BLG going to respond by taking this dragon on the bottom side.
They make him work. I mean, Knight makes them work for it, but ultimately Top Esports will be successful in picking off the golden left hand. Nobody from the side of BLG is on this top side either, so this will actually probably be a full-on turret for Top Esports at almost 14 minutes into the game. They will, of course, give up second dragon over to BLG, but now I think for the future of the wave management of this game is teleports coming in. And yeah, BLG want to try and get a trade back here. Zoyan with no ultimate, by the way. Or actually, he does. He does have ultimate.
Like he still had it. He has to flash away from the Scout of the Week. With the ulti expired, Tempered Fate can connect. Knight might have enough damage with just the Unleashed power, but he's holding it for the moment because Viper's here to finish it off with the Piercing Arrow. So BLG end up losing their first tower in the top lane, but they at least get a kill to answer back.
They do, and they also, like we said, get that dragon. Knight will, of course, be able to have his own way with the top lane for the time being, so might be able to pick up a plate for himself. We see Cream on the bot side, split pushing a little bit, and the volatility of these solo lane matchups, I feel, continuing to heat up. Zoyan obviously getting his first kill of the game off that dive onto Knight. And this Olaf could be so lethal with the Seraphine in his back pocket. But I feel on the other side, if Knight is just given time to scale in a side lane, like we just saw, get those splinters, get that execute, it's going to make Jackie Love's job very difficult. And I would even rope Cream in there as well. Some of these squishier members of TES, they're just going to get blown up.
Speaking of blown up, that might happen to Jackie Love unless he flashes away from Shun. Goes forward with that steadfast presence and easily burns a summoner spell off the top esports bot laner. Rift Herald is available, and BLG have a pushing wave at the moment in the mid lane, but Cream able to join his team first in the river, with Knight forced to go around the Herald pit. As TN will go in onto this first, maybe just trying to bait out a teleport from Wenbo.
It's possible. Both top laners do have the teleport available because Roll Quest has been complete, so they can get involved if they need to. But of course, there is that shield from Wenbo that you have to be very mindful of, especially with Renekton having that Dominus.
So the Keeper's Verdict, maybe going to try to golf TN away. Swing and a miss here by the Poppy, and it's going to cost him a whole lot. Off of the teleported as well. Assassinating the enemy AD carry. Viper's deleted. Wenbo goes over the magical journey to try to finish off even more kills as Knight lands the Scatter of the Week, but does not find anything with it. Cream finishes off on with the Shuriken flip, and it's Top Esports who dominate that early game fight around the Herald.
And it's Zoyan just chopping the heads off the BLG backline there, disrupting and breaking up your #1 seed in the LPL. TES run over BLG in the fight. Herald will be charged and dropped in the top lane. This will be a tier 2 for TES. 16.5 minutes into the game, and they're going to drive it away. They don't even want Knight to get the gold from Shelly.
Take another look at how this one started. If Shun lands this Keeper's Verdict, could be a different story. Nicely combined, though, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Jackie.
That is a Lee Sin performance for someone. That guy has a Lee Sin world skin, and he's definitely showing it. That was a beautiful in and out sequence there from TN to secure the Herald, and then he dances around the fight, connects with his top laner, and they just melt BLG in the team fight. Now 3.5k gold up. Dragon in a little less than a minute and a half. This might be something that BLG need to hold on to with all of their hopes and dreams to remain the first seed. Is now TM maybe caught here.
Heroic charge in the wall from Shun is big. He cannot ward hop with that Keeper's Verdict. Going to get followed up here with the ulti, and it's Viper that takes him down. Knight flashes over the wall looking for a scatter, but he ends up getting stunned up and taken out by Jackie Love. And now Zoyan is in melee range of the entire backline. Viper has to flash over the wall, and it's Wenbo stuck in a 1v3. Viper joining him on the horizon, but the Rangers' focus arrows are going in onto the Renekton. The Crocodile is very low. Undertow does not connect, but Jackie Love's arrows will. 10-4 in favor of TES as they go 4 for 2 on the play.
I mean, it's Zoyan with the Undertow, it's Jackie Love with the arrows, it's Shwo with the music notes. I don't even know what they're called, but all of the range compounding onto the remaining BLG members to get at least one more kill at the end of that fight. As we get a replay here, Tien initially getting found, just wall slammed by Shun. It's a good angle, but then we see the flash over. Immediately, this Olaf gets involved in the fight, breaks up BLG, and then look at Jackie Love on the side. Look at how much damage he's able to pump across the board because BLG can't get to him, get their hands on this Ashe, and he is just wreaking havoc in this fight, Graves.
Knight ends up with a pretty bad positioning mistake there as well, maybe accidentally taking the magical journey in as the Dragon once again being started by Top Esports on, gets instantly one shot, and so does Wenbo off of the Encore. Zoyan taking over in the front line and Jackie Love in the back. Tian able to secure the Dragon and deny Soul Point as Top Esports win yet another fight.
And BLG, the windows are starting to close. The doors are being slammed shut on them, Crepes. The win con of the Dragon is now removed from them for the time being. And Viper you're under that turret, but I don't know if you're allowed to do that with no flash, my friend.
TN doesn't even need the kick to make sure that Viper goes down. What an early game here by TES. They are up almost 5,500 gold. Knight gonna try to find a trade. A nice stun onto Tian. Shun goes over with the magical journey, but he runs himself straight into 4 members of TS. Uses the ulti to get at least one away. Scatter connects onto Jackie Love. Knight's going all for nothing to make sure that Jackie Love will fall, but he'll go down in a trade. And now Tien and the rest of Top Esports are chasing in onto On. The kills just continuing to stack up. The Dragon's Rage to make sure there is no magical journey for On, as short as it was. And TS are running away with this second game.
Yeah, Shun definitely took a magical journey. Probably not the one that BLG wanted, as they almost all fall down. Top Esports eliminate multiple members on Bilibili Gaming yet again. And I feel like a play such as that, desperation is starting to crawl through on the side of BLG Grapes. You can see it in their play, looking for a pick onto Tien, but he ends up getting out. Magical Journey drops, and then Shun, an entire screen away from the rest of his team. Does actually look like he's gonna get out, but then Sonic Wave connects. Tien has auto lock with this Q this game so far, and they find 2 members On. This is just such an unfortunate Magical Journey, but even if he took it, it goes like 2 millimeters, and he dies anyway. So 3-0, TES are running over BLG in this second game. They want to be your #1 seed in the LPL.
This is not the LPL finals anymore, Quacks. This is a whole different world. We are in Split 3. We are with Top Esports having a new support fresh off of a disappointing MSI performance, and they have come to play against the defending champs. A 2-0 win over BLG would be such a statement as we get another fight that is breaking out. Encore goes wide, but Jackie Love's still under some pressure. Shun's the one who goes down first, and now Zoyan's looking to hunt down Viper.
Oh no,
Zoyan's not even going to have to use it before killing the AD carry, and it's yet another fight win here for Top Esports. They go 3-0, and will get a Baron as a little bit of extra dessert.
Zoyan hates snakes, he hates vipers, he is going after this Varus in every single exchange. And that's exactly what Top Esports need him to do. It is another 3 kills over to TES. Baron will be secured, and they don't even feel like giving BLG an inch, as Cream is maybe looking for a solo bolo onto Wembo.
Yeah, the dominance popped, empowered stun, gonna do a little bit of work. Cream still has the R2 though. Will he go in? Looks like instead going to make sure he has that Baron empowered recall for the time being, unless Wembo wants to try to put a stop to it. Twilight Shroud in from Cream. Gonna make sure that he does not go down. And now it is Cream who pops the ulti. Backing back away, and he'll head back to base with an 8,000 gold lead into the hand of TES.
The fight is inconclusive. Nobody wins. It's a draw, but it seems like the rest of TES don't want to leave it up to chance. They will use their Baron buff. They're pushing into the bot side, and Viper
flanking Varus potentially.
Yeah, I don't. What is he cooking?
He's not doing anything.
His support is dead. His jungler is probably going to follow.
Yep, he's recalling. There was no angle there. There's no angle anywhere right now, as Top Esports own everything acute, right, and obtuse in this game number 2. Zoyan goes up to 6-1-7 by taking Knight down, and now the structures will be the next focus here. TES, it's a dominant performance over BLG.
It was a close game number 1, but it is anything but here in game number 2. Zoyan on the top side. The pressure is unrelenting from Top Esports here, Grapes.
They're firing in onto 3 lanes at the same time. Bot lane inhibitor going to go down. They can turn their attention to another area or just the Nexus
do they just want to end?
Knight is not up for another 5 seconds, and BLG don't have much of an answer without the Syndra by their side. Tempered Fate goes in. It finds both bottom laners, and Wembo will look to try to re-engage. Kick goes in, sends the Renekton away, as Shun is looking to try to stop Cream from assassinating the rest of his team. But Swayon has arrived. Knight
will go down, and so will BLG by his side. This Olaf is unstoppable, and so are Top Esports. The finals are no more. It is split 3, and right now that belongs to Top Esports. Another 2-0, this time over the defending champions as they wrap up their first round robin at 6-1.
TES, true to their name, will end on top here in this series against BLG. And in the first set of the round robin, Grapes, they will be the first seed as well. They will topple BLG. They will get over the demons that spawned after playoffs in split number 2. And in such dominating fashion to end it off too. This was clinical from TES.
What an exciting team this has become. I don't want to say the E word just yet, Quacks, but we're starting to get a little bit
excited. Is that the word?
Why did you say
it?
Now they're gonna lose out on everything. Now that you said it.
Well, looked like you prompted me to say it. You know, you were baiting
I just didn't want to say the word, but now you did it. So now, now we can't say it. Yeah. So
well,
if Top Esports end up crashing and burning, it's your fault now.
All right, it's my fault. I mean, okay, that organization, to be fair, has like an entire staff of Etsy witches going to curse them full time with like $16 an hour. It's like an actual job for them to make sure that TES crash and burn at the most inconvenient of times, but it is a very convenient time for them to rise up. As we said, because AL did fall in their series, it really created like a very big soup of the top 3 teams. BLG are vulnerable to being put down in second. Top Esports had the opportunity to rise up after AL had kind of been a leg ahead of them over the course of a majority of this split. And now just one series win is all it takes for them to jump from what they were a few days ago, 3rd place, to now being 1st place as the standings have a new leader, Grapes.
TES, nice. They even have the game score over BLG at this point. I forgot to take into account that not only would Top Esports get 2 wins, but BLG would get 2 losses. And with that being said, it is Top Esports, a top group ascend as we wrap up our first round robin. Some other teams have played their first games of it, most notably WE and Thunder Talk, and we'll get more of those as we round out week number 3. But this is a really great snapshot of where we currently reside in the LPL. It seems like, Quacks, at the moment, there's a bit of a separation between the top half and the bottom half, but maybe even more so, the top 6 isolating themselves a bit from the bottom 2.
And I think for the case of Thunder Talk, like, thank God, right? They were 1-5 at one point, and I think a lot of people were calling them the potential man team of Ascend because they would go to 3 games against so many of the big dogs in this group, but never actually were they able to close it out, with the exception of EDG early on in the split. But they won 2 in a row, so I think they're finally starting to find their footing, which is always really nice to see from TT, an organization that hasn't really had the best and brightest road as an organization in the LPL. So always nice to see that from them. And then Top Esports, I mean, it has been a tumultuous, turbulent, very up and down road over the course of 2026, Grapes. But today, on this day, they can say they rule the LPL, and they are the first seeds.
And they're back up, at least for a little bit. They've got a reset. They got another matchup just in a couple of days, I believe, actually against Thunder Talk. So that'll be a fun way to wrap up week number 3 here in Beijing. I believe we have our upcoming schedule, if we can just take a look at that as we wait for our end of the day activities. Of course, it was a great triple header today. We'll get more of that here on Saturday and Sunday. Some trips to Nirvana to open up both of our weekend matches. Weibo Gaming taking on LNG, and then LNG facing off against IG. Some really important series to round things out here, though, at the end of week number 3, Quacks. I'm looking at JDG versus WE as a huge series to determine what this top half versus top 6 situation really does look like.
Right, and I feel like the general consensus, especially too, if we want to look at the Nirvana games as well, Grapes, to shift gears a little bit, I think it's really heating up the top 2 teams of NIP and IG to challenge the bottom teams of Ascent. Because like we just said, there's a pretty big gap between the top 6 and the bottom 2 of Ascent. So I feel like there is ample opportunity if we see good performances out of IG, out of NIP, where those play-in series can be really exciting.
There's a world where LNG's season ends on Sunday. If they go 0-2,
yes,
they'll go down to 0-4, and then IG and NIP will both have 3 wins. It would be impossible for that team to surpass either of them, locking them into the bottom 2 of Nirvana and locking them out of a spot in the playoffs for split number 3 and an opportunity to continue their 2026 season. So a lot on the line there in some of our Nirvana games as we take a look at our post-match situation. Yet again, it is JackeyLove cresting that 1k damage per minute from the start of this game. Quacks, he and Joe really had a great time in that bottom lane.
So we asked the question, who would be better, the Mage Man or the Marksman? And it looks like JackeyLove just shot an arrow at the people that asked that question. He didn't even answer yes or no, me or the other guy. He used that bow and he hit bullseyes on every single one of the BLG members and anyone who doubted that he could take on Viper in a split where he has gotten so much praise. A lot of credit has to be given over to JackeyLove, over to Zoyan as well, who himself, I think, has been under a lot of scrutiny over the course of 2026. A lot of people questioning his ability to fill the shoes of a legendary player like 369 to a point where TES can actually look competitive. And doggone it, they look competitive, my friend.
Yeah, and, you know, there could have been a world where 369 came back after. Obviously, Top Esports was not worrying about like losing any rookies because of what they did at the support position, but it seems like they still have some faith in Zoyan up on the top side of the map, and we're starting to see why. Even now in games where he falls behind, that he gets solo killed, he's still able to be a strong presence and be a really good team fighter, and then when he does get a lead, he just absolutely is able to take over some of these games.
I love that every single time he sees Viper, he literally doesn't pop the Ragnarok until he sees Viper. Like, that button is specifically reserved to screw over BLG's AD carry. It is very funny. I think the last team fight was the worst. I can't wait to see that, where he holds it and gets like 2 kills, and then only then does Viper walk up and he says, all right, time to pop R. Just because no one will keep me from killing the AD carry of BLG. But overall, just really good performances from Top Esports. I think that it's hard to pick apart a lot of individual members. We have been talking about JackeyLove a lot as someone who has individually stood out in a majority of TES's games. But to be frank with you, Andrew, I feel like they are just great at playing as a unit, great at playing as 5, and it showed in these team fights. There really is no one member that I think sticks out more than the other besides JackeyLove, and that's why we harkened so much on him, because the other 4 members of TES work together in a way that I think is so endearing to this team, that is so fun to watch, and it is what has now made them the champions currently of the LPL. Of course, can get dethroned, and I'm sure BLG are out for blood because of this loss.
This is such a technicality. Like, if the season ended today, then I guess, yeah, Top Esports would become
but now
the
BLG are supercharged. You know, this is like when you take down a boss in like a Dark Souls or like an Elden Ring game. They have like the animation that shows you we're in the second phase now. BLG are in the second phase now. You have unlocked the animation.
And you wonder if that second phase will come with any changes to the roster, right? Because we have been waiting to see a new top laner come in for them. The goal was always here for Wembo to be a bit of a temporary fix. This was the first series where he was able to be exploited to a point that Top Esports ended up beating BLG, right? You know, Wembo's had his struggles at points. Hadn't cost BLG a series yet. Now it does. Wondering if that matters here for BLG in the future, as JackeyLove is your player of the game.
All right, so this creates a discussion that we have to have, Andrew. JackeyLove, player of the game in Game 2. Zoyan, player of the game in Game 1. Who gets the series, my friend? It's a close race, honestly.
I think I have to lean JackeyLove here. His presence in Game 2 was really good.
I was going to lean Zoyan, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think both have very compelling cases, to be quite clear. But yeah, I just think Jackie Love had such a high impact in the team fights in that first game, and then obviously the second game too. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, JK, it's gonna be Knight, buddy. Spoilers. He's coming down from the top rope.
Maybe 6
2.
years ago.
It doesn't matter. Knight will be your series MVP. Like, loss be damned.
Okay, here's my question to you: Jackie Love or Tarzan? First half MVP so far in Group Ascent. Who you got?
Ooh. That's tough. I mean, when I was looking at the stats for TN, because I really wanted to try and pull some statistics of what TN has been doing over the course of split number 2, and nothing really stood out to me. But as I was like perusing the stats page on GOL, every single stat for the junglers, at the top of the leaderboard was Tarzan, in every single one. I think I would have to give it to Tarzan, just because he has a complete stranglehold on the role, and Jackie Love will have a stranglehold on player of the series, player of the match, whatever you want to call it, as he is going to earn it for himself here, and well-deserved. Zoyan, I think, was a runner-up, was a second place, but it was neck and neck between those two, and Jackie Love very much does deserve getting this honor.
Yep, totally agree. Congratulations to Jackie Love. I would also go Tarzan for MVP, but I would give Jackie Love MVP of this series.
Yeah.
Or maybe even week 3 so far, right? He's been amazing for Top Esports, and they'll have one more matchup in Beijing against Thunder Talk on Sunday. But as these highlights roll, that is our signal to wrap things up here on the show. It has been an awesome 3-series day on LPL. And of course, we got even more tomorrow. 3 more matchups starting 12 a.m. Pacific, 3 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're up bright and early for even more. So start off in Nirvana and then finish off with 2 more games in Group Ascend. Before we head out, big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Shout out to all of the talent that was on here before us, Rafa and Cubby, to K-Man, and also big shout out to Slayer, who unfortunately was unable to make it to this series, and to you, Quacks, for joining me here for this final matchup. Final score here, Top Esports 2, Billy 0. Big shout out to Shivam, our entire mod and socials team here on LPL English for an amazing job as always. We'll be back here tomorrow with 3 more series. My name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all later.